Chapter 1 Hermione Granger. Chin-Yu always felt that he was just an ordinary person and never thought that one day he would do something earth-shattering. Until he saw an out-of-control truck rushing to the side of the road, and a panicked child was standing there. Without having time to think about it, Chin-Yu pushed the child away with all his strength, and then, the out-of-control truck crashed into him like a cannonball. Then, he felt that his whole body was flying up, and then his consciousness fell into the boundless darkness. When Chin-Yu woke up again, he found himself lying in a room with large glass windows and full of sunlight. Looking at the furnishings in the room, Chin-Yu felt that it was a bit European or British style, and it had a very retro feel. Obviously, this is not a hospital. He opened his slightly dazed eyes, blinked, and tried hard to recall what had just happened. Just then, a little girl shouted in English, "Dad, Mom! He's awake, he's awake!" There was some joy in this nervous voice. "Let me go, am I at someone else's house? I was obviously knocked away just now. Why didn't anyone take me to the hospital?" Before Chin-Yu could speak, he heard a series of questions from the little girl next to him. "Hello, what's your name? Do you still remember what happened to you? Where is your home?" Since Chin-Yu was originally highly myopic, he subconsciously wanted to reach for his glasses, but after searching for a long time, he couldn't find them. He rubbed his eyes, glanced at the little girl next to him, and found that he could see clearly. The little girl's delicate skin, long eyelashes, bright eyes. Chin-Yu could see it all clearly. It turns out that the world can be so clear, and this experience is simply so refreshing. Chin-Yu thought to himself, could it be that after being hit by a car, his myopia was unexpectedly cured? I heard that it costs tens of thousands to make a femtosecond. Tisk, you've made a profit. He came back to his senses and looked at the little girl in front of him. At this time, he realized that the little girl looked familiar, as if he had seen it in some movie. Chin-Yu shook his head again to confirm that he was awake, and then said with some confusion, "Are you that one?" Maybe it was because he had just woken up and his brain was a little confused. He couldn't remember the name for a while. He hummed in his mouth. The name was on his lips, but he couldn't remember what it was. The little girl frowned and looked at Chin-Yu and said, "Do you know me? The cute little girl in front of me has brown hair, beautiful eyes, and a faint smile." Chin-Yu's thoughts were racing, and he finally remembered. Isn't this the little girl in the Harry Potter series of movies? Chin-Yu had watched it many times with a female friend before. He was very confused at the beginning. Isn't Harry Potter just a fairy tale? It just has a magical cloak. Then, the main line of the story is that the protagonists go on adventures to fight monsters together. However, as he learned more about the story, he discovered that it was actually a very warm story about growing up, cruelty yet warm. Hermione Granger. Chin-Yu finally remembered the name of this girl with curly hair. When Chin-Yu said Hermione's name, the other party's neck shrank and her eyes almost fell out of her head. She was so surprised. Of course, in Chin-Yu's opinion, she looks very cute like this. Chin-Yu realized that what he said was a bit inappropriate, so he quickly changed the subject and said, "Why am I here?" After saying this, Chin-Yu stopped again. Only now did he realize that he had been speaking in English from the beginning, but he was a little confused and didn't react. There are so many unexpected gains from this car accident. It actually gave my mouth a translation function. In this case, there should be no language barrier when the two of them communicate. At this time, Hermione looked about 10 years old. Chin-Yu was actually more familiar with her appearance when she grew up, so he didn't recognize her immediately. After hearing Chin-Yu's question, Hermione blinked her big eyes, thought about the wording, and said slowly and seriously, "It's like this. A few days ago, you suddenly appeared on the street in front and was accidentally hit by my father's car." Hermione emphasized her tone when she said she was accidentally. "Dad has already taken you to the hospital for examination." There is nothing wrong with your head or body, but you kept sleeping and didn't wake up, and we couldn't find your family. Dad felt he was responsible, so he brought you back. Fortunately, you finally woke up." After saying this, the little girl breathed a sigh of relief. After listening to her words, Qin Yu frowned. The matter seemed to be beyond his understanding, because he didn't think that he would be unscathed after being hit by a large truck at such a fast speed. But the fact is that he didn't feel that he was injured. "What's wrong with you? Are you feeling uncomfortable somewhere?" Hermione asked with concern after seeing that he didn't speak for a long time. As she said this, she reached out and touched Qin Yu's head to see if he had a fever. Then, when she saw that Qin Yu had no reaction, she waved her hands in front of his eyes. Qin Yu reached out and helplessly pulled away Hermione's little hand. He wanted to say, "I'm normal and not blind." He didn't know this until he made a move. Once he did, he was shocked. Why was his hand so small? Why did my hand become like this? Qin Yu shouted in surprise. After saying this, he jumped out of bed in a hurry. Then, seeing a mirror on the table, he hurriedly picked it up and looked at it. Looking at the childish face in the mirror that was somewhat similar to his own when he was a child, Qin Yu was shocked and speechless. He felt like there were 10,000 divine beasts roaring through his heart now. My age and voice have changed. Is this the legendary time travel? So is my soul traveling through time, or has my body become smaller and traveled through time? Who can tell me what is going on? Qin Yu couldn't think of a reason for this, so he put the mirror on the table again in a daze. Seeing that he seemed to have suddenly become stupid, Hermione, who was standing next to her, was frightened and felt that she was really unsure, so she hurried downstairs and shouted, "Dad, Mom, why haven't you come up yet?" Qin Yu ignored little Hermione who left, but sat down on the bed in a daze. There is Hermione in this world, does that mean there is magic? So is this world still the same as my original world? At this moment, a pleasant voice sounded in his mind. Ding! It is detected that the host is emotionally stable and in good condition, and the system is automatically activated. Stable? Stable. Qin Yu replied subconsciously. However, he was immediately stunned and his heart skipped a beat. System? Is the voice just now the legendary system? However, the voice ignored him and continued. Ding! Hello host, welcome to the magical world. This is a god-level selection system. There are 2 initial options for you to choose from. Next, please make your choice as soon as possible to complete the formal binding of the system. 1. Become a muggle, ordinary person, and receive a reward of 10 million pounds. 2. Possess the power of the Obscurus and become a wizard. Note, if you choose this option, the system will guide you to eliminate the negative effects of the Obscurus. After listening to the system sound, Qin Yu felt a little excited. After all, the god of destiny did not abandon him and got him a system by his side. So, which one should I choose between these 2 options? He was a little confused for a while. Dimensional wall. Note 1, Muggles are ordinary people who cannot use magic. There are also people like squibs who refer to the descendants of wizards who cannot use magic. Note 2, the Obscurus power, an uncontrollable and powerful dark force, comes from Rowling's Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them and is also in the same worldview as Harry Potter. Chapter 2 Stay. Ding! Host, time is limited, please make your choice as soon as possible. 1. Becoming a muggle. 2. Possessing the power of Obscurus. The system probably saw that Qin Yu didn't respond for a long time, so it repeated what it said before. Qin Yu listened and after some thinking, he chose the second option. Money is of course a good thing, but the attraction of magic is obviously not comparable to money, even if it is 10 million pounds. In his mind, this Obscurus appeared in the Harry Potter spin-off movie Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them and was not mentioned during the Harry Potter period. Because the generation of this dangerous power mostly stems from the twisted psychology of young wizards who were oppressed by muggles in the early days, there are exceptions. When the magic world and the muggle world are separated in an orderly manner, the environment for young wizards to grow up will be much better. Obscurus lost the soil from which it was born, and therefore almost disappeared during the Harry Potter period. It is understandable that it was not mentioned. And because this kind of power is powerful and easy to lose control, those who possess the power of Obscurus rarely live long. However, since the system says that it can guide and eliminate the negative effects of Obscurus, then I will go to this magical world to try my luck. Otherwise, if I become an ordinary rich muggle, wouldn't my journey through time travel be in vain? Ding! The host completes the initial selection and the system starts binding. 3, 2, 1. Binding successful. As the system sounded, Chin-Yu suddenly felt an indescribable force slowly growing out of his body. And this power made him feel both powerful and dangerous. Since then, Chin-Yu has become a wizard with the power of Obscurus. This made him a little happy and excited. Just now, little Hermione saw Chin-Yu suddenly acting stupid, so she hurried downstairs and asked her parents for help. After Hermione's father came up, he asked Chin-Yu to lie down quickly and checked him. Although Mr. Granger is a dentist, he is familiar with some common reactions to brain surgery. He shined a flashlight commonly used by surgeons into Chin-Yu's eyes to check his pupil reaction, then probed his forehead and asked about Chin-Yu's feelings. Chin-Yu was very cooperative throughout the process. After all, Mr. Granger was Hermione's father, and he seemed to be a very kind and enthusiastic person. After doing some examinations, Mr. Granger said in a relaxed tone, "Everything about you is normal, well, except for being a little hungry." Because when he spoke, Chin-Yu's stomach growled. This scene made little Hermione laugh. She smiled and said to Chin-Yu, "I'm going to get you my favorite cookies. I'm sure you will like the taste." After the little girl said this, she went downstairs to look for her cookie box, and soon came up with cookies. "Here you go, you can eat them all," little Hermione said generously, although she was a little reluctant to part with them. Chin-Yu was indeed hungry. He took the box of biscuits, thanked him, and started to eat them. At some point, Mrs. Granger had gone downstairs and brought up a glass of milk and handed it to Chin-Yu, so that he would not choke after devouring it. After watching Chin-Yu eat several biscuits and finally slowing down, Mr. Granger asked in a gentle tone, "Little boy, what is your name? Where do you live?" After hearing this, Chin-Yu thought for a while and said, "I only remember that my name is Chin-Yu. As for where I live, I can't remember it." Note: the name Chin-Yu was not chosen casually. It has a certain purpose, which will be mentioned later. Well, then, there are two spelling orders for Huxia names, either Chuzhong or Yaoming, but the author prefers the latter, and Westerners generally don't use the full name, and they just call it Chin when they are familiar with it. When he said this, he still looked pitiful. "There is no way, I am a black man in this world, and I can't tell where I am a monk." Hermione's mother saw Chin-Yu's sad look, and she immediately felt pity for him. Then, she said to her husband with some worry, "Did little Chin-Yu lose his memory? Should we go to the hospital to check with Dr. Allen? Is there any hidden damage to his brain?" "Well, I would have made this suggestion if you didn't tell me." Mr. Granger paused, turned to Chin-Yu, and continued, "I just forgot to introduce myself. My name is David Granger. This is my wife Jenny Granger. Standing next to me is my daughter. Her name is Hermione. I accidentally bumped into you on the street that day. I am really sorry. I will make an appointment with a professional brain doctor for you. Do a comprehensive inspection and I will definitely take responsibility if there is any problem." Chin-Yu quickly waved his hand and said, "It doesn't matter. I probably got hit because I suddenly ran out of the road that day. I'm fine now. I guess I can remember what happened before after a few days of rest." Qin Yu kept sighing in his heart. What kind of bad luck did he have, being hit one after another? This life is too miserable. And then he thought, now that I have magic, let's see who dares to hit me again in the future. Since you can't remember where your home is for the time being, you can stay at our house first, and we will help you find your family slowly," Mrs. Granger said softly. She actually liked this little boy with an oriental face, and she had always wanted to have another son. The appearance of Qin Yu made Mrs. Granger feel that this was probably God's arrangement, or, in the words of the Orientals, fate. After chatting with Qin Yu and seeing that he was in good condition, the Grangers felt more relieved and went downstairs together. Hermione stayed behind. She had too many questions about the child. After her parents left, little Hermione stared at Qin Yu and asked, "How old are you? You should be about the same age as me. Why did you say my name so quickly? You also went to our school? Why haven't I seen you? There aren't many schools around here. It seems. I've never seen you before." "Never mind, I don't have time to talk to others anyway," she said so much self-consciously. At the end, her voice gradually became lower and her expression became a little depressed. It was obvious that her life at school was not very satisfactory. Age is just a number. As for school, I also forgot where I went to school. However, although I have lost part of my memory, I have not forgotten the knowledge I learned. I dare to bet you that I know as much as you do." Qin Yu also blinked and looked at this cute girl. He avoided talking about Hermione's questions just now because the more he explained, the more confusing he became. Hermione looked into Qin Yu's eyes and said arrogantly, "Really? We can compare when we have a chance in the future." Qin Yu thought to himself, this little girl's determination to win has really been strong since she was a child. However, he also successfully changed the topic. In this way, Qin Yu stayed at Granger's house. The next day, Mr. Granger took Qin Yu to Dr. Allen for a checkup. The result was of course good. As for the recovery of memory, he could only leave it to chance. After staying here for a few days, the Grangers had no intention of letting Qin Yu leave, nor did they ask too much about his past. They felt that when Qin Yu was around, Hermione talked and smiled more than before, which was something that made them happy and gratified. In fact, in the first few days, Hermione was still a little wary of Qin Yu because she felt that this little boy was very extraordinary. "Not only do I know a lot, but I also make my parents very happy." But she experienced something today that made her change her mind about Qin Yu. When she walked out of school, her classmates put stickers on her back, which read "You talk so much" and "Shut up." Qin Yu had nothing to do at home, so he went out for a walk and happened to pass by Hermione's school. Then he saw Hermione walking out of school crying, and also saw the note on her back. "Who did it?" Qin Yu tore off the note and asked with a frown. Hermione cried and looked at several female classmates at the school gate. Those classmates were still pointing in Hermione's direction, sticking out their tongues and making faces. Qin Yu feels that although he has the body of a child now, he still has the mentality of an adult in his heart. Even a grown man cannot see the same things as a kid. But when he saw the tears on little Hermione's face, and then looked at the girls who were laughing at her, he suddenly felt a senseless anger in his heart, and it shot up. He asked Hermione, "If you were asked to do something to them now, what would you do?" Hermione said casually, "Let them hang on the tree next to them and they won't be able to get down." Qin Yu nodded. This wish was not too much. His heart moved inexplicably, and with a glance, he saw those students flying up from the ground, their clothes hanging on the branches of the big tree next to them. These girls suddenly suffered such a change, and all of them were so frightened that they screamed. Chapter 3 My Dear Disciplinary Committee. Looking at the elementary school students hanging on the tree, Qin Yu was actually a little stunned. There seemed to be a voice in his heart telling him how to do it, and he had that idea. Unexpectedly, my dream came true. Is this the effect of thoughts stimulating magic? Chin-yu thought so in his heart. Little Hermione looked at this scene with some horror. She murmured, "When did my wish come true so well?" However, she turned to look at Chin-yu and noticed the thoughtful expression on his face. Could it be that he did it? As if she thought of something, Hermione said, "Run." Then he pulled Chin-yu and ran towards home. After running a long distance and losing sight of the school gate, Hermione finally slowed down and asked Chin-yu curiously, "Did you make them fly?" Chin-yu felt that there was no need to hide his identity as a wizard from Hermione, after all, she would know it sooner or later. So, he nodded bluntly and replied, "Yes, I asked them to go up." Hermione immediately covered her mouth that was open in surprise. Then, she looked around and saw that no one was around, and whispered, "Don't you know? The Ministry of Magic has regulations that prohibit the use of magic on muggles at will. Note, set change warning." At this time, Hermione already knew something about the magical world and had read some relevant information, because there were specialized clerks from the Ministry of Magic who had come into contact with young wizards like them. From this point of view, this world is somewhat different from the magical world of Harry Potter that Chin-yu knows. Of course, Chin-yu had already discovered that Hermione was secretly reading books on magic. Chin-yu listened to the little girl's words, smiled and said, "Don't worry, no one knows anyway, and no one has told me about this regulation of the Ministry of Magic." "But, I just told you," little Hermione said stubbornly. "Oh, you are indeed a good boy." Hearing this, Chin-yu couldn't help but rub the little girl's brown curly hair. "Aren't you a child too? Why are you talking like an adult?" Little Hermione tidied her hair that was messed up by Chin-yu, dissatisfied. "Then what do you think? Let them hang on the tree to relieve their anger. Are you happy?" Chin-yu said in a coaxing way. "Of course I am relieved to see them being punished," little Hermione said, paused, and then added, "However, as a wizard, you should not bully muggles at will. This is not good." "Why is it bad?" Chin-yu raised his eyebrows and said. Because this is the rule." Little Hermione couldn't explain why. Seeing the serious look on her face, Chin-yu stopped teasing her, rubbed her head again and said, "Let's go home for dinner." Along the way, little Hermione couldn't help but talk to Chin-yu, like a little chatterbox. "Why did you get hit by my dad's car since you know magic?" The little girl suddenly thought of this. Chin-yu curled his lips and said, "I guess I didn't have this ability at that time. The magic power was an unexpected gain after the car accident. It can also be regarded as God's compensation for me." Hermione thought that sounded really incredible. However, since Chin-yu couldn't explain clearly, she didn't worry about it, and then she said excitedly, "Let me tell you secretly, I am actually also a wizard, and I will go to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry if I have the opportunity in the future. But I have to wait until next year, because my birthday is September 19th. Don't you know that I have always wanted to find someone like me, but I didn't expect that the first person of my age I saw who could do magic was you?" Note, the admission age of Hogwarts is 11 years old, and the school starts on September 1st, so Hermione can only go to school when she is 12 years old. After Hermione finished speaking, looking at Chin-yu's calm expression, she asked in confusion, "Why aren't you surprised at all?" "Should I be surprised? In fact, when you mentioned the regulations of the Ministry of Magic, I knew you were a little wizard." A faint smile appeared on Chin-yu's lips. "Oh, it turns out I let it slip. I was anxious just now. You really can't use magic in front of muggles at will, you know," the little girl warned again solemnly. "Okay, my dear disciplinary committee member. Then we can go home, I can already smell the aroma of Aunt Jenny's stewed beef." Chin-yu spread his hands and said, "Giloo." Little Hermione couldn't help but swallow her saliva, and then said seriously, "It's good that you understand the seriousness of the matter. Okay, let's go home." After saying this, the little girl also sniffed the aroma of stew floating in the air, and then eagerly took Chin Yu's hand and entered the house. "Hermione, what makes you so happy?" Mrs. Granger asked curiously during the meal. "Well, it's a secret, I can't tell you." As little Hermione said this, she looked at Chin Yu and smiled at him. "Well, it seems that our little Hermione has grown up and has started to have little secrets," Mr. Granger teased. "Dad, didn't you also say that everyone has the right to privacy?" "I am exercising my rights legitimately," Hermione said seriously. "Yet, you're right, we promise not to invade your privacy," Mr. Granger said with a smile. Seeing Hermione's happy look and the happy family atmosphere of the Granger family, Chin Yu couldn't help but feel a little emotional, wondering if he could ever see his family in another world. However, thinking about these things is in vain. He needs to live well in this world now. Hermione looked at the boy beside her and felt that he suddenly became a little melancholy. She was a little curious about what Chin Yu was thinking at this time. "Oh, Hermione, if you don't eat the last piece of beef, I will eat it," Chin Yu said loudly. Hermione saw that his melancholic aura had disappeared without knowing when, and there was a slight smile on the corner of his mouth. "No, I want to eat." "I didn't eat much just now," little Hermione said dissatisfied. Seeing the way she was protecting the food, the Grangers and Chin Yu both laughed. At night, Chin Yu was lying on the bed in the attic, having trouble falling asleep. The power in him today made him inexplicably worried. In fact, he has been able to feel it for a long time. When sleeping, the force will slowly move around his body. Sometimes he feels like there is a dragon in his body, trying to penetrate every part of his body. Every day wake up in the morning feeling full of energy. This power has been stored for too long, and it will explode one day. He had an inexplicable premonition. However, the system seems to have forgotten and has not yet come forward to guide him on how to eliminate hidden dangers. The next day, the weekend. In order to give their children a pleasant rest day, the Grangers took Hermione and Chin Yu to the largest zoo in the area. Hermione loved coming to the zoo because she always felt that animals were easier to get along with than people, and at least they wouldn't give her nicknames. This made Chin Yu feel a little sorry for this little girl. Living as an other in the Muggle world was indeed an unpleasant thing. Chin Yu was a little repelled by coming to the zoo. In his previous life, he was allergic to animal fur, so he always avoided cats and dogs when he saw them. However, he thought that now that he had traveled through time, his body might not be allergic, so at Hermione's request, he gave in. "I just want to test whether my body is still sensitive and I am definitely not overcome by the cute appearance of the little girl." Chin Yu thought so in his heart. The family drove off and soon arrived at the zoo and started playing. However, when Chin Yu and Hermione walked to the door of the crawling hall, they suddenly heard a commotion inside, with many people screaming loudly and running out. Immediately afterwards, they saw a large python with colorful patterns crawling out of it. Dimensional wall. I believe you can see that for the needs of the plot, the author has made certain changes to the original settings, and some timelines have also been slightly changed. Please do not get too entangled in this aspect. Let me reiterate, if you have not seen many original books or movies, or have never seen them, it will not affect your reading of this book. This book has a lot of original plots. Of course, the content in the original book will also be annotated in detail. If you have any unclear questions, you can leave a message to discuss. Chapter 4: Meeting but Not Meeting. Looking at the big python and the panicked crowd, Chin Yu was a little stunned. It can't be such a coincidence, this python looks so familiar, it can't be the one released by Harry Potter. Hehe, I just came to the zoo and you just forced me to walk through the plot? Chin Yu complained crazily in his heart. Besides, shouldn't Harry be the one to clean up this mess? Hermione next to her had a pale face and her eyes were full of fear. She subconsciously looked at Chin Yu. "Chin, what do you think we should do? Can you control it with magic power?" Qin Yu knew that this python just wanted to be free and had no intention of hurting anyone. There was no need to panic, of course, provided no one attacked it. How can I control it, unless I can speak snake language, so that I can negotiate with it? Qin Yu said with a shrug. Snake language is a profound knowledge, how can it be learned easily? Hermione said helplessly. She didn't know why she asked Qin Yu just now. How could he possibly deal with such a big python when he was only slightly older than her? Just when Qin Yu was thinking about how to drive away the python, the long-lost system sound in his mind sounded. Ding! Dear host, there is a major commotion around you, please make the following choices. 1. Leave quickly and reward an owl. 2. Drive away pythons and reward snake language proficiency. Qin Yu secretly thought that this system could still be useful at critical moments. He chose the second option without thinking. Ding! The host chose to drive away the python. Your courage deserves encouragement. The reward will be issued in advance. I hope you can use your ability to help more helpless people. At this time, someone had already picked up tools such as wooden sticks and mops to attack the python. The python became more ferocious, raised its head, and stared at those malicious humans with the unique cold eyes of reptiles. I really do have the potential of a crow's mouth. Qin Yu muttered to himself. He moved his neck joints, and then said to Hermione, You hide first, and leave this big guy to me. As he spoke, he strode up to the python. The snake language ability he had just acquired seemed to have become his instinct. Qin Yu automatically transformed into snake language when he opened his mouth. Hey, Big Chong Chong, can you leave quickly? You will scare others. It's obvious that these people want to attack me. Oh? Another human being who can communicate. The python's head turned in the direction of Qin Yu and said with some surprise. Obviously, your beautiful patterns have aroused the fear hidden in their genes, so they will behave excessively, and I will stop them. Qin Yu said slowly, and motioned to those holding various weapons. The adults put their things down. Seeing the python being comforted by Qin Yu, a little oriental boy, everyone subconsciously followed his instructions and stepped back and temporarily put down the things in their hands. They are afraid of such beautiful lines? It's really incomprehensible to snakes, the python said with dissatisfaction. Okay, now is not the time to discuss the differences between species. You should stay away from the crowd. There are a lot of wilderness and mountains in the countryside around this city. That is the world where you can live freely. Qin Yu paused and continued. If you don't leave, I can't guarantee that they will catch you and chop you into pieces to make snake soup. Moreover, I wouldn't mind recommending them some mysterious Eastern snake soup recipes. When the python heard this, he shrank his neck and said calmly, I don't want to stay here forever. The visitors to the park had all hid far away, and since snake language was not a language that humans could understand, they naturally had no idea what the little boy had done. All they knew was that after this courageous little boy had a confrontation with the python ran away and quickly disappeared somewhere in the back hill of the zoo. Ba bang bang! Kid, you are so awesome! Can you handle snakes? Are you the animal trainer hired by the zoo? Wow, your performance is amazing! After the python left, everyone applauded Qin Yu and started talking about it. Qin Yu was a little annoyed by being watched by everyone. He quickly took Hermione's little hand and left here to find Mr. and Mrs. Granger, who had just separated from them. After Hermione was pulled away by Qin Yu for a while, she asked curiously, Qin, what did you just say to it? Don't you know how to speak snake language? Qin Yu smiled and said, I just learned it. It can't be that easy. Little Hermione didn't believe it. Maybe this is a bloodline talent. You know, some wizard's bloodline can inherit some special abilities. Qin Yu casually made up a reason. Oh, this is possible. I have read about the influence of bloodline in a book called Introduction to the Origin of Wizards. However, bloodline theory is not a popular theory. Hermione said seriously. Well, I don't like the theory of bloodline either. I appreciate the efforts of the day after tomorrow. Chin-yu replied. Hehe, I also think hard work is very important, little Hermione said happily. She is a young wizard who comes from a Muggle family, so she is naturally repelled by theories such as bloodline theory. Now Chin-yu also said that he doesn't like bloodline theory, which makes her very happy. The scene of Chin-yu driving away the python happened to be seen by a little boy coming out of the reptile pavilion. This little boy is about 10 years old, wearing black-rimmed glasses, and a lightning-shaped scar is faintly exposed under the hair on his forehead. He was Harry Potter, who accompanied his aunt and his family to the zoo. Harry intuitively felt that Chin-yu was special. He wanted to come over and say hello to them, and then confide his secrets to them. However, as soon as he took a step forward, he was picked up by his uncle's hands and dragged outside, followed by his expressionless aunt and his fat cousin Dolly, but now the cousin had a full face. He was in a state of panic, his clothes were still wet, and he looked very embarrassed. Chin-yu actually vaguely saw Harry, and he also wanted to go over and help this child who had been bullied by his uncle's family. But there were too many onlookers, and there were Hermione and the Grangers who found them, so he couldn't walk past. Chin-yu secretly thought that there should be another chance in the future, let's wait until the next time we see him. In addition to gaining the ability to speak snakes during the trip to the zoo, Chin-yu also gained another major benefit, that is, he discovered that he was not allergic to animal hair at all. This gave him the urge to get a dog or a cat. However, even he himself was living in other people's homes, so it would be unreasonable to keep a pet. On the way home, Hermione happily told Chin-yu about her experience in the zoo. In her mouth, lions, bears, tigers, and all the beasts were so cute. At this time, Chin-yu felt worried again. He found that his energy was getting stronger and stronger, and he almost accidentally injured the animals in the zoo a few times just now. When those beasts make his body feel a little scared and nervous, evil thoughts will pop up in his mind, and then some supernatural things will happen. For example, a tiger was injured by a falling stone from a rockery, a bear suddenly hit a tree like crazy, and a lion's tail caught fire inexplicably. Each of these animals was in a very embarrassed state, which was why Hermione found them cute. It seems like this power is getting harder and harder to control. Chin-yu thought to himself. At this moment, he really wanted to curse out all the curse words he knew. I just want to live a good life, why is it so difficult? Can't the system be more useful to you, you idiot? The emotional fluctuations were conveyed from his eyes, and his eyes were looking at a big tree not far ahead. Suddenly, it seemed as if an invisible big hand grabbed the big tree. Then, the big tree was uprooted and fell on the road with a bang. Chee! A sharp screech of brakes sounded. Mr. Granger finally stopped the car before it hit a tree. Hermione. Mr. and Mrs. Granger looked at their daughter in surprise at the same time. It's not me. Little Hermione, who had been wronged, waved her hands quickly. Chin. Mr. Granger looked at Chin-yu inquiringly and frowned. Then, he saw the helpless expression on Chin-yu's face. So, this is Hermione and your little secret? Mr. Granger asked. Hermione shrugged and said, not anymore, Dad. Chapter 5 Dumbledore's Invitation to Admission. After listening to Hermione's words, Mr. and Mrs. Granger looked at each other and saw worry and helplessness in each other's eyes. It seems that there is another wizard child in the family. In fact, they had already had a hunch in this regard. After all, Hermione was such a person, and they already had experience in this area. When Hermione was very young, the Grangers knew that she was different from others, and many strange things happened to her, which they had been troubled by. Later, a professor from the wizarding world came over and explained all this to them, and said that Hermione would be allowed to study at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry at the right age, that is, when she is 11 years old, and she would be able to learn to control magic by then. When they were at the zoo, the Grangers also vaguely noticed something. At that time, they thought it was Hermione. But now it seems that everything is Chinyu's fault. However, looking at the big tree that fell to the ground, they knew that Chinyu's destructive power was obviously stronger than Hermione's. Mr. and Mrs. Granger invariably thought that the age of 11 should come soon, and let these children learn magic quickly, otherwise their hearts would really not be able to withstand the torture. "Chin, can you move the tree away?" Mr. Granger asked tentatively. Chinyu shook his head and said nervously, "I'm sorry, I can't use my abilities as I want." "Well, I should have expected this answer," Mr. Granger said, starting the car, and then continued, "Then we have to go back to the previous intersection and take a detour." So, Mr. Granger drove the car and took a long detour before finally returning home. As for the tree, they had no choice but to leave it to nearby residents. As far as Chinyu's limited knowledge is concerned, there has always been a regulatory department in the magical world that monitors the wizards and the Muggle world. Of course, the most important thing is to prevent wizards from affecting the Muggle world in order to maintain a certain order of balance. This department is the legendary Ministry of Magic. Now that the power of Obscurus in his body is out of control, he even uprooted a tree, which will definitely alarm the people from the Ministry of Magic. He didn't know if he would be taken away by people from the Ministry of Magic, so he could only wait anxiously. There are many wizards living here in the Muggle world. This scene in the zoo was seen by a passing wizard. She was Professor McGonagall. When Professor McGonagall was at the zoo, she turned into a tabby cat and walked around observing Harry's family. Dumbledore said that as long as Harry lived with his uncle's family, no Death Eaters would attack Harry. But she would still sneak over occasionally to take a look, and many times she resisted the urge to teach the Dursleys a lesson. This time, in addition to seeing Harry Potter let go of the python, she also accidentally discovered Chinyu and Hermione. So, she apparat back to the village of Hogsmeade near Hogwarts, entered the school on foot, because apparition was not available in the school, and informed the principal Dumbledore of what she saw today. Harry's ability to speak Parslang had already surprised Dumbledore, and knowing that a 10-year-old Muggle was so powerful, he felt that this might be another tricky thing. Dumbledore decided to see the child for himself. "Chin, I solved this question before you," Hermione said with a proud look on her face. Ever since Chinyu came to Granger's house, Hermione's status as a top student was no longer guaranteed. Whether it was math, English, science, or history, Hermione was overwhelmed by Chin. The only thing that made her more confident was he dropped out of art, and it was because Chinyu's paintings were so bad. "Well, great." Chinyu praised this little girl absent-mindedly. Yes, he was a little uneasy today. He always felt that something was going to happen, and he had no time to pay attention to the little thoughts of a 10-year-old girl. At this moment, his eyes suddenly opened wide, showing an expression of surprise. Because he saw an old man with a white beard floating outside the window, and the old man was smiling and nodding kindly at him. "Deng, deng!" Chinyu shouted a little excitedly. Hermione tilted her little head and asked in confusion, "Deng? Deng what?" "Chin, what's wrong with you?" Chinyu turned to ask little Hermione next to him, "Can't you see him?" The little girl looked around blankly and said, "Who do you see?" Chinyu recognized this as the principal of Hogwarts. After seeing Dumbledore, he finally felt at ease and thought to himself, someone finally came forward to solve the problem, so he no longer had to worry. When Dumbledore walked in from the window and waved slightly, Hermione suddenly yawned and then fell asleep on the table. "Don't worry, Hermione is fine. I just let her sleep for a while so that we can talk more easily," Dumbledore comforted. "I know that you are a kind person and you will definitely not do anything to Hermione." Chin-Yuxian flattered her slightly. "Oh? You know me?" Dumbledore was a little surprised. "Because, Hermione told me about things in the wizarding world, and you are a very famous person in the wizarding world. Anyway, this girl is already asleep, so she won't know if she is a scapegoat. Well, it seems I can save some self-introduction," Dumbledore said with a smile. Before Chin-Yu could say anything, Dumbledore asked straight to the point, "My child, you are not an ordinary person, did you know that?" "I actually know a little bit, but I only know that there is a power in my body that is difficult to control, and some magical supernatural events often occur. This time you are because of that big tree. It just happened. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to." Chin-Yu looked pitiful when he said this. "What about the big tree?" "Oh, it seems like this is another troublesome matter." Dumbledore showed an unexpected expression when he heard this. "Well, it turns out you don't know," Chin-Yu said with some embarrassment. "Haha, kid, you don't need to panic. The purpose of my trip is to help you solve the problems you encounter," Dumbledore said. His eyes became dark. He carefully looked at the little boy with an oriental face in front of him and explored the power in his body. "So that's it, I haven't seen this for a long time." After a while, Dumbledore said in a rather complicated tone. Seeing him like this, Chin-Yu was immediately frightened. "Professor Dumbledore, what is the power in my body?" "That is a powerful and dangerous force called Obscurus. This kind of power has not appeared for decades. But don't worry, as long as you provide reasonable guidance, you will be fine," Dumbledore said gently and comfortingly. Chin-Yu has been thinking about whether to tell him his story directly. As if he could understand everything, Dumbledore slowly walked to Chin-Yu and said, "Child, what happened in the past has passed. We should deal with what is happening now and what will happen in the future. Since you have chosen this power must be faced with true courage." Of course, Dumbledore only had a vague premonition, and this premonition told him that the little boy in front of him would be a key and a light, which would bring infinite variables and hope to the future. Chin-Yu looked into Dumbledore's eyes. Although the old man's face was full of wrinkles, he was full of energy, and his words gave people a great sense of security, which was more convincing than in the movie. Dumbledore felt that some practical actions were needed to better reassure the boy in front of him, so he said, "In a few days, someone will come to pick you up and take you to Hogwarts. There will be a professor there who will teach you how to release magic. Are you willing?" As expected, the system popped up a choice. Ding! "Dear host, you are at a crossroads in life. Should you be a lonely adventurer, or choose to rely on friends and partners? This is a question that needs to be faced carefully. Please make your choice below." 1. Refuse Dumbledore's invitation to enroll and be rewarded with 100,000 gold galleons and the complete set of magic from beginner to mastery. 2. Accept Dumbledore's invitation to enroll and receive a reward of 1,000 gold galleons. Looking at the reward of 100,000 gold galleons, Chin-Yu was still a little excited. After all, with this money and the so-called complete collection of magic from beginner to mastery, he might not be doing badly, at least. With the help of the system, you might be able to level up and fight monsters step by step, reaching the pinnacle of your life. However, Chin-Yu felt that one of the purposes of coming to this world was to experience life in the magical world, especially school life, which was an experience not to be missed. So, after thinking for a moment, Chin-Yu smiled and bowed slightly to Dumbledore and said, "Thank you, Professor Dumbledore, I am honored to attend Hogwarts School." Ding! The host chooses to accept Dumbledore's admission invitation and will be rewarded with 1,000 gold galleons. Your new adventure story is about to begin. I hope this reward will allow you to purchase enough school supplies. Finally, I wish you a happy study. Success in your studies. This system is quite capable of speaking in some scenes. Chin-Yu muttered in his heart. Well, welcome to Hogwarts. Dumbledore said this and took out a letter from his wizard robe. He handed the letter to Chin-Yu and said with a smile, "I had a hunch in advance that there might be one more new student, so I took the admission notice with me so that I wouldn't have to have an owl deliver it again. After all, there are people who get lost every year." The owl delivered the letter to the wrong place. Chin-Yu took the letter, opened it, and saw the admission notice with his name on it. This made him uncontrollably excited. This thing was the dream of many fans in the previous life. He never thought that he, a casual fan, would one day realize their wish. Qin Yu looked at the amiable Dumbledore, sniffed, stretched out his arms, and hugged him. "Thank you, Professor Dumbledore, your arrival makes me feel extremely relieved." Dumbledore responded and touched his head. "My child, the future is worth looking forward to." After saying this, Dumbledore disapparated and disappeared. It was as if no one had been here before. The room was very quiet. And little Hermione had a sweet smile on her face, as if she was having a sweet dream. Chapter 6 Hagrid arrives. When Hermione learned that Qin Yu was going to Hogwarts early, not to mention how envious she was, she kept mumbling. "Qin, why can you go now and I have to wait?" Qin Yu spread his hands and said, "As you can see, if I don't release my magic power, I'm afraid I'm going to get into big trouble, and I might be imprisoned in Azkaban." Hermione was frightened when she heard this. She had read many books about the wizarding world, and she had heard about Azkaban. Azkaban is a frightening place in legend. It is said that it is guarded by a very scary monster. That kind of monster can swallow up the positive emotions of human beings, causing people to lose their beautiful emotions and strong beliefs, and thus become trapped in the dark and terrifying world. He died of despair in his memories. Although Hermione wanted to go to Hogwarts early, she now hoped that Qin Yu could go quickly. She didn't want to lose her best friend so far. "And, the most important thing is, I am already 11 years old this year," Qin Yu said with a shrug. According to the results of Dumbledore's age detection spell, Qin Yu's body is indeed over 11 years old and fully meets the admission requirements of Hogwarts. "Oh, well, who prevented my birthday from happening 18 days earlier, otherwise I wouldn't have had to wait another year." Little Hermione curled her lips and said. Qin Yu looked at Hermione's disappointed eyes and comforted him. "The magical world is not as beautiful as you imagined. There will be many dangers. I will help you explore the way in advance. When you come, I hope you can just study magic." Qin Yu knows that ideals are full, but reality may not be what they are. Too many things have happened to Harry and the others in the past 7 years, some of which he cannot help. After all, he is only an 11-year-old child, and even now he doesn't even know how to spell a serious spell, but he can use magic to run away. Of course, he can't do anything forever. He just hopes that with him in Hogwarts, as few people will die as possible, at least there won't be the tragedy of forgetting to take the wand when opening the door to a stranger, or something else. Avoidable sacrifices. At this time, Hermione was full of fantasies about magic schools. She couldn't understand the meaning of Qin Yu's words yet, but she was just happy that someone could accompany her like this and talk about secrets that only the two of them knew. After listening to Qin Yu's words, the little girl felt much better. She took Qin Yu's hand and said with some reluctance, "Then you go first, I will be waiting for you here. You have to write to me often. When the time comes, tell me more about what happened at Hogwarts." "Write a letter?" "Well, okay, I will write to you often." For Qin Yu, who lives in the era of developed internet, writing letters is really too ancient. However, it seems that this is all that can be done now. After all, Muggle technology is still developing, and the era of smartphones that he is familiar with is still nearly 20 years away. Then let me tell you about what I know about the magical world, so that you can have a general understanding before going there. So, little Hermione, the representative of the Incarnation class, introduced to Qin Yu other things she knew about the magical world. Of course, they were all common sense things. In his previous life, Qin Yu only watched the movie a few times with his friends. He didn't know much about the details of the novel and the background of the magic school. What Hermione told him today could be regarded as a popular science for him, giving him some details and giving him more knowledge. Understanding. In the days that followed, Chin-yu often stood by the second-floor window and looked out, wondering who would take him to Hogwarts School. His current mood is both excited and nervous. It is a school that many Ham fans yearn for. It is a life that he has never experienced before, and he does not know what kind of experience he will have. A month passed like this. On a very ordinary morning, the Granger family and Chin-yu were all having breakfast at the dining table, discussing interesting things that had happened recently. Little Hermione was giggling and taking all the poached eggs made by Chin-yu for herself, because this kind of omelette is cooked just right, and she has become fond of this kind of food recently. Dong dong dong, hearing the knock on the door, Hermione was the first to get up and rush to open the door, because like Chin-yu, she had been waiting for this day. Although it was not her who was going to school, she seemed to be more mature than Chin-yu. Expect. Wow, you are so tall. Little Hermione said, raising her neck. Outside the door was a giant with a beard who was more than 3 meters tall. The giant said in a dull voice, "Young lady, I am Hagrid from Hogwarts. Is this Chin-yu's residence?" "Hello Mr. Hagrid, my name is Hermione. This is indeed Chin-yu's residence. Please come in." Little Hermione said politely. "Thanks." I saw Hagrid bending over and walking in carefully. Even so, his head hit the door frame of Granger's house with a bang. "If you have a fireplace here, I suggest you join the Fluo network so that you can use Fluo powder. A spoonful of Fluo powder only costs 2 sickles, which is really convenient." The giant muttered. Note: Fluo network is the transmission network in the wizarding world, just like a portal. The connecting nodes are mainly fireplaces, and Fluo powder is a casting material. Chin-yu recognized at a glance that this was Hagrid, who had been guarding the Forbidden Forest of Hogwarts School and was one of Dumbledore's most trusted people. Hagrid walked in and looked at the people in the room who were much younger than him, and said, "Who is Chin-yu?" Hermione pointed in the direction of Chin-yu very enthusiastically and said, "He is it." Hagrid looked over, lifted Chin-yu up and said naively, "I heard you are very powerful, but it turns out you are still so young." Chin-yu smiled awkwardly and said, "Didn't Professor Dumbledore tell you? If I feel uncomfortable, something bad might happen. You'd better put me down quickly." Hagrid also felt that he was a little rude. After putting Chin-yu down, he said nervously, "I'm sorry, I was a little too reckless." He bent down and looked at the boy in front of him, and then said, "You must have guessed my purpose, right?" Chin-yu nodded and said, "I've been waiting for you for a long time. Professor Dumbledore said someone would come to pick me up, but I didn't expect that the person coming would be you. I happened to be out to do some things, so he arranged for me to pick you up." Hagrid explained. After a brief exchange, Hagrid said, "Okay, let's leave quickly. We have to go back within the specified time. Little boy, you don't have to miss home too much, you will be back soon." Chin-yu and the Granger family hugged each other goodbye. Little Hermione's eyes were already red at this time. She couldn't help crying at Chin-yu's departure. "Chin, will you write to me?" the little girl asked again. "Of course I will. I promised you that I will tell you what happened to me at Hogwarts. You must also remember to reply to me, otherwise I will miss you very much." Chin-yu comforted the little girl. "I will definitely write you a reply, and I will miss you too." Little Hermione hugged Chin-yu again. Mr. Granger looked at his daughter's appearance, touched her head and comforted her, "Don't be sad, time flies by. You can go to that school by this time next year. Well, Chin, you have to study hard and don't let me, a schoolgirl, surpass you," Hermione said to Chin-yu. Chin-yu smiled at the little girl's instructions. In this way, under the watchful eyes of Hermione and the Grangers, Chin-yu followed Hagrid and left with the luggage that Mrs. Granger helped him pack. In fact, before leaving, Mr. Granger called Chin-yu to the study alone. Mr. Granger said to him, "You have been living in our home for a long time. Although you can't find your family for the time being, we will always accompany you to grow up. If you need anything, just ask. You will go to magic school soon, and you will definitely do it. There's a lot to buy. After saying this, Mr. Granger gave him an envelope, and Chin-Yu knew as soon as he touched it that it contained a lot of banknotes. Chin-Yu originally wanted to say that he had money. However, when I thought about it, it was hard to explain the origin of my 1,000 galleons. So, he accepted Mr. Granger's kindness and said seriously to Mr. Granger, I will definitely pay you back. Chapter 7: A Trip to Gringotts. At present, Chin-Yu has 2 pieces of money. One is the 1,000 gold galleons bursary awarded by the system, and the other is the £500 funded by Mr. Granger. It must be said that Mr. Granger is quite generous. £500 is a lot of money nowadays. It is already very rich for an ordinary junior high school student. I just don't know whether the currency of the Muggle world can be converted into galleons. Convenient. The money rewarded by the system was kept in the wizard bank. Chin-Yu only had a vault key in his hand, and the vault number was 712. After leaving the Granger family, Hagrid took Chin-Yu on the tram. On the tram, Chin-Yu asked, "Are we going to buy something soon? I may need to go to the wizard bank first. I have some pounds, and." Hagrid was surprised and said, "You seem to know very well. We are indeed going to Diagon Alley to buy some needed things. I will take you to Gringotts in a moment. It is a bank managed by goblins and used by muggles. You can exchange it for a certain percentage of gold galleons there, but there are many exchange restrictions. Fortunately, you are a first-year freshman, and with your admission notice, they will give you a certain amount of exchange." Chin-Yu nodded, and then asked curiously, "I heard that goblins can perform magic. Who is more powerful than wizards?" "Yes, goblins' sorcery is an ancient magic, and they have certain talents in this area. However, goblins are still very weak in front of some powerful wizards," Hagrid said with a somewhat unconvinced tone. "Oh, that's it. Of course, Gringotts, which is guarded by goblins, is quite safe. You can store your money and valuables there without worrying about being stolen," Hagrid added. Little did he know, he had unknowingly set a flag for Gringotts that could fall at any time. As the two chatted in the car, Chin-Yu learned more about the wizarding world and what kind of school supplies he should purchase. After the tram stopped at a certain stop, Hagrid led Chin-Yu off the train, and they turned around and arrived at a place that looked very dirty. Hagrid pointed to the front and said, "This is the Leaky Cauldron. We will go from here to Diagon Alley in a moment, where you can buy everything you need." Chin-Yu looked at this inconspicuous place and thought, "This is too narrow. How can it look like a bar? And can a body as big as Hagrid fit in? Only wizards can see here. It seems that the muggles passing by are not visible at all." Before he could say anything, Hagrid pushed him in. As soon as he walked in, Chin-Yu felt his head suddenly buzzing because it was so noisy here. Everyone was chatting away. One group of people were talking loudly, saying that there was really no one in the wizarding world now. Even Cornelius Fudge could become the Minister of Magic. Another person was mysterious. Secretly speaking, it was not that Dumbledore had no intention of power and just wanted to stay at Hogwarts and teach children how to make potions. Chin-Yu wanted to hear what they would say next, but Hagrid had no intention of stopping and strode forward. After the bar owner looked at them, he greeted Hagrid warmly and was about to give him a drink. Hagrid waved his hand and said, "I have something else to do, let's drink another day." Hagrid felt that he could take the little wizard to buy things, especially the tasks assigned by Dumbledore. He felt inexplicably a sense of mission. He actually wanted to go and have a drink or two, but business was more important. After Hagrid nodded, he took Chin-Yu toward the bar. After going around, they came to a place that looked like a dead end. Of course Chin-Yu knew this famous scene. Sure enough, Hagrid took an umbrella and tapped the bricks on the wall with the tip of the umbrella, muttering something like some mantras in his mouth. The bricks on the wall suddenly rearranged themselves, revealing an arched doorway, and on the other side of the doorway, a road appeared on one side, and on both sides of the road were various small shops with signs. "Hurry up, little one, we don't have much time," Hagrid urged. Then, Chin-Yu followed Hagrid through the door with some excitement and walked into the legendary Diagon Alley. And when they entered, the door automatically closed again. Apart from the magic school, what Chin-Yu wants to go to the most is Diagon Alley. There are many novelties here, which are more interesting than those in Muggle shops. As they walked on the street, Chin-Yu wished he could have 8 more eyes. He walked all the way looking around. All the shops, the objects in front of the shops and the people shopping are very similar to those seen in the movies, but they are also very different. That unique aura belonging to the magical world made Chin-Yu confused for a while. "This is Gringotts Bank." Hagrid's voice brought Chin-Yu back to his senses. Chin-Yu looked up and saw that they arrived in front of a white building. This house was much higher than the surrounding shops, making it stand out from the crowd. There was a goblin waiting at the door. The goblin was shorter than Chin-Yu at this age. He had a pointed beard, and his fingers and feet were very long. When Chin-Yu and Hagrid walked in, the goblin bowed to them. "Hi." Chin-Yu subconsciously waved hello. When he came to the second door, Chin-Yu sighed in his heart, no matter where he is, the bank is the most elegant. The doors here are all silver, but there are some interesting words engraved on this door. "Yes, come in, stranger, but beware of the consequences of greed." The latter sentence is probably similar to "Don't mess with me, I'm super fierce." After Chin-Yu walked in, he looked at the goblin employees sitting on both sides and muttered, "There are really a lot of employees here. There are dozens or hundreds of goblins behind the counter, and they all look very focused, turning a blind eye to those who have nothing to do with it. The temperament of managing money is really different." Hagrid said from the side, "Okay, I just asked, the counter at the front is where gold galleons are exchanged." Chin-Yu looked over and saw an elderly elfin old man sitting at the counter at the end. He was wearing a well-dressed suit and a pair of gold-rimmed glasses on his pointed nose. There was a hint of majesty in his eyes, staring straight at him. People seem to be able to see through your thoughts at a glance. Chin-Yu had already taken the money out of his pocket. Although he found these goblins unpleasant, he had to follow the rules when he came here. These goblins didn't know whether it was because of their short stature, but the height of the counter was far beyond Chin-Yu's height. Chin-Yu had no choice but to hand the money to Hagrid and let him handle it on his behalf. The goblin sitting on it asked, "What are you going to do?" Hagrid said, "We are here to exchange gold galleons. This is Mr. Chin-Yu who is going to Hogwarts School soon." The goblin looked at Chin-Yu, then carefully reviewed his admission notice, and then said in an emotionless tone, "You have an exchange quota of 50 galleons. "Ah? So few." Chin-Yu was a little surprised. Hagrid has just introduced to him that the current exchange rate of pounds to gold galleons is 5:1, so doesn't he only have the option to exchange for 250 pounds? "Young wizard, you have to know that finance is a very dangerous thing. We cannot let the currency of the Muggle world affect the wizarding world too much, and the same goes for it." The goblin explained in a cold tone. "Is there any way to increase the exchange limit?" Chin-Yu asked. "Of course. For example, if you have an account in Gringotts and there are certain funds or items in this account, we can increase the exchange limit for you based on 10% of the total value of these items," the goblin said slowly. Upon hearing this, Chin-Yu took out his vault key and handed it over on tiptoe. Chapter 8: A small gift from Bill and the new owl he bought. "Wow, I didn't expect you to be a little rich man." After vault number 712 was opened, Hagrid couldn't help but sigh. 1,000 gold galleons was really a huge amount of money for Hagrid, who spent all his money on magical animals. Chin-Yu touched his nose, feeling a little embarrassed by Hagrid's words. However, it was hard to explain too much to him. After all, Chin-Yu himself couldn't explain the origin of the money. After Hagrid sighed with emotion, he said nothing more and asked Chin-Yu to withdraw the money by himself. He took advantage of this opportunity to quietly ask the treasury keeper about the situation of the vault number 713 next to him. After getting answers such as impregnable and foolproof, Hagrid said that's good repeatedly, and then looked much more relieved. Chin-Yu glanced at the vault next to him, shrugged, and thought to himself that the things in there were not something he could touch, and he could easily get into trouble, so he should stay away as much as possible. After exchanging the pounds and withdrawing some money, Chin-Yu and the two left Gringotts. However, as soon as they came out of the gate of Gringotts, someone greeted Hagrid. "Hi, Hagrid, long time no see," the man said enthusiastically. "Bill Weasley? Why are you here? I heard that you went to work in Egypt." Hagrid looked at this man with some surprise. "I do work in Egypt, but recently a batch of cursed treasures happened to be transported back to Gringotts for safekeeping, so I came here with the escort team. Hey, I'm going home by the way," Bill Weasley said with a smile. "Oh, it turns out you are doing it for personal gain," Hagrid joked. "There is no way, there will be no summer vacation after work, so I can only take advantage of this opportunity to come back," Bill said helplessly, spreading his hands. "By the way, let me introduce you. This is Chin-Yu, a freshman who just entered school this year." Hagrid did not forget to introduce the little guy next to him to Bill. "Hello Chin-Yu, I am Bill Weasley, and I am also a student at Hogwarts, but I have graduated for a year." Bill greeted Chin-Yu. "Hello, Senior Bill, nice to meet you." Chin-Yu greeted him with a smile. Of course Chin-Yu knew him, the eldest son of the Weasley family and Ron's eldest brother. He should have gone to Egypt to work as a treasure breaker after graduating last year. Chin-Yu was also a little surprised to meet him here, just like Hagrid. What a polite junior. Unlike my two twin brothers who only do mischief all day long. Chin, if you meet two twins who like to play tricks at Hogwarts, you must report it. Teacher, I hope the teacher can discipline them well, Bill said to Chin-Yu. Chin-Yu could only mumble about his remarks about annihilating relatives for justice, and said to himself, the Weasley family is indeed a loving father and a filial son, and brothers and sisters are respectful to each other. Stop talking, I have to deliver things and go home to see Ron and Ginny. Bill was about to leave when he suddenly remembered something and took out a small object as big as a palm and said to Chin-Yu. Junior brother Chin, I'll give you a small gift. This is a small pyramid I made. Just treat it as a greeting gift. Ah? This looks very expensive, how can I accept it? Chin-Yu said quickly. It's okay. This is a gadget I made when I was bored in Egypt. It's not worth much. Each of my younger brothers and sisters has one. I'll tell you a little secret. I used it. The ancient spell decrypted in the pyramid, if you put a cherry or something in it, it can stay fresh for a long time. Bill said with a mysterious face. One thing to say, Chin-Yu was quite moved when he saw this small object. After all, he had never received any gifts from the magical world. Even though Bill said this thing was not worth much, it was still novel enough for Chin-Yu. Take it quickly. As Bill said this, he put the small pyramid directly into Chin-Yu's hand, and then waved and said, see you when you have a chance, Chin. Goodbye Hagrid. Thank you, Senior Bill. See you again when you have the opportunity. Chin-Yu also waved goodbye to him. After saying goodbye to the two of them, Bill happily walked into Gringotts to hand over the items. Looking at the pyramid in his hand, Chin-Yu thought to himself, just take it. At worst, I will take more care of my stupid junior Ron in the future. Well, according to the time of admission, Ron is indeed Chin-Yu's junior student. After coming out of Gringotts and passing by the owl shop, Chin-Yu remembered that he wanted to write a letter to Hermione. Although we haven't officially enrolled yet, the messenger can take care of it first. He saw the sign on the door saying, Tawny Owl, Screech Owl, Straw Owl, Brown Owl, Snowy Owl. Qin Yu thought to himself that these are protected animals in the Muggle world. Being a postman is a bit of a luxury. He walked around the room and chose the Snowy Owl without hesitation. This one was indeed the most beautiful one. However, after looking at the price of 18 galleons, Qin Yu felt a pang of pain for no reason. If calculated according to the current exchange rate, this is £90. However, when I thought about it, it seemed that the price was not too expensive when averaged every day, so I just treated it as a pre-deposited phone bill. So, Qin Yu took out 18 gold galleons from his money bag, lined them up on the counter, and then took the beautiful owl from the shop owner. When Hagrid saw him holding this snowy owl, he praised, "This is a relatively rare species. You have really good taste." Qin Yu nodded in agreement. At this time, the owl was already standing on Qin Yu's arm, staring at him with round eyes. Looking at the cute little guy on his arm, he said, "From now on, you can call me Trig." "Yeah, it's a good name." Hagrid's English was so-so, but he just thought the name sounded good. Carrying the cage with the owl in it, Qin Yu, led by Hagrid, went to Flourishes and Blott's bookstore to buy textbooks. Compared with the expensive owl, the price of these textbooks is much more affordable. The first-grade textbooks are basically 1 galleons each. Qin Yu only paid a dozen galleons to purchase all the books on the item list, among which there are Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration, Dark Powers, A Guide to Self-Defense, A Thousand Magic Herbs and Fungi, Standard Spells, Elementary, etc., covering all the subjects he needs to learn in the first grade. The thing was a bit heavy, so Hagrid enthusiastically helped Qin Yu hold it. He was much stronger than Qin Yu, a little kid. Continuing to walk forward, Qin Yu wanted to stop in front of each store to see what was sold inside. Hagrid next to him had no choice but to pat him on the shoulder and said, "Qin, we have to go to Oliphant quickly. There is a wand shop in Germany. You need to buy a good wand. There is so much to see in Diagon Alley. I will bring you back when I have time." "Well, I will definitely come back if I have the chance. I feel like there are business opportunities everywhere," Qin Yu said with emotion. Regarding the business opportunities mentioned by the little boy, the bearded Hagrid couldn't help but curled his lips and disagreed in his heart. He felt that the people here were very treacherous, and he had to spend a lot of money every time he came here. This made him even worse, who was already not wealthy. Therefore, he had to leave quickly today and could not stay too long. He was afraid that if time went by, he would see some animals he wanted to buy. Woo woo woo. Hagrid was walking when he suddenly heard 3 canine roars. His eyes lit up and he immediately stopped and listened. His intuition told him that this was the cry of a rare magical creature. Out of curiosity, he couldn't help but walk in the direction of the sound, completely forgetting the self-admonition in his heart just now. "Hagrid, what do you think I should open a store here? Do you need a business license here? By the way, Hagrid, since you have so many pets, can you use it? What about people?" Qin Yu was walking and talking. When he looked back, he found that Hagrid had gone nowhere. "Are you in a hurry as promised? Why are the people missing?" Qin Yu really has a black line on his forehead. Chapter 9 Translation, What is real bargaining? Hagrid is lost. This discovery made Qin Yu helpless. He had to give up going to the wand shop and started looking for this guy everywhere. After searching for a long time, he finally saw a group of people gathering in front of a bar, and far away Qin Yu saw Hagrid, who was much taller than the others. Qin Yu hurried over, pushed aside the crowd of onlookers, and came to Hagrid's side. 500 galleons is too much. I don't have that much money now. Can you wait until I raise money and then come back to buy it?" Hagrid said to the thin man opposite him in a pleading tone. Next to the man, squatting was a big dog with 3 heads tied by an iron chain. 3-headed dog. Well, when he saw this three-headed dog, Chinyu immediately understood what was going on. Hagrid must have relapsed into his animal addiction. However, looking at the three-headed dog, Chinyu had to say that even if it were him, he would have the urge to buy it. It's so majestic to lead him out like this. Let's see who dares to mess with me then. However, it is obvious that this business is not easy to negotiate. Sorry, big guy, I can't guarantee that I can wait until you come back. After all, this thing is very popular. The thin man said slowly. What should I do? I really want it, but I don't have that much money right now. Hagrid said with an embarrassed look on his face, while looking at the three-headed dog eagerly. Seeing this scene, Chinyu couldn't help holding his forehead with a headache. He complained crazily in his heart, Hagrid, Hagrid, even if you want it again, don't show it so obviously, okay? Aren't you waiting to be ripped off by this person? When the man saw that Hagrid was silent, he continued, well, let me see if you have anything valuable on you. As long as it's worth 500 galleons, I will sell you this three-headed dog. Hagrid was delighted when he heard this and was about to take out something when his hand was patted by a small hand. Hey? Chin. Hagrid looked at Chinyu with some surprise. Did you just see me now? Chinyu couldn't help but rolled his eyes. Hagrid, please wait a moment. Chinyu whispered to him. Oh, okay. Hagrid nodded subconsciously. He thought this little guy looked quite smart, so asking him to wait for a moment must have profound meaning. Chinyu then turned to the thin man and asked, Boss, what breed is your three-headed dog? Of course it's a Greek purebred three-headed dog. I bought it from a Greek at a huge price. The thin man said proudly, raising his chin. Hagrid, is that so? Chinyu turned to Hagrid. It is true that there is a very obvious Greek three-headed dog ancestry. However, one of the heads has the characteristics of a Nordic dog. It is debatable to say that it is a purebred. Hagrid was very professional when he talked about magical animals. You're talking nonsense. I won't sell you now. Let's go, let's go. Don't block my business, the thin man said angrily. Hagrid was anxious now. Even if it wasn't a purebred Greek three-headed dog, he still wanted it. In desperation, he cast nervous eyes on Chinyu. Chinyu smiled and said calmly, Sir, if you want to say that we are talking nonsense, you are looking down on the gentleman next to me. After saying this, he raised his hand and introduced Hagrid. This gentleman is a teacher from Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry who has a deep knowledge of magical animals. Do you think his words are nonsense? Chinyu was telling the truth. He was the warden of the hunting grounds and the guardian of the Forbidden Forest. Of course, he could barely be considered a teacher at Hogwarts. As for his deep research on magical animals, there was nothing wrong with this sentence. The thin man was stunned for a moment, looking a little embarrassed in the eyes of everyone. However, he immediately frowned and said, You said he is a teacher at Hogwarts, is he? If you want to verify, you can write to Dumbledore, the principal of Hogwarts. Chinyu said, showing a harmless smile. Seeing how confident he looked, the thin man believed what he said. I don't care, I'm going to sell it for 500 galleons today. Who said that if I'm not a purebred Greek three-headed dog, I can't sell it for 500 galleons? The thin man simply acted arrogantly. He was determined that Hagrid wanted to buy this dog, and he made it clear that he would raise the price accordingly. Chinyu held down Hagrid who was about to speak, smiled at the man and said, Sir, you can see that we really want to buy your three-headed dog. Hey! The man snorted coldly, with an arrogant look on his face. But besides us, look around and see who else is willing to buy your big guy. Chinyu said unhurriedly. Yes, the most important condition for raising a three-headed dog is a large space at home. This is also the reason why many people can't buy it even if they want to. As soon as this was said, the onlookers all laughed. They really just came to watch the fun and had no intention of buying. So what? I can always wait for the next person who is willing to buy. The thin man's momentum obviously weakened. Next person? I don't know if it will be until the end of the year of the monkey. I don't know if your money can last until that day. Qin Yu put away his smile and said slowly. Humph, I have a lot of money, the thin man said, trying to stay calm. Oh, really? If you are rich, why do you feed this three-headed dog all potatoes? Look at how thin they are. Qin Yu pointed at the three-headed dog and said. With 3 heads and 3 mouths, the food consumption is astonishing. This man can't even afford meat. If he continues to raise him, he will only become poor. Qin Yu actually wanted to say that even you are so thin that you look like you haven't showered in half a year. You don't look like someone with a lot of money. However, there is no need to be too revealing at this time. The man obviously heard the subtext of Qin Yu's words, and his face suddenly turned red. I don't need you to worry about it. I'll sell it for 500 galleons. The thin man reiterated his price again. However, anyone can see this time that he has lost much confidence, except of course Hagrid, who only has eyes for the three-headed dog now. Okay, there is no need to discuss it. Hagrid, let's go. If there is any further delay, Professor Dumbledore will be angry. Qin Yu greeted Hagrid and left. Hagrid opened his mouth, intending to say something, but when Qin Yu gave him a sharp look, he immediately swallowed what he wanted to say and walked towards the outskirts of the crowd with his head lowered. However, he had just taken 2 steps when he heard the anxious voice of the thin man behind him, "Don't leave." Qin Yu stopped, turned around and said, "Sir, do you have anything else to do? Tell me how much money you plan to pay." The thin man said dejectedly. 50 galleons. Qin Yu stretched out a hand and gestured. Why don't you go and grab it? Are you so good at bargaining? The thin man's eyes widened immediately. You asked me to bid. Besides, my owl is only 18 galleons. It's quite reasonable for me to pay 50 galleons for your dog. Qin Yu said seriously. 400 galleons, if you want to buy it, you can buy it. If you don't, you'll be thrown out, the thin man said bitterly. 150, tripled, I'm already very sincere. Qin Yu said seriously. 380, I'll just earn some shipping money, the thin man said with a pained look on his face. 180, I think the profit must be more than this. Qin Yu said lightly. 350, if you make any more counter-offers, I really won't sell it. 200, if you keep doing this, we won't buy it. The two of them were going back and forth, and the thin man became more and more distressed, while Qin Yu always looked calm and relaxed. In the end, the thin man lost the battle and was willing to sell the three-headed dog for 245 galleons. As for why it was not an integer like 250, it was because according to the little boy, 205 was to their east. Not an auspicious number. This price made Hagrid so happy that he could stuff Qin Yu's head in with his grin. Pay the money, Hagrid. Qin Yu said to this stupid uncle. Ah! Hagrid suddenly looked embarrassed when he heard this. Qin Yu was stunned. You don't even have 245 galleons, do you? Then you can pay me half the sky-high price. The thin man was about to cry without tears. Well, I really don't have that much money. Hagrid said awkwardly. Forget it, good people will do it to the end. Qin Yu reluctantly put his hand into his money bag. Chapter 10 The First Magic Wand. Qin, you are so awesome. You just cut the price in half. Hagrid bought the three-headed dog with satisfaction and admired Qin Yu's ability. Actually, as long as you don't act so eager, you can negotiate the price. Qin Yu said. It's definitely not as low as the price you cut. Didn't you see the boss's expression? He felt so distressed. Do you think he lost a lot of money on this business? Hagrid said at the end, a little guilty. You actually sympathize with that profiteer. Chin Yu was speechless at Uncle Han's naivety. He sighed and continued, I can tell you responsibly that this person definitely has at least 100 galleons in profit. Ah! Hagrid didn't believe it. Evaluate for yourself, what is your psychological price for this three-headed dog? Chin Yu said angrily. Probably between 150 to 200 galleons. However, this kind of creature is not easy to encounter, and I haven't seen it for a long time. Hagrid replied. So, let's give him 245, and he has already made a lot. There is a proverb in the East that says, from the southern capital to the northern capital, the people who buy things are never as smart as the people who sell things. This I'll give it to you, please understand it well. Chin Yu taught Uncle Han how to trade for free. Oh, I understand. Hagrid nodded, showing an expression of realization. Chin Yu Zheng secretly said, you can teach me, but Hagrid almost choked him with his next words. When I go shopping in the future, I will definitely take you with me, so that I can save a lot of money. Hagrid said happily. Looking at Hagrid's honest and wise eyes, Chin Yu suddenly realized that this guy must be the legendary wise man. Chin Yu lent Hagrid 235 gold galleons, and allowed him to repay it in 12 installments. The reason was simple. Hagrid really had no money, so he could only collect it slowly. As a result, Chin Yu became Hagrid's big creditor, which gave him some confidence in front of this big man. However, Hagrid did not have the consciousness of being a debtor. He asked Chin Yu to go to the wand shop alone to choose a wand, while he happily arranged Lu Wei's shipment. Oh, Lu Wei is the name Hagrid just named the three-headed dog. After the two separated, Chin Yu walked towards the wand shop and continued his half-day tour of Diagon Alley. He passed by a store on the way and saw several little boys standing there, staring at the broomsticks in the window with gleaming eyes. Chin Yu secretly thought, this must be the broomstick Harry will use later, the new Nimbus 2000. In the world of broomsticks, there are many levels. The Sideswipe series is roughly similar to a bicycle, the Nimbus 2000 is equivalent to a car, and the Firebolt is a supercar. It is said that the price of a Firebolt is about 1 or 2,000 gold galleons, or even higher. Chin Yu does not have the financial resources to buy it anyway, and he does not have a godfather who comes from a wealthy family like Sirius. Freshmen are not allowed to bring broomsticks, so now he doesn't have to worry about which one to buy. Chin Yu continued to walk forward, looking around at the shops in Diagon Alley, and bought robes, cloaks, crucibles, scales and other things by the way, which were all written on the admission list. Of course, he actually had the urge to buy many things here when he saw them. Even those disgusting-looking bat guts and eel eyes. Unfortunately, he didn't have much money left after lending it to Hagrid. However, he still chose a hairpin with a kitten pattern and planned to give it to Hermione. Little boy, my mother-in-law tells you that this hairpin is very popular now. It not only looks good, but also lights up at night. Little girls like it very much. The old lady from the grocery store said with a smile. After imagining Hermione wearing this hairpin, Chin Yu thought it was quite interesting, especially when it glowed at night. So, he smiled and said, I hope she likes it. Then, Chin Yu paid 10 cents to buy the card and kept it properly. Well, after he walked a long way, he realized that he seemed to have forgotten to make a counter-offer just now. Ollivanders, a 1,000-year-old brand, has finally been found. Although Chin Yu has watched the movie, he still feels that this wand shop with a history of nearly 2,400 years is too shabby. Probably, the magical world pays attention to this old style of the aroma of wine is not afraid of the depth of the alley. Chin Yu thought so in his heart. He pressed his hand on the old door, as if feeling the ancient atmosphere of time, and then pushed the door open with excitement. Oh, hello, young gentleman. Do you want to buy a wand? Ollivander, a thin man with messy hair, greeted Chin Yu. Yes, Mr. Ollivander, I want to choose my first wand. Chin Yu said. The first one? It seems that you are a freshman this year. However, it is already September 1st, so you are a bit late. Ollivander said jokingly. Well, it's mainly because my admission guide picked me up late. Chin-yu said awkwardly. Well, it doesn't matter. Although I'm a little pressed for time, I believe you will be able to find your favorite wand here. The first wand? Ollivander said with a smile. Then, he began to look for a suitable wand based on Chin-yu's size. Rosewood Dragon Heartstring Wand Core, try this. Boss Ollivander took out a wand from a wooden box and handed it to Chin-yu. Chin-yu held it in his hand, thought about the scene in the movie, and raised his hand to wave it. Who knew that before his hand fell, Ollivander hurriedly reached out and snatched the wand from Chin-yu's hand. This one is obviously not suitable. The dragon heartstring will increase your destructive power and danger. I can't stand the trouble here. Ollivander muttered, and removed the core of the rosewood dragon heartstring. Wand put away. Then he went to look for wooden boxes in the grids, and muttered in his mouth, Beechwood, no. The troll's beard is a bit crazy. The tail feathers of the thunderbird, and the same as dragon heartstrings, too dangerous. Oh, Hollywood, phoenix feathers, this one is obviously more inappropriate, silver willow wood, unicorn hair. Wow, this is it. After rummaging around, Ollivander finally happily pulled out a wooden box from the shelf, opened it, and took out a silver grey wand from inside. Try it, kid. Ollivander handed over the wand. Chin-yu took it carefully and waved the wand again, but this time Ollivander did not stop him. As Chin-yu lowered his wand, a soft light suddenly lit up in the room. Silver willow is tough, and unicorn hair is gentle and steady. The combination of the two allows you to better control your power. The wand is like a person's partner. Only by complementing each other can the perfect magic be released. Ollivander expressed deep emotion there. Looking at Ollivander's half-smiling eyes, Chin-yu secretly guessed that this old staff maker, old magician, must have seen something. The power of Obscurus in his body was powerful and easy to get out of control, so Ollivander stopped him from using the dragon heartstring wand. The one made of silver willow and unicorn hair is relatively gentle, and Chin-yu can control the power in his body well when using it. What suits you is the best. For such a careful choice, Chin-yu had to admire Ollivander's professionalism. It can be said that he has a sharp vision and comprehensiveness. Thank you, Mr. Ollivander. Chin-yu said sincerely. Haha, you're welcome. It's my lifelong pursuit to allow everyone who comes to buy a wand to find their own wand. Ollivander said with a smile. Chin-yu held his first magic wand in his 2 lives and felt the aura it conveyed, feeling extremely excited inside. From now on, follow me to explore this magical world. Chin-yu said silently in his heart. As if he felt Chin-yu's heartfelt voice, the wand trembled slightly, and the tip emitted a burst of soft light. After choosing the wand, Chin-yu paid 7 galleons and put it away with satisfaction. Seeing that there were only a few gold galleons and a dozen silver coins left in the wallet, he intuitively felt what it meant to be poor. Alas, although 1,000 gold galleons is quite a lot, it can't be settled in vain. Chin-yu sighed secretly. Goodbye, Mr. Ollivander. Chin-yu politely said goodbye to Ollivander while thinking about how to increase revenue and reduce expenditure. Goodbye, little boy, and welcome to your next visit. Ollivander also said goodbye to him, and then, as if something suddenly occurred to him, he continued, by the way, if there is any problem with your wand, I can help it here. Provide after-sales service of one-time free stick core replacement. Chin-yu was about to walk out, but after hearing Ollivander's words, his eyes lit up and he stopped. Chin-yu asked carefully, Mr. Ollivander, do you accept the materials for the core of the staff? For example, unicorn hair, phoenix feathers, etc. He had just heard Ollivander talk about these things. Ollivander was stunned when he heard this, nodded subconsciously and said, "Take it, these are very useful materials, necessary for me to make a wand." When Chinyu heard this, he smiled happily. Hagrid's large collection of magical animals and Dumbledore's phoenix came to mind. Chapter 11 The Whistle of the Hogwarts Express. After reaching a preliminary supply agreement with Ollivanders, Chinyu and I left this 1,000-year-old wand store in a happy mood. After checking the admission list again to confirm that nothing was missing, he went to the place where Hagrid checked in. "Chin, I'm afraid I can't accompany you on the train," Hagrid said apologetically. "Well, I had a hunch," Chinyu said with a shrug. "Uncle Hagrid's character design is probably 100% trouble-free. You can trust his character, but you absolutely can't count on him not to do something wrong. It's like this. They said that Lu Wei is more dangerous and needs a sign-off person. Therefore, I have to go back to school and wait. In this case, I won't be able to take the train back with you," Hagrid explained to Chinyu. "It's okay, Hagrid, I'm not a child anymore. It's okay to take the train by myself," Chinyu said calmly. Although he looks like an 11-year-old boy, his soul is that of an adult in his 20s. Moreover, when he went to college, he took the train alone, so this time it was not much different. "Then I'll take you to the station first. Then you can take the train with the others," Hagrid said. "Well, okay," Chinyu nodded and said. This time they did not take the Muggle world's transportation, but found a fireplace connected to the Floo network. Hagrid first sprinkled a handful of Floo powder in, then called out the name of the train station. After a puff of green smoke, the big man disappeared into the fireplace. Chinyu followed suit and completed a Floo network transmission amidst the green smoke. In the blink of an eye, they appeared in a fireplace near the train station. "How does it feel to use Floo powder for the first time?" Hagrid asked with a smile. "To be honest, the process is a bit fast. I'm here before I can experience what it feels like," Chinyu replied. "Well, you are quite lucky. The fireplaces in Diagon Alley and here are very clean. The first time I used them, I really ate a lot of ashes." After Hagrid finished speaking, he burst out laughing, thinking about his childhood. "The experience is full of nostalgia. It seems that I will have to wear a mask when using Floo powder in the future." Chinyu thought for a while and said, "It's a good idea, but you have to put it on immediately after calling out the place name, which requires fast hand speed," Hagrid added. It was already 10:40 in the morning, and there were only 20 minutes left before departure. The two of them stopped writing, and Hagrid took Chinyu to buy tickets quickly. After buying the ticket, Chinyu asked Hagrid to leave, while he pushed the luggage cart into the station. With a different mood, Chinyu found the position between platforms 9 and 10. There is the legendary station 9 3/4, a gateway to the magical school of magic, Hogwarts. However, he was so excited that when he looked at the wall, Chinyu really didn't dare to hit it. "There is no way, what if this thing malfunctions and you hit your head and get bleeding? After all, this kind of thing has happened before." Just when Chinyu was hesitating, he heard a middle-aged woman's very impatient voice coming from not far away. "George, Fred, you are really taking your time. If you didn't want Ron and Ginny to see where the train is in advance, I really wouldn't want to send you here." "Who made Bill come back suddenly?" "We have to catch up with him," said a boy's voice. "Yes, Bill finally came home, we have to let him feel our enthusiasm." Another almost identical voice also said. "Oh, your enthusiasm is to ask Bill to bring you more gifts next time," the middle-aged woman mocked. Chinyu listened to their conversation and turned to look. Sure enough, I saw a hot-tempered middle-aged woman and 7 children beside her. "Good guy, the Weasley kids are all here." This middle-aged woman is of course Molly Weasley, and the children around her are the eldest son Bill, the second son Charlie, 7th grade, the third son Percy, 4th grade, and the twin brothers George and Fred, 2nd grade, and little Ron and little Ginny who have not yet entered school. Hey? Chin. We meet again. Bill greeted Chin-yu happily after seeing him. Chin? Are you the little boy Bill said he met at the gate of Gringotts? I am Bill's mother. Nice to meet you. Mrs. Weasley said in a gentle tone. Yes, I am Chin-yu. Nice to meet you too, Mrs. Weasley. Chin-yu responded politely. Chin-yu still has a good impression of this elder. What a beautiful and sensible child. By the way, these are Charlie and Percy. They are both seniors. If you have anything, you can ask them for help. These are my youngest sons, Ron, and daughter Ginny. They are about to reach school age, and you will soon become alumni. Mrs. Weasley introduced enthusiastically. George. Fred. Chin-yu also said hello to them one by one, and Ron and Ginny were full of curiosity when they greeted Chin-yu. Of course, Chin-yu has long admired Ron, one of the 3 people who were deducted points from Gryffindor. However, the train wasn't waiting for anyone, and he didn't have time to talk to the Weasleys anymore. Children, the train will leave in 2 minutes. Come into the station quickly. Have a nice trip, Chin. Charlie, Percy, you have to take good care of Chin. After Mrs. Weasley said this, she faced the twin brothers yelled, George, Fred, put away your messy things. If you dare to disturb the order on the train, you will be finished. The twins made a face together, pushed the luggage trolley one after another, and rushed to platform 9 3/4. Charlie and Percy followed. Chin-yu nodded goodbye to Mrs. Weasley and the others, took a deep breath, and rushed over with the luggage trolley. Then, he came to the train station hidden in the world without any hindrance. At this time, the Hogwarts Express emits a distant whistle, reminding all the students that it is time to return to school. After checking in and getting on the bus, Charlie, as a prefect, had to maintain order, while Percy was dull and unsociable, so Chin-yu fell into the hands of the twin brothers, and the 3 of them sat in a box together. However, Chin-yu certainly has nothing to fear from these 2 little brats. After buying a bunch of candies on the trolley with 1 gold galleon, the 2 brothers were bribed by Chin-yu. Along the way, Chin-yu was bored and chatted with the 2 brothers. The business model in the wizarding world is still too conservative, especially the application of the Floo network, which is mainly used to transport people. This utilization rate is too low. I think the sharing economy should be a major trend, such as sharing the sky broomsticks can directly address the pain point of wizards' travel inconvenience. Traditional newspapers like the Daily Prophet will be eliminated sooner or later. And new media forms will surely replace them. This is a major opportunity, and the cultural industry of wizards really lacks enough innovation. Has no one ever thought of making an epic fantasy movie? George and Fred originally treated Chin-yu as if they were children. However, as Chin-yu came out with words they had never heard of before, their attitudes gradually changed 180 degrees. Change. The 2 of them have dreamed of getting rich since they were young. Although they didn't quite understand the various business models Chin-yu mentioned, this did not prevent them from feeling that they were great opportunities to realize their dreams. And Chin-yu also became taller in their eyes. Seeing the twins excitedly discussing how to set the rental price of broomsticks and how to make better use of the Floo network, Chin-yu showed a faint smile. Well, next, he shouldn't have to worry about helpers. Chapter 12 Branching. These things we planned will definitely not be realized in a while, and what we can do now is to continue to accumulate our own wealth, so that when the opportunity comes, we can take decisive action and seize it. Chin-yu approached as he approached. While driving in the car, I told my twin brothers. Chin, your vision is really far-sighted than ours. George said with emotion. Yet, our dream is still limited to running a grocery store. Fred also sighed. Your ideas are actually good. Many of your wonderful ideas are enough to bring changes to the world." Qin Yu also praised them. When the two brothers heard this, they both laughed happily. Although Qin Yu is 1 year younger than them, the two brothers have been completely convinced by his knowledge after chatting all the way, and their proud and whimsical ideas can be recognized by Qin Yu. It makes them feel a little proud. When it gets dark, the Hogwarts Express slowly stops at Hogsmeade Station. The children from the magic school arrived at their destination. The senior students had to get off the bus first. George and Fred said goodbye to Qin Yu and strongly suggested that Qin Yu choose Gryffindor later before leaving. Of course, the Sorting Hat still has the final say on this matter. George said helplessly. "But, we really hope you can come to Gryffindor, so that we can easily discuss plans to make a fortune together," Fred added. Qin Yu smiled and said he hoped so. When Qin Yu walked off the train with the first-year class of 1990, he happened to see the carriage leaving by the group of senior students. Looking from a distance, he could see a group of thin black flying horses pulling the carriages speeding away. That is the Thestral, a magical creature that can only be seen by those who have seen death. Qin Yu was not surprised at all that he could see them. "Not only have I seen death, I've also died once," he muttered in his heart. "Children, follow me and get on the boat at the pier. Remember, only 4 people can sit on a boat at most. Also, don't make trouble on the boat. There are ferocious monsters in the lake. If you fall in, you may be scared. You guys." Hagrid's voice sounded. This 3-meter-tall giant immediately aroused exclamations from the freshmen. At the same time, they also had an instinctive awe for him. After all, such a big man was 2 or 3 times taller than these children. How could they not be afraid? Of course, except Qin Yu, because they are also old acquaintances. "Qin, we meet again." Hagrid greeted Qin Yu with a smile. Qin Yu also said hello to Hagrid. Although the two had only known each other for less than a day, Qin Yu felt as if he was already very familiar with him. I don't know if it's because of their understanding in the previous life, or because Qin Yu feels friendly to Uncle Han's character, or it may be both reasons. In short, the relationship between the two is as if they have known each other for a long time. Then, Hagrid invited Qin Yu to take a boat with him. Lu Wei arrived successfully. Hagrid whispered after getting on the boat, his eyes narrowed with laughter as he spoke. He really liked that big dog. "That's good," Qin Yu said a little nervously. The reason for his nervousness was simple. Hagrid was too heavy. Even if there were 2 of them on the boat, Qin Yu was still worried that the boat would sink at any time. This greatly affected his mood when he first saw Hogwarts Magic Castle. On the other hand, the children on the other boats were so surprised that they couldn't close their mouths. The towering castle building welcomes the arrival of a new batch of students like a wise man waiting for them quietly. And can they also be remembered by this legendary magic school and become new legends with her? As the boat approached, the freshmen couldn't help but think excitedly in their hearts. The boat stopped at the dock, and Qin Yu quickly jumped ashore. New students also came off the other boats one after another. Under the leadership of Hagrid, everyone walked into the oak door of the castle and walked through 3 flights of stairs to a foyer. After gathering here in the foyer, the unsmiling old lady Professor McGonagall explained to them the next project, the allocation of colleges. Then, when the time was almost up, the door of the Hogwarts auditorium slowly opened, and a magnificent hall as bright as day appeared in front of everyone. One thing to say, even if he already knew what this place looked like, Qin Yu still felt a strong shock when he actually walked into this auditorium. Whether it was thousands of candles suspended in the air or a sea of stars above the dome, they all gave Qin Yu an extremely fantastic and grand visual experience. When the freshmen entered the auditorium, Professor Dumbledore, who was sitting in the middle of the podium, stood up and gave a welcome speech, and also mentioned some school rules, such as not walking around at night, not going to the Forbidden Forest, etc. Qin Yu also met Severus Snape for the first time. Snape seemed to feel Chinyu's gaze and glanced at him a few more times. However, his expression did not change and was always cold. After that, the allocation of colleges began under the auspices of Professor McGonagall. Chinyu knew all these processes, but as a participant, he still felt quite novel. However, there were not many familiar faces among the freshmen in this class. He only knew Chuzhong and Katie Bell. They put on the sorting hat before him and were sorted into Ravenclaw and Gryffindor respectively. When it was Chinyu's turn, he took 2 deep breaths and stepped up the steps. Then, Professor McGonagall placed the hat that had not been washed for who knows how many years on Chinyu's head. Wow, a little boy from the East. Your origin is really puzzling. The powerful power and great opportunities in your body make you very suitable to go to Slytherin, where you can shine. However, your calmness and bravery are very suitable for Gryffindor. This is really a problem. The sorting hat, which would simply say the name of the college on other people's heads, was now nagging on Chinyu's head. Chinyu felt the talking and moving hat on his head, always feeling a little itchy. I want to go to Gryffindor. Unable to bear the irritation, Chinyu made a choice for this hat. The reason why he went to Gryffindor was definitely not because of any plans of brothers George and Fred to get rich. He just wanted to be closer to little Hermione. After all, he promised her that he would help her get familiar with the environment first, so he had to keep his word. Since this hat was useless, he might as well make his own decision and save it from nagging at the top of his head. Okay, your choice is definitely the right one. Gryffindor. The sorting hat shouted out the name of the house Chinyu was assigned to. The Gryffindor table suddenly burst into warm applause, especially George and Fred, who applauded most enthusiastically. Chinyu came to the Gryffindor table amidst the applause, found an empty seat and sat down. After the sumptuous dinner, the prefects of each grade led everyone back to the dormitory. The current prefect of Gryffindor is Charlie Weasley, who is about to graduate, and Chinyu has met him before. Charlie led everyone to the 8th floor and said the password to a portrait of a fat lady at the end of a corridor, Dragon Beard. The portrait opened, and Charlie led everyone into the Gryffindor dormitory area. After staying in the public rest area for a while, Charlie said, "Boys go to the left and girls go to the right. Don't make a mistake." After saying this, the children all dispersed to find their own rooms. Chinyu also walked up the stairs on the left and found the dormitory with his name on it. The first night at Hogwarts is destined to be so exciting that it is difficult to fall asleep. Chinyu lay on the bed, thinking about many things in his past and present lives, and gradually fell asleep after a long time. Chapter 13 Vivid Defense Against the Dark Arts Lesson. The schedule at Hogwarts is actually very similar to that of Chinyu's university in his previous life. He gets up at 7 or 8 in the morning, and then has dinner together in the auditorium. Classes start at 9 o'clock, with 2 classes in the morning and 2 classes in the afternoon. Then you can make your own arrangements. Of course, the content of the class must be much more exciting than in his previous life. Just like Defense Against the Dark Arts. The teacher, Stephen Swinton, is said to have been a magic doctor before. His hobby is to show various violent and bloody dynamic pictures related to dark forces during class, with the goal of impressing the students. Recently, Chinyu and the others were learning how to deal with werewolf bites. Professor Swinton found a large number of photos of wounds from werewolf bites, as well as brutal scenes of wizards being infected and turned into werewolves. As the book says, if infection occurs after being bitten by a werewolf, it will be incurable, because this is a curse from ancient times, so you should clean up promptly and thoroughly after the bite. What? What is a complete cleanup? Jerome, please answer. Professor Swinton said at the end, and called on a student's name to ask questions. I don't know, Professor Swinton. A red-haired Slytherin boy said very simply. Oh, I don't know, then I'll tell you. Professor Swinton said this, poked the stack of magic cards on the podium with his wand, and then waved it in Jerome's direction. Immediately afterwards, a group of dynamic projections appeared in front of Jerome. It was a woman, waving her wand at her bloody palm, and her palm was instantly broken off to the wrist. This picture made many classmates who were far away feel pain for the woman in the picture. It seems you still don't understand. As Professor Swinton finished speaking, another projection was led to Jerome by the wand. It was a strong man with beast bite marks on half of his face, and he directly cut off that half of his face with a wand. Wow! Seeing this scene, a noisy and frightened voice instantly sounded in the classroom. The children had never experienced such stimulation, and they were all frightened. Jerome, who was the first to bear the brunt, froze right there when he looked at the hideous wound. His throat moved slightly, and he swallowed in fear. "Don't you understand yet?" Professor Swinton asked. As he said this, the wand poked at the pile of magic cards again. Woo! Jerome finally couldn't bear it anymore, covered his mouth and rushed out of the door. Soon after, the sound of someone vomiting came from the corridor. "Tisk, Professor, is this really appropriate for you?" Chin-Yu couldn't help but say. "Compared to becoming a werewolf and becoming a beast that no one knows, I think it's worth the little fright you have now," Professor Swinton explained seriously without feeling dissatisfied. "Okay, what you said does make sense." Chin-Yu said this and then asked, "Isn't there any better way to clean the wound? Or is there any medicine that can prevent the attack from happening?" Treatment before. Chin-Yu thought of the rabies vaccine in the Muggle world. Professor Swinton shook his head after hearing this and said, "So far, the most effective cleaning method we can use is to peel off the wound. Of course, some people will also use some wound healing spells and not be infected in the end, but this is only a very small number of individuals. Example. As for the potion you mentioned, as far as I know, there is no magic potion that can completely prevent or cure the werewolf curse." Such answers, combined with those cruel images, made all the students look solemn. The professor paused and then continued, "However, there is a wolfsbane potion that has just appeared recently that can temporarily suppress werewolf transformation, but it requires superb potion talent and ability to configure. Your potion's teacher Snape the professor should be able to do the job. Of course, I hope you will never drink this potion. Therefore, it is more appropriate for Snape to teach this lesson, right?" Chin-Yu secretly complained in his heart. Chin-Yu actually has no impression of this Professor Swinton, and Professor Quirrell, whom he is familiar with, is still traveling somewhere and will not start teaching this course until next year. After an extremely vivid defense against the dark arts class, the students left the classroom with bad expressions and came to the auditorium in twos and threes to have lunch. During today's lunch time, most of the first-year students showed very little appetite. They were not as obsessed with the house elves' cooking skills as before and ate so much. Chin-Yu is of course an exception. In his previous life, he actually liked watching some crime-themed movies and TV series. There were a lot of corpses in the Shwetchi Lahu. He had some immunity and returned to normal after the course. "Jerome, are you okay?" A little boy at the Slytherin table asked Jerome with concern. "Professor Swinton is so abominable, why do you have to target me?" Jerome was still retching a little at this time and had no appetite for the food in front of him, which made him very annoyed. It seems that every teacher has his own unique tricks. I heard that Professor Snape is also very perverted, and students are often scolded and cry. The little boy said what he knew about the situation. "I still prefer the history of magic class. Professor Bin's lectures have a strong sleep aid effect, and he doesn't care about sleeping," Jerome said with emotion. At the Gryffindor table where Chin-Yu was sitting, the freshmen were also discussing the recent courses they had taken. They were a little nervous about Professor Snape's class, and since Snape was the dean of Slytherin House, they, the Gryffindor students, might be treated unfairly. Chin-Yu, of course, smiled and said nothing. He knew that Professor Snape was actually a very gentle person at heart, but because of his personality, he acted cold on the outside. Of course, you can't tell these things to these little brats, and they won't believe you if you tell them. After lunch and a short break, roommates Wilson, Jimmy, and Bach left in a group, followed by Chin-Yu and the somewhat introverted Elvis. In fact, he doesn't have much objection to getting along with these children, but there is a somewhat different interest caused by the age difference. Therefore, he and Elvis got relatively close because the kid was quieter and less noisy. Thinking of the fuss, Chin-Yu couldn't help but picture Hermione chattering and talking beside him, and then, he couldn't help but smile. "Chin, are you thinking about something happy?" Elvis asked timidly. He is trying to get along with his classmates, but he is still a little unskilled. Chin-Yu secretly thought in his heart. "Yes, I thought of a friend. I promised to write her a letter before school started. I have to write it quickly today, otherwise she will be angry and cannot be coaxed." Chin-Yu said with a smile. "It's great that you still have friends to whom you can write letters," Elvis said enviously. "You can also write to me in the future. Of course, this will have to wait until we leave school, such as winter and summer vacations, or after we graduate." Chin-Yu patted his shoulder and said, "Really? I will definitely write to you," Elvis said happily. "I will also reply to you," Chin-Yu said with a smile, and then urged, "Elvis, we have to run faster, otherwise we may be late for potions class." After listening to Chin-Yu's words, Elvis trotted with him to catch up with Wilson, Jimmy, and Burke. After Chin-Yu and the two surpassed them, Jimmy shouted and started running as hard as he could, with the intention of competing to see who was faster. Naturally, Wilson and Bach were not to be left behind, and they also tried their best to keep up. For a moment, the laughter of boys chasing each other sounded in the corridor. Children's happiness is so simple. Chin-Yu couldn't help but sigh. Then, he walked into the underground classroom and saw the living and cold Professor Snape already here. Chapter 14 Gryffindor, 1 point deducted. If you think that the potions classroom is a place where you can play and fight, then you are one step closer to death, Snape said slowly in his signature feminine tone. Wilson and Jimmy, who were out of breath after running all the way, fell silent for a moment, frightened by Snape's cold words. Chin-Yu did not feel scared, but said sincerely, "Professor Snape, thank you for your reminder, we will definitely be careful in the future." Then, he said to the children, "There are many dangerous utensils and decoctions in potions class. The professor said this to keep us away from danger." As soon as he explained, the children instantly understood Snape's kindness, and they all looked at him gratefully and said the same words of thanks as Chin-Yu. This made Snape slightly stunned. He is indeed venomous and has an awkward personality, which makes many of his kind words sound like curses. However, he never expects others to respond to his kindness, and he is used to it. Now, Snape felt a little uncomfortable being thanked by several children. If Chin-Yu could have the mind-reading ability of legilimency, he would definitely curse, "Old SI, are you a bit of a BCH? Now that you know the danger, I don't want you to end up missing an arm or a leg in potions class." Snape continued to use his venomous tongue. The school bell rang, and several children quickly found their seats and sat down. Many people think that potions are not magic because they did not use the magic wand in your hand. I want to tell you that this view is completely wrong. Some people think that the preparation of potions relies on heating in a crucible. That is also a stupid rigid thinking. Different raw materials require different preparation processes, some need to be pressed, some need to be soaked, some need to be calcined, and some require you to use your imagination to find the most suitable one. The method. Snape slowly explained the knowledge of potions class. After hearing this, Chin-Yu felt that the magic potion was indeed very particular. Yes, he was among those who thought that potions were heated in crucibles. Listening to Snape's in-depth and simple lectures, Chin-Yu gradually got a taste of it, which gave him a new understanding of the magical world. "Chin, tell me, what is the medicinal part of milk thistle?" Professor Snape asked Chinyu's name. Damn it, why me? I paid attention to the lecture. Chinyu complained crazily in his heart. The main thing is that he really doesn't know what this thing is, and after buying the textbook, he took the train to school immediately. He didn't have time to look carefully, so he didn't notice this milk thistle. Even if you ask about fecal stones, I know that they are detoxifying. Leaf. Chinyu said bravely. It is true that most plants use leaves, roots, and stems as medicine, but you chose an answer with a high probability. After Professor Snape said this slightly sarcastic sentence, he spat out another word, wrong. Then, Snape looked around the class and asked, "Does anyone know?" The whole class lowered their heads and did not dare to look directly. Chinyu secretly thought, as expected, there seems to be no Hermione-like academic leader in the class. It's a fruit. Snape said this slowly. Then, he raised his voice and said, "You haven't written it down yet." Everyone quickly picked up their pens and started writing. Potions are all about precision. 1 drop more and 1 drop less will have 2 effects, but you, Mr. Chin, Mr. Chin, use your cleverness to make random guesses. This is a perfunctory response to the potions class. So. Professor Snape said this, looked at Chinyu, and then said, "Gryffindor, deduct 1 point. To remind you what attitude you should take towards this course." Chinyu. All in all, why did I become the first to be deducted points? He didn't care about the score, after all, he was no longer a child, but he was a little unhappy about being used as a killing chicken to scare the monkey by old Si. When he deducted points, all the Gryffindor students showed expressions of mourning, while many people in Slytherin showed expressions of gloating. Slytherin has won the Academy Cup for 5 consecutive years, and Gryffindor is their biggest opponent. At this time, Gryffindor was deducted points, and of course they felt happy. Chin, don't be too sad, let's work hard to earn back the points. Elvis comforted Chinyu as he walked after class. I don't blame you for this. Milk thistle is a very inconspicuous herb. If it were me, I wouldn't be able to answer it. Wilson also said. Yes, Professor Snape is making things difficult today. Jimmy whispered angrily. Seeing the seriousness of these children, Chinyu couldn't say that he actually didn't care, but nodded and said, "Thank you, I will work hard to earn this point back in the future, and I will get more points." As expected, these words made everyone full of fighting spirit, and everyone became impassioned. "Come on, let's go eat quickly, I'm already hungry," Chinyu said. Several children followed him towards the auditorium. Principal's office. Dumbledore sat on the chair behind his desk, and several teachers also sat down. "What do you think of his recent performance?" Dumbledore asked everyone. "Emotionally speaking, he is not an easily excited child. When I showed so many bloody images in class, he only showed a somewhat disgusted expression after seeing them. He did not react too abnormally, even better than most. The child needs to be calmer. Of course, it may be that I didn't stimulate him enough. After all, I'm still afraid that he will suddenly lose control." The first person to speak was Professor Swinton. Dumbledore heard this, nodded, and then looked at Severus Snape. "I tried ridicule, sarcasm, and even deducted a point from Gryffindor, but he is still very calm," Snape said briefly. After he said this, there was no reaction from others. Professor McGonagall on the side could not help but speak. "Professor Snape, I hope your deduction of points this time is not for a random reason." "Of course not, my reasons are very good," Snape said calmly. Dumbledore interrupted at the right time. "Professor McGonagall, where are you? According to my observation, this child is very normal. He even cares about the classmates around him, such as Elvis. He can make this introverted child gradually become cheerful, which shows that he has a very delicate heart." My Professor GE expressed his opinion. Yes, he is indeed very attentive and insightful. He helped me a lot in class. Herbal medicine teacher Professor Sprouts said. I think he thinks too much about flying lessons. He keeps asking me why I have to ride a broomstick, why can't I fly with a sword? His weird questions really give me a headache. By the Harry Mrs. Hooch said distressedly. Wow, flying on a sword? This idea is indeed very strange and very oriental. Professor Swinton couldn't help but sigh. It seems that he is mentally healthy and not withdrawn or depressed. Dumbledore said in conclusion. That's true. That's right. Yet. Everyone answered one after another. Well, this is good news. The next thing we have to do is let him live a normal life and teach him how to release magic. Dumbledore looked at everyone and said. I thought that a special student would come next year, but I didn't expect that one would come earlier this year. Professor Swinton said meaningfully. Don't worry, Stephen, I believe he will soon learn to control his power, so that you can go to the Himalayas to search for the remains of ancient wizards with peace of mind. Dumbledore said with a smile. Well, I hope so. Okay, everyone go back. Dumbledore said. The short small meeting ended and everyone left. Chapter 15. Thank God, Jean's letter finally arrived. Hermione, how was your day? Mr. Granger asked his daughter during dinner. That's it. Hermione picked up a piece of carrot without interest and put it in her mouth, chewing listlessly. Seeing her like this, Mrs. Granger couldn't help but glare at her husband, blaming him for not opening the pot. Mr. Granger sighed softly and thought to himself, there is nothing I can do. In this way, the dinner at the Granger family fell into a dull atmosphere for a while. Of course the Grangers knew the reason. Ever since the little Oriental boy at home went to a magic school somewhere, their little daughter began to lose her smile and stare at the mailbox at home all day long. Waiting for the letter sent to myself. Hermione, Jean has just started school. She must be busy with a lot of things, and it will take time to send letters. You will receive them in a few days. Mrs. Granger couldn't help but comfort her daughter. Who's waiting for his letter? I'm not. Hermione angrily poked the broccoli on the plate as if poking someone. No, no. We won't wait for his letter, let's forget about him. Mrs. Granger said with a smile. Well, I've forgotten about him. I didn't miss him at all. Hey, this guy doesn't keep his words. Hermione said harshly. Just when the Grangers were laughing at their daughter's duplicity, there was a sudden knock on their door. Judging from the sound, it was probably not a human being knocking on the door. I'll go take a look. After Hermione heard the knocking sound, she stood up and opened the door. When she opened the door, a big white bird flew in from the outside. It's an owl. It's an owl. Hermione said happily after seeing the big bird. Jean once said when he left that he would let an owl deliver a message to her, so when she saw a beautiful white owl flying in, Hermione immediately thought of Jean. Sure enough, after the owl circled above her head, it accurately dropped a letter into her hand. Dad, Mom, it was Jean who wrote me a letter. Hermione said excitedly after seeing the words on the envelope clearly. The Grangers looked at each other and thought to themselves at the same time. They didn't know who said they were not waiting for someone's letter a minute ago. Of course they would not say this out loud. After all, their daughter had been angry for several days and was finally happy. They did not want to offend her again. Hermione, let's eat first, and then read what Jean writes after eating. Mrs. Granger said to her daughter. Hermione put the letter aside solemnly, and then began to quickly eat the pile of food on the plate, even the vegetables she didn't usually like to eat with relish. After finishing the meal, the little girl hurriedly wiped her mouth, waved to her parents, picked up the envelope and went to her room. However, not long after, she trotted out of the room again. What's wrong? Mr. Granger asked curiously. Jean asked me to give Trig something to eat, either toast or ham. After saying this, Hermione found a plate, put some food on it, and hurried back to the room with the plate in hand. Looking at the closed bedroom, Mrs. Granger couldn't help but sigh, "Thank God, Jean's letter finally came. Yes, yes, if I don't come here again, I won't dare to speak loudly at home," Mr. Granger said slightly exaggeratedly. This elicited a burst of laughter from Mrs. Granger. "By the way, who is Trig?" Mrs. Granger asked in confusion. "I think it should be the White Owl," Mr. Granger guessed. "Trig, eat quickly." Hermione placed the food on the plate on the windowsill. The White Owl really ate happily. In fact, Hermione hadn't opened the letter yet, but saw Chinu's reminder somewhere in the envelope, which read, "Hermione, my owl is called Trig. He is very docile. If you give him some toast, or ham, he will be closer to you." It was when Hermione saw this sentence that she went to get the food. Seeing Trig eating happily, Hermione was naturally very happy too. Then, she finally sat down and nervously opened the seal and opened the envelope. Then, she took out 2 folded pages of letter paper and a hairpin with a cat pattern from the envelope. "That's not bad. You even know how to give me a gift." Classmate Hermione snorted arrogantly, but her heart felt like she had eaten honey. She happily put the hairpin on her head, carefully unfolded the 2 pages of letter paper and read them carefully. The letter was not long and contained not much, but Hermione read it with great interest. After reading it many times, Trig the owl jumped on her desk and interrupted her reading. Looking at the owl's round eyes, Hermione immediately understood what it meant. "Sorry Trig, I'll write a reply now, please wait for me," Hermione said apologetically to the owl. "Goo goo," Trig called out twice, forgiving her, and then flew to the windowsill again, squatting there and waiting quietly. Hermione smiled at the obedient owl, then quickly pulled out a blank piece of paper, found a pen, and prepared to write a reply to Chinu. Just after writing the 2 words "Dear Chin," she suddenly remembered what Chinu mentioned in the letter, so she reached out and touched the hairpin on her head, and tapped the cat's eyes twice with her fingers. Immediately, a soft white light shone from the top of her head. What a magical and practical magic item! A smile appeared on Hermione's lips unconsciously, and then, using the light of the hairpin, she wrote what she wanted to say on the stationery, many, many words. "Dear baby, it's already very late, it's time to go to bed." Mrs. Granger knocked on the door and said to her daughter. Hermione looked at the pages of written letter and said quickly, "Okay, Mom. I'm going to bed now." After saying this, she quickly checked what she had written again. After she felt that there was no problem, she folded the letter paper and stuffed it into an envelope. Then, she put in some flowers, plants, and leaves she had collected over the past few days. "Trig, thank you for your hard work." Hermione handed the envelope to the owl. After the owl Trig barked twice, he held the envelope in his mouth. After nodding goodbye to Hermione, he flapped his wings twice and flew away from the open window. Watching the direction in which the owl left, Hermione was stunned for a while, as if she was envious of the bird that could cross mountains and rivers and go wherever she wanted. "Haven't you turned off the lights yet, dear?" Mrs. Granger's voice sounded again. "Close it now, Mum," Hermione said as she turned off the light in the room. Then she climbed into her little bed. However, she quickly turned over and picked up the letter she had just received. With her other hand, she touched the hairpin on her head. She tapped it twice with her fingers, and a soft white light lit up in the room. After adjusting the light to a very low brightness, Hermione read the letter again. As the words were narrated, she seemed to be experiencing the life of the magic school with the boy. Chapter 16 Letter to Hermione, Epistolary Chapter. Dear Hermione, I haven't seen them for a long time, and I miss them very much. I also miss Uncle David and Aunt Jenny very much. Before I left, I promised to write you a letter, and I did buy an owl that could deliver letters. His name is Trig, and you should have seen it. However, after school started, life was really a bit busy, and I just came to school, so I didn't have much valuable things to say to you, so I put off writing this letter until today. I hope you won't be angry. Seeing this, Hermione thought to herself again, I am indeed very angry, but for the sake of your sincere apology, I forgive you. Speaking of this great magic school, in addition to giving people a very spectacular feeling, it also gives me a headache because it is so big. There are 200 to 300 stairs alone, and some stairs are often changed. The location may be upward today, but it may be downward tomorrow, or it may be impossible to walk at all. This makes me often get lost, and because of this, Elvis and I almost missed breakfast several times. By the way, Elvis is my roommate, and I have 3 other roommates named Wilson, Jimmy, and Burke. As for their surnames, I heard that they all have a long history and are related to the Holy 28 families. However, in this era, talking about blood is obviously a very outdated idea. We just use it as a fun conversation piece. Just like when I told them that Qin was the first great unified dynasty in Daxia, I only used my last name. To make an interesting connection, it does not mean that I am actually a descendant of that dynasty. The 4 of them are all good people, friendly, and lively. When you come here to go to school next year, I will definitely introduce you to them. I believe you will also be willing to make friends with them. Hermione, I don't know how you would introduce me. Are you also a roommate? Haha. I forgot to mention that I am now in Gryffindor House, one of the 4 houses of Hogwarts School. The logo of the house is a lion, which represents calmness and courage. I have a hunch that if you come, you should also I will be assigned here. In this case, I will be your direct senior. The other 3 houses of the school are Slytherin, Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff. Due to the certain competitive relationship between the various houses, people from Slytherin will provoke us from time to time. Of course, they don't dare to do anything extraordinary. They just say some stupid things or make some stupid expressions. From this point of view, students in magic schools are actually not much different from the Muggle world. Regarding the dormitory area of the college, since I am a boy, I can't describe to you what the girls' dormitory is like, but I heard that it is much better than the boys' dormitory. At least it is equipped with a large wardrobe and dressing table. Of course, the boys' dormitory is the demand for these 2 things is not very big, and Jimmy and the others said they were not envious at all. I can only tell you that the Gryffindor common rest area is quite nice, with a warm decoration and a big fireplace. We can chat and drink tea here when you come. Seeing this, Hermione paused for a moment, imagining the scene of sitting next to the fireplace talking to someone, and couldn't help but raise the corners of her mouth slightly. At Hogwarts, the most important thing for us is of course to take various magic classes. You should know the names of these classes, mainly herbology, potions, transfiguration, charms, flying, history of magic and dark arts. As for the magical defense class, since there are many courses, I want to experience each class before introducing it to you. This is one of the reasons why I have delayed writing to you for so long. Hermione, there is absolutely no need to wait, you can write one more letter. The herbal medicine class is very interesting. The teacher is Professor Sprout. She is also the Dean of Hufflepuff. She is a very nice person. The most important thing is that she has a lot of magic plants, and some of them are very valuable. I plan to have a good time with her. Communicate and see if you can get some good stuff from her to sell in Diagon Alley. Of course, I haven't told her my thoughts yet. Only now do I realize what it means to stump a hero with 1 galleon. In the magical world, you have to be rich, otherwise I can't even afford a fancy broomstick. The most important thing is that I can't afford it. I want to buy you one, and pray that I can save enough money while you are in school. P.S. The currency of the Muggle world is difficult to use in the magical world, and only a very small amount of exchange is allowed. The flying lesson was what I was most looking forward to. The teacher was Mrs. Hooch. She looked very cool. However, when I asked if I could change the broom into a sword, she looked at me like I was a fool, which made me feel that her thinking is actually quite rigid and lacks sufficient innovative spirit. I actually don't object to flying on a broomstick. I just thought it would be better to have more choices. The history of magic class is lackluster. The teacher is the ghost Professor Binns. Many people are drowsy after listening to this class. I guess you are the only one who can persevere. The teacher of the Transfiguration class is Professor McGonagall, the dean of our college. We are currently taking a junior Transfiguration class. The goal is to turn a small animal into a small object. This is quite difficult. It was the first time I turned a snail into rubber. However, that the eraser was very hard and there was no way to erase the pencil's writing. The teacher of the Charms class is Professor Flitwick. He told us that as long as we recite the spell accurately and wave the wand, we can successfully cast the spell. This sounds like we can learn it as long as we have a mouth and hands. However, in fact, the situation is frequently, there were several magic explosions in the classroom. It is really difficult to pronounce those awkward curses accurately. I suspect that spells are some kind of language to communicate with the gods. When you pronounce them with your heart, you are actually talking to the gods, or communicating with some kind of power. However, Professor Flitwick told me not to speculate blindly. He said that it would not be too late for me to think about such profound issues until I learn more deeply. Now comes the highlight: Defense against the Dark Arts. The teacher of this course is Professor Stephen Swinton. He really likes to scare people. He often shows the students some bloody pictures caused by black magic or dark creatures, and even puts them in front of you. We already have some students in this class. I was so scared that I vomited. Many people would not be able to eat after taking this course, but I was a little better and my appetite was not affected. However, I don't think you will let him teach, because I heard that he is a restless person who likes to travel around. When this school year is over, he will resign and go to the Himalayas to search for the remains of ancient wizards. This is a very good hobby. If I have money, I would also like to travel around the world to look for some magical creatures or visit ancient ruins. If you are willing, I can take you with me. Hermione, traveling around the world sounds like a very good idea. Considering your sincere invitation, I can consider it. Potions is the class I want to tell you the most. The teacher of this class is Professor Severus Snape. He is a person who you will think is difficult to get along with just by looking at him. However, he is actually quite kind at heart. Of course, I'm not saying that taking his class is easy. Potions class requires two kinds of knowledge: one is to know the raw materials of these potions, and the other is to have a full understanding of potion formulas and preparation methods, and Professor Snape often asks questions about certain medicines without warning. I was called once, and then 1 point was deducted for giving a random answer. This made me a little embarrassed, but I couldn't refute it. I believe that if it were you, you would definitely master that knowledge quickly. However, I would like to remind you that you must not raise your hands to answer questions so enthusiastically in his class, because he is a very awkward person. If you are too positive, he will not let you answer questions, and will even say some sarcastic words. Of course, I believe the purpose of his words is to prevent you from becoming arrogant and complacent because you know too much, but what he said is really unpleasant. I hope you don't pay too much attention to it. Overall, these courses are actually quite interesting, and I believe you will adapt to them quickly. Having said so much, I can barely keep writing for 2 pages, so let's stop here first. That's about it for campus life. If there is anything interesting in the future, I will write to you again. By the way, when I was in Diagon Alley, I saw a very nice hairpin, the one in the envelope. At that time, I thought it would be very beautiful when you put it on, so I bought it. I hope you like it. As a reminder, there is another interesting thing about this hairpin, that is, if you tap the eye position of the pattern twice with your finger, it will emit bright light, and you can rotate it to adjust the brightness. Finally, I wish the lovely Hermione happiness every day, and I wish Uncle David and Aunt Jenny all the best. Love you. Jean. Chapter 17 Fresh and Solid Lilies. During breakfast, owls flew into the hall of the auditorium, delivering packages and letters to each recipient. Jimmy received a bag of candies that his mother had given him to make friends with, and he shared them with people he knew at the dinner table. Chinyu received a pink envelope with a flower pattern. As soon as he took the envelope in his hand, his roommate and several close classmates all cast curious glances. It must have been written by a girl. Wilson raised his eyebrows and said meaningfully, "Wow, what kind of girl is she?" Jimmy's eyes lit up and he also said, "I don't know where these little brats come from with such a strong desire to gossip." Chinyu muttered secretly, "She is indeed a girl. She is very cute and has a pair of beautiful eyes. As for what she looks like specifically, you will see it when she comes to Hogwarts next year." Chinyu briefly told these curious babies. "She also comes here to go to school. What's your relationship with her? How did you meet?" Several people became more curious now, asking all kinds of questions. Chinyu ignored them all, hurriedly stuffed a few mouthfuls of ham bread into his mouth, drank a glass of juice, picked up the letter, patted his butt and left. A few people were left sitting at the dining table talking among themselves. After leaving the auditorium, Chinyu finally came to a quiet flower bed and found a bench to sit down. When the envelope was opened, Chinyu immediately smelled a nice floral fragrance. Just when he was wondering if it was some girly deodorant from Hermione, he saw those flowers and leaves. This made Chinyu couldn't help but feel funny at his far-fetched imagination. Mainly, after being away from Granger's house for so long, he missed the faint smell of shampoo and shower gel when Hermione was near him. Putting away these thoughts, Chinyu took out the pages of letter paper inside, unfolded them, and read them carefully. The content of the letter written by Hermione is similar in structure to Chinyu's letter. At the beginning, Hermione first expressed the meaning of "I don't miss you very much, I just think about you occasionally" in very careful words. Then, he talked about what has happened since the beginning of school. "I have already learned a lot of things in advance, so the content of the class is a bit boring, and the teacher's questions are also very simple, not too difficult. I am the only one who got full marks in the class exam." Mainly these are the remarks made by academics. Also speaking of, several female classmates were very unfriendly to her, but because someone was hung from a tree last time, they didn't dare to do anything excessive. Then, Hermione expressed her longing for the courses described by Chinyu. "I really want September next year to come soon, so that I can go to those magic classes like you," she wrote in the letter. As for life, she wrote about her parents taking her out to play, and said, "Mom and Dad miss you very much. No matter where they go to play, they will always subconsciously say that it would be great if Chin was here." Next, I will write some trivial things, such as there are bugs in the room where Chinyu lives. Yesterday, Mrs. Granger made Chinyu's favorite beef brisket with potatoes. She wanted to raise a kitten but her parents did not agree. It seems that he has grown 2 centimeters taller and will soon catch up with Chinyu, and so on. At the end of the letter, Hermione wrote, "When I go out to play with my parents, or pass by certain places, I will pick some flowers or a leaf, and then stuff them all into the envelope." In this case, you are also equivalent to "I've been to these places together." At the end, classmate Hermione told Chinyu in extremely serious words that he must not write to her after too long because she has fallen in love with Trig. "Yes, Trig and I have become good friends, so you have to fly him over often. I will prepare more food for him in advance," Hermione emphasized. Looking at the last signature of "Love you, Hermione," Chin-yu couldn't help but put the pages of letter paper to his nose and smell it. He wanted to find a hint of familiar flavor in the fragrance of flowers, plants, and leaves. However, the ink fragrance of the letter paper was too strong, carrying the short and long feelings of the paper flying across the mountains and seas. The familiar smell he was looking for was hidden in it, leisurely and ethereal, and difficult to distinguish. In the past, carriages and horses were slow and letters were far away. Looking at those thin pages of letter paper, Chin-yu suddenly thought of this sentence. Then, he carefully put away the letter and the flowers, plants, and leaves, and walked towards the classroom. Today's content is very simple, so most of you have successfully prepared this chilblain decoction. However, you must remember that this is not because you have any magic potion talent, but because you do not have it. It's just too bad. Professor Snape slowly said venomous words after the course ended. Chin-yu was already very accustomed to Old C's style of speaking. He took the lead and said, "Thank you, Professor Snape, for your compliment." Then, quite a few students started to boo. Snape couldn't help but rolled his eyes and looked at Chin-yu, feeling that this child was indeed quite noisy. "Professor, there are still 10 minutes until get out of class ends. Why don't you teach us something extracurricular?" Chin-yu said excitedly, without any sense of being disliked. "Oh? What do you want to learn?" Professor Snape said calmly. "Is there any spell that can fix the leaves and make them into cards or bookmarks?" Chin-yu described his request. Professor Snape fell into a daze upon hearing this. "Well, that's not surprising, that's what he looks like when he doesn't talk. No? Or do you not understand the magic spell in this area?" Chin-yu said disappointedly. Professor Snape said nothing, but waved his wand in the air along a certain trajectory while chanting, "Cure shoes tatos." With a flash of white light, a leaf on Chin-yu's table that was originally used to prepare the decoction instantly turned into a green bookmark, and the bookmark happened to be inlaid with that leaf. "What a beautiful bookmark! I want it so much." "Professor Snape, your spell is so powerful. Professor, can you teach us? I really want to learn it." Looking at the leaf bookmark in Chin-yu's hand, the students' voices of envy and desire suddenly rang out in the classroom. "This is much more interesting than mixing potions, especially girls, who have no resistance to these gadgets." "Quiet," Snape said, raising his voice. The noisy sound in the classroom suddenly stopped. Snape said calmly, "These are all small tricks. Since I have time today, I will teach you. However, I will only teach you once. If you can't learn it, you can choose to give up. It means you are not suitable to learn this spell." Then, he stopped talking nonsense and began to teach the students the spell called Live as Solid. Si taught exactly what he said, and he taught once and for all. After explaining the trajectory of the magic spell and the pronunciation of the spell, he left it alone and let the students practice freely. As for Chin-yu, when he used the Living as Solid curse for the first time, he directly blasted a hole in the table. Snape happened to be passing by and threw a repairing charm to help him fill the hole. After several experiments, Chin-yu finally found the feeling and controlled the strength. Chrysastathias. The magic wand waved down, white light flashed, and a leaf bookmark was completed. Chin-yu raised the bookmark with a sense of accomplishment and subconsciously looked for Professor Snape, thinking that he could praise himself. After all, he was the first to learn it. Then, he saw that Snape had a bookmark in his hand. And he was looking at the bookmark in a daze. Following Snape's gaze, Chin-yu saw a blooming lily inlaid on the bookmark. "Lily is lily, lily." Seeing this scene, Chin-yu couldn't help but sigh softly, thinking to himself that this old boy was thinking about someone else's wife again. Ahem, no, it's a confidant. Thinking of this, Chin-yu decided not to disturb Snape anymore and let him think about his own thoughts. Today is Friday and there are no classes in the afternoon. Chin-yu went to the Gryffindor common room after lunch. Then, he took out the flowers, plants, and leaves sent by Hermione and used the living as solid curse one by one. After the bookmarks were completed one by one and inserted into different textbooks, Chin-Yu nodded with satisfaction. Then, just as he returned to his dormitory, an owl flew in from the window and threw him a letter. The letter was written by Hagrid. The content was to invite Chin-Yu to his place for tea at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. After reading the letter, Chin-Yu thought to himself, "What did Uncle ask me to do? Do I have to pay back the money so soon?" Chapter 18 Full Agency. Uncle Hagrid, how much did you sell a bag of unicorn hair for? Chin-Yu suppressed his emotions that were about to lose control and squeezed out these words through his teeth. He only felt that the fire in his heart was rising up, straight to his forehead. Chin-Yu was right. Hagrid asked him to come over for tea with the purpose of repaying the money, not to continue borrowing money. However, the money from Hagrid made Chin-Yu very thin. "A bag of 2 galleons, what's wrong?" Hagrid said in confusion. He instinctively felt that the little boy in front of him might be a little unhappy. However, he paid back the money today. Although he only paid back part of the money, the child should also be happy, right? So, Hagrid is confused. "What's wrong? You still ask what's wrong?" Chin-Yu felt that he was already a little angry. He took a sip of the tea on the table, moistened his dry throat, and said in as calm a tone as possible, "Did you know that a small bag of unicorn hair in Diagon Alley costs 10 galleons? It seems, that's what happened." Hagrid scratched his head and said, "Then you sold 2 galleons to profiteers in Hogsmeade?" Chin-Yu growled weakly. "Mainly because I thought it was convenient to sell it to them, and they also took some other things, otherwise I wouldn't be able to get the 50 galleons to pay you back." Hagrid said his reasons. "I'm not in a hurry to ask you to pay back the money. Rather than you paying back the money later, I don't want to see you selling off what you have worked so hard to save." Chin-Yu said sadly. As a typical Taurus, he does value money, but he values more that he or his friends will not suffer such a big loss in money. Suffering a loss is what a Taurus hates the most. "Well, I used to sell it to him like this, and it's actually not bad," Hagrid said softly. "It's okay?" Chin-Yu asked with wide eyes and a frown. "No. This is not good." Hagrid quickly changed his words. For some reason, Hagrid felt that it was better to follow the child's words at this time, otherwise he might really explode on the spot. Seeing Hagrid like this, Chin-Yu also knew that his reaction was a little too big, so he said apologetically, "Sorry, Hagrid, I was a little excited just now, but I am really worried for you. How could you sell such a precious thing casually?" "Ah. Well, they are actually just some animal hair, not very precious, very precious. They are all precious. However, you also know that I am not good at doing business with people." Hagrid sighed helplessly at the end. Tone. Hagrid is right about this. Although he usually collects fur, eggshells, sheds and other things from magical animals, he doesn't do it as a business. He just saves a lot and takes it to Hogsmeade. Go to the village to sell it, and then exchange some money for a cup of butterbeer at the Pig's Head Bar, or go to the Honeyduke's candy shop to buy some chocolates, milk fudge and other things. This of course has a lot to do with his personality, because he has not been very good at dealing with people since he was a child. This is one of the reasons why he likes animals. I was just about to tell you about this. I want to be the sole agent for the ancillary products of the magical creatures you feed. What do you think?" Chin-Yu looked at Hagrid with a frank and eager look. "Authority." Hagrid repeated the phrase with some confusion. "Yes, I will be responsible for selling your things. We will share the money we make in proportion. I guarantee you will make more than selling them as junk." Chin-Yu explained to Hagrid in simple language. Facing such an 11-year-old child, Hagrid didn't know if it was an illusion, but Hagrid actually felt that the tone of the other person's words and actions seemed to be more mature and serious than his own. Sounds good. Hagrid immediately showed great interest in the idea. The main thing is that no one has told him about this before. Those wizard children from wealthy families naturally disdain making money, while those without money are immersed in learning magic. The most important thing is, which student has a mature business acumen like Qin Yu? He is not good at doing business, and there is no one to help him, which means that Hagrid, a magical animal breeder with unlimited potential, is still a pauper. It can be said that you are sitting on a golden mountain but eating chaffy vegetables. Then, Qin Yu's appearance at this time just filled such a vacancy. Moreover, Hagrid thought of Qin Yu's help in bargaining for him before, and felt that he was very smart and reliable. After briefly asking how she should cooperate, after receiving Qin Yu's answer of just collect things as before, Hagrid readily agreed to Qin Yu's suggestion and simply let him do what he wanted. Fully authorized agent. Qin Yu didn't expect that the cooperation intention could be negotiated so easily, and he was somewhat surprised. However, he then thought about it. Uncle Han treated people with sincerity and must have believed that he had made the decision so quickly. This made Qin Yu feel a great sense of responsibility. Hagrid, don't worry, I will definitely make us rich. Qin Yu solemnly promised. Haha, I don't dare to think about getting rich. As long as it allows me to have money to buy the magical animals I want to buy, it will be fine. Hagrid said with a naive smile. Now that the cooperation intention has been reached, Qin Yu converted the remaining debt of 185 galleons into early purchasing fees and agency fees. This made Hagrid a little overjoyed. After all, he was debt-free. After discussing some details such as the settlement cycle, Qin Yu suggested that Hagrid find some helpers. This would make it easier to classify and properly store the collected items. Hagrid thought it made sense and readily agreed. So, Qin Yu used a cloud-piercing arrow, an owl, to summon brothers George and Fred. Why these two troublemakers? Last year, I had a headache to prevent them from causing trouble in the Forbidden Forest. Hagrid said with disgust after seeing the Weasley twins rushing over. Luan Lulu. Who told you not to let us go to play? Yes, the school only has such a small area, why don't you let us go to the Forbidden Forest? The two brothers said lazily. Qin Yu quickly stopped the two parties before the conflict intensified, and explained the purpose of calling them to the Weasley brothers. You just let us do this. Didn't your letter say that you have important business matters to discuss? George and Fred said with some disappointment. The owl had just sent them a letter. They thought Qin Yu had some important business plan to announce, so they ran over. Only when they arrived did they realize that they were asked to take care of animals, collect animal hair, etc. menial work. Of course, Qin Yu couldn't fool the twin brothers with just a few words. So, Qin Yu asked seriously, what do you think is the most important thing in business? What a great idea! Just like your shared broomstick. George was thinking about the novel business model Qin Yu mentioned. Strong funds. Without financial support, no matter how good the idea is, it will be difficult to realize it. Fred did not agree with his brother this time. Qin Yu listened, nodded, and said, the two things you mentioned are indeed very important. Then, amid the confused expressions of the two brothers, he continued, however, I think the most important thing is talent. Talents with business acumen like you. These words made the two brothers George and Fred very happy, and they both looked over at Hagrid, hoping that this stupid uncle would also hear Qin Yu's affirmation of them. However, you are not yet considered a mature and qualified business talent. Qin Yu's words took another turn. Why not? The two brothers asked in unison. Because you still lack a certain amount of experience. A successful businessman cannot be born with business skills. Instead, he accumulates experience, broadens his horizons, and accumulates contacts through small things. So, don't look at Hagrid. The things on the side are just some menial work of collecting magical animal ancillary products, but these things can make you grow up quickly. Qin Yu said slowly. Seeing that the two brothers were still thinking about it, he simply continued, we took over Hagrid's full agency this time, firstly to train the team, and secondly to accumulate contacts. Think about it, if you can be well qualified for these items, if you collect, organize, and buy and sell, you will definitely have experience doing similar things in the future. More importantly, you will deal with a variety of customers. They may be the owners of wand shops, magic stores, and magic bookstores. It may also be a magic researcher or a manager of a large family. These people will become our potential partners in the future. Hearing this, George and Fred's eyes gradually lit up. Qin Yu struck while the iron was hot and said in a bewitching voice, imagine that one day, you will be able to handle any difficult commercial work. Imagine again, that one day, your friends and customers will be all over the UK and all over Europe. Even the whole world. Then, at that time, what can't be done? What can't be done? Qin Yu's words were like a bomb, exploding in the hearts of George and Fred. They are not fools, on the contrary, they are very smart, especially when it comes to business, they have a keen sense of smell and a bold spirit of innovation. Now, after Qin Yu's guidance, they are like enlightenment, their vision has been enlarged and their pattern has been opened. Yes, they need to constantly train themselves. Yes, they need to broaden their network. Once these two things are ready, they will be able to do many, many things. Until then, what can't be done? Until then, everything can be done. George and Fred looked at each other, and they both saw the fiery look in each other's eyes, and then they both looked at Qin Yu with their fiery gazes. Qin, are these two kids going crazy? They look so much like the animals in the Forbidden Forest. After George and Fred went to work happily, Hagrid lowered his head and whispered to Qin Yu worriedly. No, Hagrid, they are burning for their dreams. Qin Yu corrected. Oh. Hagrid nodded in understanding. Young, so good. Qin Yu sighed in his heart, then called Hagrid and went to serve his precious animals together. Then, that afternoon, Qin Yu set foot in the mysterious Forbidden Forest of Hogwarts for the first time. Chapter 19 Unicorn and Sour Porridge. In the evening, the sun sets. Bathed in the afterglow of the setting sun, a magical animal with a snow-white body and a spiral horn on its head slowly approached the edge of the Forbidden Forest. This is an adult unicorn. After Hagrid saw it, he called out a name, and the noble creature snorted slightly in response. Qin Yu, brothers Fred and George on the side were all stunned. There is a saying that when Qin Yu first saw this magical creature, his level of wonder was no less than that of the Weasley brothers, even if he was born 2 generations ago. Just for this unicorn, Qin Yu felt that coming to this magical world was worth it. Hermione, hey? I'll give you another chance and talk it through. Hagrid, how should we get along with him? Qin Yu asked Hagrid for advice. Brothers George and Fred also cast eager glances at Hagrid. No way, who can resist the charm of a unicorn? Well, probably except Tom without a nose. You can feed her carrots. You have to wash them well and dry them carefully, otherwise she won't take a bite. Hagrid said this and added at the end, by the way, she is a Miss Carrot. Qin Yu looked at the single horn on the top of the unicorn's head and thought to himself, is this the way of complementing the shape with the shape? Despite the complaints, he hurriedly caught up with the twin brothers who had already rushed back to Hagrid's hut to get carrots. As the saying goes, a man will remain a boy until he dies, not to mention that he is a boy now, so naturally he doesn't want to miss this opportunity to get along with the unicorn. The three of them found a few carrots from Hagrid's food warehouse. According to his instructions, they washed them and dried them carefully with towels, just like those otakus in previous lives who wiped their favorite figurines. Then, 3 watery carrots came in front of the unicorn. After taking a critical look at the 3 carrots, the unicorn chewed them all like a sea king. Hey, she ate my DK first. Fred said happily. Hitui, lick the dog. Chinyu and George cast disdainful glances at him at the same time. Then they all quickly took out another carrot and moved it in front of the unicorn. After successfully getting close to the unicorn Kelly with food, Chinyu could finally gently stroke her back hair. Note: there is no way to distinguish gender by listening to names like Kelly and Kelly. It feels really good, as smooth as touching silk. George and Fred, on the other hand, had already taken out the various gadgets they carried with them and began to make the unicorn happy. The unicorn stood there proudly and watched quietly, his eyes gradually softened, as if with a slight smile. This made the twin brothers even more excited, wishing they could transform themselves into circus jugglers and present more exciting shows to the unicorns. I didn't expect that besides making trouble, the two of them are also good at making animals happy. Hagrid said to Chinyu, who finally stopped surrounding the unicorn. A person's ability and talent, if used in the right place, will produce huge value. Chinyu said something he had read in a book in his previous life. That's right, I'm beginning to think they are of some use. As Hagrid said this, a flying water bomb suddenly hit him, and then exploded in front of his face, making his face full of water and his beard soaked. Wiping his face hard, Hagrid said angrily, "But, I still don't like them both." Pfft. I'm sorry, I shouldn't laugh at you. Chinyu said while holding back his laughter. Hagrid, this was an accident. I'm really sorry. George quickly raised his hands to apologize. Yes, we didn't mean to do it. Hagrid, please don't drive us away. Fred felt that he had fallen in love with Kelly and was really reluctant to leave. Facing the two troublemakers who became so polite, Hagrid could not lose his temper for a moment, so he could only say seriously, "If you hit me again next time, I will throw you directly into the Black Lake." The two brothers immediately said they would pay attention and continued to play with the unicorn. After the unicorn had eaten and drank enough, and watched the human acrobatics for a while, it returned to the depths of the Forbidden Forest with elegant steps, leaving George and Fred feeling sad behind it. "Let's go back. You haven't had dinner yet, so I'll make you something to eat." Hagrid called the three children back to the cabin. "Okay, thank you, Hagrid." Chinyu expressed his gratitude to Hagrid for the dinner invitation. However, soon, Chinyu and the Weasley brothers turned green when faced with the pot of dark food cooked by Uncle Han. "I suddenly remembered that I forgot to put away the laundry. Goodbye Hagrid, goodbye Fred and George." Chinyu stood up and said solemnly. After George and Fred glanced at this guy, they immediately stood up and said, "We have something to do, let's go first." "Ah? I made a lot of chowder and sour soup porridge. Why don't you leave before you finish eating?" Hagrid said with some surprise. "So, this thing is called chowder and sour soup porridge?" "No, thank you for your kind invitation. However, I'm very sorry. I think it's going to rain. I have to go back and collect my clothes quickly." Chinyu said seriously. "Damn it, it's a sunny day with a bright moon and few stars, how can it rain?" This sentence rose in George and Fred's minds at the same time. Yes, it's going to rain. Our windows are all closed, right, George?" "That's right, Fred." After the three of them said this, they pushed the door open and left quickly, leaving Hagrid alone facing his pot of sour soup and porridge. However, just when Chinyu and the others had just left Hagrid's hut, they suddenly heard several shrill neighing sounds. This made them stop in their tracks. Bang! The wooden door of the hut was suddenly opened by Hagrid. "What's wrong, Hagrid?" Chinyu asked loudly. "It's Kelly, I don't know what happened," Hagrid said with a frown. When Chinyu heard this, his heart suddenly trembled, and he thought to himself, could it be that Tom without a nose had come early? Is this kid so careless about talking about it? Without allowing him to think too much, Hagrid had already taken the lead and ran towards the direction of the Forbidden Forest. Chinyu naturally followed closely behind, and George and Fred were also concerned about the safety of the unicorn, so they also ran over. Soon, Hagrid found the unicorn. Seeing that nothing was wrong with her, Chin-Yu breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that it was a false alarm. However, the originally elegant unicorn now had a panicked look in his eyes, and he kept pacing, looking very uneasy. Hagrid stepped forward and communicated in a language that only he and the unicorn could understand. Chin-Yu, George, and Fred soon knew what happened. "Anna is lost," Hagrid said to the three of them with a solemn expression. "Who is Anna?" Chin-Yu asked with a frown. "It's Kelly's child, a little golden unicorn, just 1 year old," Hagrid introduced. The child was lost, no wonder the unicorn was so anxious. Chin-Yu and the others instantly understood the whole story. "Then let's go look for him separately," Chin-Yu suggested. "No, the Forbidden Forest is too dangerous. I'd better go find it myself." Hagrid stopped Chin-Yu. "You have to find out when, let's do this. George, Fred, and I will give you a rough outline of the unicorn's range of activities so that we can have a clear target," Chin-Yu said calmly. George and Fred nodded sharply. Seeing his persistence and the fact that a group of 3 did increase the safety factor a lot, Hagrid agreed to Chin-Yu's proposal and told them the areas where unicorns often hang out. "Don't go anywhere else casually," Hagrid warned before leaving. "Okay, we get it." Chin-Yu gave him a reassuring look. Then, the 4 people divided into 2 groups and searched in different directions. However, Chin-Yu still underestimated the complexity of the terrain of the Forbidden Forest. He originally conducted a blanket search with George and Fred at a certain distance, so that each other could see each other's lights. However, after walking a certain distance, Chin-Yu discovered that the 2 lights around him had disappeared at some point. After calling George and Fred's names several times, he didn't get any response. "Damn, am I lost?" Chin-Yu thought to himself. Chapter 20 Empiricism Kills People. Who can tell me what to do if I get lost in the Forbidden Forest? Wait online, it's very urgent. Chin-Yu thought about these irrelevant words in his mind. He actually didn't know whether he was lost or whether George and Fred were lost. However, the result is the same, that is, he is the only one left now. He didn't dare to shout their names too loudly. After all, this was the Forbidden Forest. What if some ferocious beasts were attracted? Chin-Yu looked at the simple map given by Hagrid in his hand, then looked up blankly at the trees and strange rocks around him, and then put away the rag with a sigh. He had to admit that he had been a little impulsive just now, thinking that the Forbidden Forest was not a big problem. After all, Harry had been wandering in the Forbidden Forest since he was very young. So, empiricism kills people, so be careful in the magical world. Chin-Yu muttered while walking in the black forest of Longdong, 1 foot deep and 1 foot shallow. He no longer knew where he was at this time, and could only rely on the memory and sense of direction in his mind to identify the direction. However, this was not very reliable, and the surrounding environment became increasingly unfamiliar. Gradually, he became a little impatient in the darkness. Especially when there are strange sounds or dark shadows of animals coming from time to time. Just when Chin-Yu felt a little hairy in his heart, the power in his body that had not moved for many days became ready to move. Finally, at a certain moment, driven by Chin-Yu's instinct, the power surged to his forehead. Chin-Yu immediately saw the things around him clearly and heard sounds far away. This experience gave Chin-Yu a feeling that he had become very powerful. With the blessing of that power, his vision began to spread, and his hearing began to expand. He can see rough outlines hundreds of meters and several kilometers away, and can also hear sounds hundreds of meters and several kilometers away. Then, he easily captured the panicked figures of George and Fred. He felt happy and was about to go that way when he heard a faint neighing sound again. This sound is very similar to the cry of Unicorn Kelly, but it is much more immature. That's right, it should be Anna the little unicorn. At this time, Chin-Yu, with the blessing of this suspected power of Obscurus, became bolder. Since he had found the little unicorn, there was no reason to let it go. So, he carefully identified the direction where the sound came from and ran there quickly. Soon, he came to a cave, and the little unicorn's voice became clearer and clearer. Qin Yu felt happy and knew that he had found the right place. When he walked into the cave to take a look, he saw a smaller unicorn that was all golden. And this little unicorn was tied to the ground and struggling. "Anna, is that you?" Qin Yu shouted. Hearing this call, the little unicorn neighed louder, obviously she was Anna. Qin Yu quickly stepped forward to help. After getting closer, he discovered that the things tied up with the little unicorn were layers of white silk threads. After seeing clearly what it was, Qin Yu suddenly thought of a possibility. "Who is it?" "You are not Hagrid." An old voice sounded in the cave. Qin Yu looked around and saw that it was a spider bigger than a carriage. It is covered with black hair, has 8 eyes, 8 legs, and 2 huge chelicerae-like giant pincers. It's the Acromantula. Qin Yu was in a hurry and didn't pay much attention. He didn't expect that this cave turned out to be the home of the Acromantula. "Aragog," Qin Yu said with a trembling voice. "Oh? It seems you know that Hagrid told you about me," the Acromantula said slowly. "Yes, I am Hagrid's friend," Qin Yu said quickly. "I see, then what are you doing here?" the Acromantula asked. "I lost," Qin Yu said half-truthfully. "Well, that's really a pity," the Acromantula said quietly. Qin Yu knew what the regret in its mouth meant. "It's not that I regret that Qin Yu got lost, but that Qin Yu died here today and died young." Sure enough, dense black shadows moved quickly towards Qin Yu from all over the cave, making rustling sounds. "Can you ask your descendants to let me go?" Qin Yu said to Aragog with a sense of luck. "Sorry, although I promised Hagrid not to hurt anyone, I can't restrain my children and my children's children. So, do you have any last words for Hagrid?" the 8-eyed spider said sadly. "Damn it, I'll leave you alone." Qin Yu couldn't help but cursed. The 8-eyed spider didn't understand the Mandarin he used, but it was too lazy to understand. Swish swish. The sound is getting closer. Qin Yu could see the black spider eyes and the pairs of terrifying claws. The little unicorn also felt the approaching crisis, lying on the ground and tapping its hooves more and more uneasily. The spider swarm moved closer and surrounded the 2 prey. They didn't have any attack plan, and a few spiders in the front rushed towards Qin Yu. Wingardium Leviosa. At the critical moment, Qin Yu quickly waved his wand and chanted the hovering spell. The spiders that attacked him immediately floated in the air. However, more spiders rushed over from behind. Qin Yu, who was in a hurry, waved his wand again, and Petrificus totalis came. The second wave of spiders instantly froze and could not move. Seeing that this spell was easier to use, Qin Yu used it several times to turn everything into stone. However, it was difficult for 2 fists to defeat 4 hands, not to mention that each of the opponents had 8 legs, and they were so densely packed that he didn't know how many there were. Qin Yu soon couldn't stop him. Suddenly, a spider thread shot out of nowhere and wrapped around Qin Yu's wand. Qin Yu was unprepared and his wand was dragged away by the spider silk. Without the magic wand, Qin Yu's spells would naturally be useless, which made his situation even more dangerous. "Oh, that's all for today, right?" Qin Yu cursed in his mind. "What the hell is my fate?" Qin Yu felt like crying but had no tears left. Ding! Dear host, life is always full of surprises. You have encountered a life or death moment. At such a time, how should you get out of the dangerous situation? Please make the following choices. 1. Rely on your wisdom and courage, try to escape from the 8-eyed spider group, and you will be rewarded with 100,000 gold galleons. 2. Use the power of the Obscurus to crush the 8-eyed spider swarm with absolute strength, and be rewarded with the ability to summon the Room of Requirement, A familiar voice sounded in Qin Yu's mind. The system appeared at the right time. It's already this time. I have to rely on Lao Shi's wisdom and courage to escape. I've escaped a long time ago, and you're the one talking about it. Qin Yu complained crazily in his heart. However, he obviously didn't have much time. Choose to. Qin Yu quickly had this thought in his mind. Ding! Host, you have chosen to use the power of Obscurus. Next, please hand yourself over to Obscurus. What does it mean to hand oneself over to Mo Ran? Qin Yu thought doubtfully in his heart. However, he couldn't allow him to think too much. A powerful force suddenly surged out from nowhere, and then, the overwhelming darkness swallowed up his consciousness. Before he completely lost consciousness, he seemed to hear crazy laughter and shrill screams. Damn, even though it's a bit embarrassing, it still feels weird. As the last thought passed through his mind, Qin Yu's consciousness fell into endless void. Chapter 21 Fire in the Fog, Hands and Dreams. When that strong wave of magic came from the direction of the Forbidden Forest, Dumbledore, who was reading in the principal's office, suddenly raised his head. Soon, there was a knock on his door, and it was Professor McGonagall. Professor Dumbledore, can't it be that child? Professor McGonagall asked in the first sentence. When Dumbledore heard this, he sighed and said, Minerva, your hunch should be right. It seems to be that child. Then let's go take a look quickly. Professor McGonagall said worriedly. Yeah. I'm about to go over. Dumbledore nodded and said. At this moment, Professor Swinton and Professor Snape arrived almost at the same time, with equally solemn expressions, but the latter kept a cold face, and his other emotions were much covered up. Let's go and take a look together. Dumbledore naturally guessed their purpose and said directly to the two of them. So, the four Hogwarts professors went to a place in the Forbidden Forest where a similar magical explosion occurred. Not long after, they brought the unconscious Qin Yu back to Hogwarts Castle and sent him to the school hospital for treatment and care by Madame Pomfrey. At the same time, somewhere in Egypt. This is a place that's 1 hour ahead of Hogwarts in terms of time zone. Naturally, it gets dark earlier here and the night is darker. Under the moonlight, a pyramid stands quietly. If ordinary muggles passed by here, they would definitely see nothing but yellow sand, because this pyramid is shielded from the muggle world and only wizards can see it. At this time, several wizards were busy outside the pyramid, sorting out the recent harvest. Suddenly, several panicked little beasts emerged from the pyramid. They had black fur all over their bodies and protruding beaks like duck beaks. What happened to the Nifflers today? Why did they all run out when we asked them to hunt for treasure? A wizard with a short beard said in confusion. The Zyuxiu in his mouth are those little black beasts, which are magical animals with a talent for treasure hunting. In the summer, they were particularly restless for a while, but they didn't look crazy like they do today. Another wizard also said. Among them, a young wizard caught a panicked sniff, held it in his arms and stroked its head to comfort it. Bill, what do you think the reason might be? The short-bearded wizard asked the young man. I don't know. According to the records in the ancient book of Gringotts Goblins, there should be no super forbidden spells here. What on earth scared the Nifflers? The young wizard also said with a solemn face. If Qin Yu were here, he would definitely recognize that this tanned young wizard was Bill Weasley, who had a double relationship with him. However, before these wizards could come up with any results from their discussion, a terrifying wave of power came from the depths of the pyramid. Immediately afterwards, they saw a ray of white light erupting from the center of the pyramid, shooting straight into the sky, and the light was so bright that it instantly overshadowed the bright moon in the sky. Immediately, the white light fell from high in the sky and sank somewhere to the southeast of them like a meteor. What on earth happened? After a long time, the short-bearded man said in shock. Let's report it to Gringotts and don't go into the pyramid for the time being. Bill said with some worry. That's right, we can't go in. Let's sort out the treasures that have been unlocked outside. Safety first, safety first. A wizard quickly agreed. Of course everyone agreed to this proposal. After recalling the treasure hunter Xiu, they immediately moved the camp 2 kilometers away and waited for instructions from Gringotts. What Bill and other Gringotts curse breakers didn't know was that at the same time that the pyramid they were exploring was making strange movements, there were also other places on the Tunguska River northwest of Lake Baikal in the Siberian forest, on the bottom of the Atlantic Ocean near the Strait of Gibraltar from Europe, and in the Himalayas. Similar energy fluctuations appeared on a mountain peak covered with snow all year round, and in the depths of the tropical jungle north of the Panama Canal, as well as pillars of light rising into the sky. This phenomenon was so eye-catching that it was naturally seen by the surrounding Muggles. The Muggle world immediately set off a wave of speculation and decryption. However, until many years later, these phenomena were still unsolved mysteries. Of course, what the Muggle world is like has little impact on the magical world. Somewhere between heaven and earth that no human being can perceive or understand. In the misty darkness, 5 groups of firelights of different colors lit up one after another. Gamma, Delta, Sigma, Pushi, are only the 5 of us awake. A white fire made a sad voice. Yes, Alpha. They didn't wake up for various reasons, and I'm sure that Omicron is dead and will never wake up to fight alongside us again. A group of faint green firelight replied. Such words made the 5 groups of fire fall into silence. Comrades, do you still remember your mission? Bai Guang's voice sounded again. Of course you remember. Guard the world and eliminate the destroyers. The other 4 groups of fire responded in unison. Yes, since we have awakened in the ruins, it proves that the real destroyer has appeared. He may be very powerful, or he may be on the road to becoming stronger, but no matter what, we should shoulder the responsibility. It is your duty to eliminate the destroyers. Bai Guang said, raising his voice. Guard the world and never regret it. The other 4 groups of fire responded in unison again. Then, put away our sorrow, look for our respective representatives, and let them grow up quickly until the destroyer of the world is eliminated. Bai Guang said in a solemn voice. For the world. 4 groups of fire replied. For the world. Bai Guang also said. Then, the 5 fires suddenly went out. The entire space fell into misty darkness again. Qin Yu woke up from a long dream the next morning. In the dream, he seemed to have returned to his previous life and started working as a social worker from 9 to 5. However, one day, a little girl with brown hair kicked open his door and said loudly to him who was playing games, Qin, why didn't you go back for so long? Qin Yu looked at the girl and found that her features were vaguely familiar. Going back where? He asked subconsciously. Of course we are going back to the magical world, the little girl said with her eyes wide open. Only then did Qin Yu see clearly that she was Hermione, the girl who gave him an envelope of flowers, plants, and leaves. Okay, I'll go back right away. Qin Yu nodded fiercely and said. After saying this, he took the soft little hand that was stretched out. Then, I woke up after dreaming here. After he opened his eyes, he looked at the roof of the castle in a daze, and for a moment he didn't know where he was. However, he saw a familiar wand placed beside the bed. It was a wand made of silver willow wood. Tan Xiao held the silver-grey wand in his hand, and Qin Yu cast a hover spell on a teacup on the table. Looking at the teacup floating in the air, Qin Yu showed a reassuring smile. Qin, now is not a good time for you to use magic. A gentle middle-aged woman's voice sounded. Qin Yu looked back and found that it was Mrs. Pomfrey, the school nurse. Chapter 22. Go pick up the items dropped by the boss. Qin Yu had no way of knowing the age of Madame Pomfrey, but she was already the school nurse here when Snape, James, and Lily went to school, so she was considered an old man at Hogwarts. Mrs. Pomfrey, how long have I slept? Qin Yu asked. 12 hours, Madame Pomfrey replied. In other words, I only slept for one night? Qin Yu confirmed the current time. What happened to me yesterday? He asked in confusion. How much do you remember? Madame Pomfrey did not answer his question immediately, but asked instead. Qin Yu frowned slightly, trying to recall what happened yesterday. After thinking for a while, he slowly said. I just remember going to find Anna, a little unicorn, who was lost. I was with George and Fred at first, but then we got separated while walking. Then I heard the cry of the unicorn, and then I entered a cave. Anna was indeed there, but that cave was the nest of the acromantula, and Anna and I were hit by many eight-eyed spiders. The giant spiders besieged. I don't remember what happened next. Qin Yu told the truth about his experience, but he definitely couldn't talk about systemic things. After hearing this, Madame Pomfrey nodded and said, Professor Dumbledore found you in that cave. You fell into a coma at the time. When he sent you over, I gave you a comprehensive examination and found that I just fell asleep and nothing serious happened. As for what happened, you need to ask Professor Dumbledore. Qin Yu thought to himself that it seemed that he had not been harmed after giving his body to Mo Ran. At least, Madame Pomfrey could not see that he had been harmed. After Madame Pomfrey checked his body again and confirmed that there was nothing wrong, Qin Yu left the school hospital and went straight to Dumbledore's office. Knocking on the door of the principal's office, Qin Yu saw old Deng with a white beard sitting behind his desk, and Phoenix Fox squatting not far above him. At this time, Fox was already a little old, and his feathers seemed to have lost their luster. Feather? Qin Yu couldn't help but look at Fox a few more times, which caused Phoenix to look back with vigilance. Qin, I probably know your purpose of coming. Do you want to know what happened yesterday? Dumbledore said. Yes, Professor Dumbledore, I lost some memories yesterday. Qin Yu was brought back by Lao Deng's words and was no longer distracted. Then, he roughly repeated what he had just said to Madame Pomfrey. Qin, I'm sorry, I actually don't know much. I only know that there was a huge energy fluctuation in the depths of the Forbidden Forest last night, and I arrived there with Professor McGonagall, Professor Snape, and Professor Swinton. There, I found a little unicorn guarding you unconscious in the cave, and next to you were a pile of acromantula corpses. Then, I brought you back. Dang! Bulido told what he knew. It seems that I lost consciousness after being controlled by the Obscurus and killed the acromantula that besieged me. Although I escaped, the feeling of losing consciousness is really bad. Qin Yu secretly thought in his heart. If I guess correctly, your burst of energy came from Obscurus losing control. When you were in an extremely dangerous situation, Obscurus took control of your body out of survival instinct. In this case, I was very early. I've seen it on someone before. Professor Dumbledore said his analysis. Then how should I control this power? I'm actually a little scared. This is the first time I've encountered this kind of situation. In the past, I just lost control of my energy, but I didn't lose consciousness. Qin Yu said worriedly. You are afraid of it now, which proves that you have not lost yourself. This is a good phenomenon. Qin, don't worry, I have already communicated with several other professors, and we will find ways to help you control it, at least not let it get out of hand and cause an unmanageable situation. Dumbledore said with relief. Hearing this, Qin Yu felt warm in his heart and said, Thank you, old Deng, Professor Dumbledore. It is our duty as teachers to prevent every child in the school from being harmed. Okay, Qin, you go back and have a good rest. A teacher will come to you alone in the next 2 days. Dumbledore said to Qin Yu. Okay, Professor Dumbledore, I feel relieved when you are here. Qin Yu said this and was about to get up and leave. However, he suddenly thought of something and asked Dumbledore again, By the way, Professor, you just said that those acromantulas are all dead, right? Yes, all adult acromantulas are dead, Dumbledore replied. What about Aragog? Qin Yu asked again. Of course Dumbledore knew Aragog's name. There's no trace either. After hearing Dumbledore's words, Chinyu's eyes lit up. Professor, I won't disturb your work. Bye-bye Professor, bye Fox. Chinyu said goodbye to each other and hurriedly left the principal's office. After Chinyu left, Dumbledore said to Phoenix, Fox, it seems he knows your name. Phoenix rolled his eyes and murmured, expressing that he didn't like the way the young man looked at him just now. After Chinyu walked out of Dumbledore's office, he immediately went to Hagrid's hut and asked Hagrid's owl to notify brothers George and Fred. When the twins also arrived at Hagrid's hut, Chinyu handed each of them a pair of Hagrid's special deerskin gloves and a large jar. What is this for? George held the gloves and jar, looking confused. Fred also cast a confused look. Of course I'm going to pick up the items dropped by the boss. Chinyu said with an iron heart. These two children really have no vision for discovery. Before the two of them could ask what are the items dropped by the boss, Hagrid interrupted and said, Chin is planning to collect the venom of the acromantula. After hearing this, the Weasley brothers' eyes instantly lit up. They had also been to the cave yesterday and saw the unconscious Chinyu. However, at that time they were only concerned about Chinyu's safety and did not pay much attention to the corpses of the acromantula. At this time, after Chinyu and Hagrid woke them up, they finally realized that the corpses of those acromantulas were full of treasures. It is said that a pint of acromantula venom can be sold for 100 gold galleons, and it is still priceless. Is that so, Chin? Fred asked Chinyu with eager eyes. Your price is outdated. Now it costs at least 120 galleons a pint. Chinyu said with a smile. When he was in Diagon Alley, he also got a rough idea of the prices of certain items. Naturally, he noticed some familiar things like acromantula venom, phoenix feathers, and unicorn hair. Yes, because he knows that Hogwarts is rich in these things. After listening to Chinyu's words, George and Fred were very motivated. So, each of the three children held a big jar and ran happily toward the Forbidden Forest. During this time, George and Fred couldn't help but cheer. Of course Hagrid followed them. He was carrying a sack with some tools in it and followed them calmly. Chapter 23 Happy and Disgusting Job. Looking at the messy spider nest, it took Chinyu a long time before he asked leisurely, Is this all my doing? It should be. When we came, Professor Dumbledore and the others had already arrived early. At that time, we thought it was the teachers who saved you, but Professor Dumbledore said that this was because your magic was out of control. Fred said to Chinyu. It's actually very common for young wizards to lose control of their magic, especially wizards from Muggle families. Without the guidance of adult wizards, they can easily cause magic to explode. However, you are really powerful this time. George said. There is more of a sense of worship in it. At first, George and Fred thought that Chinyu simply had a very advanced business acumen, but they did not expect that Chinyu was so awesome in terms of magical power, even though it was out of control. Seeing their reaction, Chinyu glanced at Hagrid subconsciously. Uncle Han closed his mouth and spread his hands at him, which probably meant, Dumbledore did not tell them the truth. Chinyu thought for a while and roughly understood Lao Deng's intention. It was better to keep the obscurous affairs secret in a small area. Letting too many people know about it would be harmful and unhelpful. Okay, let's stop talking so much nonsense and let's get started. Guys, haven't you seen a lot of golden gallons waving to us? Chinyu pointed at the acromantum that was full of caves. Spider Corpse said. Ouch! Ho ho! George and Fred let out excited shouts. Hagrid also seemed to be infected by the middle school boys and smiled happily. So, the four of them started picking up corpses in the acromantula's lair. They were picking up items dropped by these little bosses. As for the big boss Aragog, even Hagrid, the keeper of magical animals, doesn't know where it has gone. He was probably frightened and hid somewhere, Hagrid said to Chinyu and the twins. This is one of the reasons why they dare to come in and pick up supplies. As for those little spiders that occasionally run in blankly, they don't need to be afraid at all. There is a small hole on the acromantula's chelicerae, right at this position. This small hole is where it sprays venom. When they use their chelicerae to clamp the target, they will quickly release the venom to achieve the purpose of poisoning the target. Be careful and be sure to wear gloves, otherwise the venom will get on your skin, and your skin will rot and you may even have a fever or coma. Hagrid pulled an acromantum spider's body, while explaining to Chin Yu and the three people present. Listening to his professional narration, both George and Fred showed admiration. Their impression of Hagrid has changed a lot, because they may not necessarily be able to learn the knowledge about these magical animals from books. However, Hagrid was able to talk about all the treasures in detail. "Okay, Chin, you put a jar down there and I'll teach you how to get the venom," Hagrid commanded. Chin Yu quickly put his jar on the ground, while Hagrid used a knife to cut open some part of the skin on the head of the acromantula, and then he put his hand wearing deerskin gloves in and groped around. Made a popping sound. "Hi, it's a bit disgusting," Chin Yu couldn't help but say. And George and Fred already had expressions of wanting to vomit, because the sound reminded them of the sound their mother made when grabbing minced meat with her hands. They swore that they would never treat their mother's steamed meatballs again in the future. Or interested in fried meatloaf. "Oh, I found it," Hagrid said with a happy face after groping for a while in the eight-eyed spider's flesh. Then, he asked Chin Yu to put the mouth of the jar towards the poison hole of the acromantula's chelicerae. Then, as Hagrid stretched his hand into the giant spider's head and slowly exerted force, a light green water line came from the poison. It shot out from the hole position and accurately shot into the jar. "Wow! It's out! What a beautiful color!" the twin brothers exclaimed with joy. "This is not a beautiful color, but a dangerous color," Chin Yu thought to himself tremblingly. He was holding on to the mouth of the jar at this time, really afraid of being splashed by the acromantula's venom. Fortunately, Hagrid's hand was relatively steady and he didn't spill even a drop of the venom until it was squeezed out. "Okay, that's all," Hagrid said as he pulled his hand out of the giant spider's head. The three boys hurried over to see how much venom was squeezed out. "Tisk, that's all," George said with some disappointment. "Yeah, it's only 2 ounces at most." Fred made a rough estimate. A pint is equal to 20 ounces, which means they have to squeeze 10 spiders to get 1 pint, which is worth 120 galleons. Note, there is an error in the previous article. 1 gallon has been changed to 1 pint. 1 gallon is a bit ridiculously cheap. As for how much a pint is, when converted into metric international units, it is about 568.26125 milliliters. What is the concept? A bottle of Nongfu Spring is 550 milliliters. A pint is a small sip more than this. Therefore, our slogan from now on is, "We do not produce venom, we only serve as nature's porters, or milkers." Chin Yu started to laugh as he thought about all this. "Guys, although one giant spider only has this much, we have a whole cave." Chin Yu pointed at the remaining acromantula again and said. George and Fred nodded fiercely after hearing this. The silly sons of wealthy landowners were as happy as they were when they saw the great harvest. Then, the three of them started the disgusting work of squeezing out the venom. Chin Yu was the first to try. He had been influenced by movies and TV shows in his previous life and the recent Defense Against Dark Arts class, so he was more courageous. Following Hagrid's example, Chin Yu used a sharp knife to cut open the shell of an acromantula's mouthparts, revealing the fleshy part inside the giant spider. Then, he used his hands wearing deerskin gloves to reach in. After groping for a while, he found a soft capsule like a shriveled balloon. Then, Chin Yu asked George and Fred to hold the jar, while he grasped the capsule tightly with his hands. Sure enough, with the force of his hands, the venom was squeezed out smoothly. After the venom of this acromantula was squeezed out, Chin-yu and the other three rushed to the next one. The whole process was disgusting and boring. Of course they took turns squeezing each other. No matter how strong Chin-yu's psychological quality was, he would vomit if he did too much. In the end, they collected the venom of more than 200 acromantulas of all sizes in the cave, which was about a dozen pints. Looking at the three nearly full jars, Chin-yu, Hagrid and the twins all had satisfied smiles on their faces. Chin-yu thought to himself that even if he was so sick that he couldn't eat today, it was still worth it. In addition to the venom of the acromantula, various parts of its body are also of great use, such as the spider's eyes, shell, chelicerae, etc. These are all rare monster materials. While Chin-yu and the others were squeezing out the venom, Hagrid used the tools he carried to dismember the acromantulas whose venom glands had been emptied, removed the useful things, and stuffed them all into the sack. The four of them were busy for most of the day, and finally ended their work around 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Then, Chin-yu and the others carried the venom jar, and Hagrid carried 2 large sacks, and returned to Hagrid's cabin happily and tiredly. At this time, 2 tall men were standing on the hillside not far away. One of them had a faint smile on his lips, while the other had a cold face and an expressionless face. They were none other than Stephen Swinton and Severus Snape. "Professor Snape, it seems that he is having a lot of fun," Swinton said with a raised eyebrow. "Professor Swinton, I think he looks like a small businessman in the market, greedy for meager profits," Snape said harshly. "Ha ha ha, Professor Snape, there is an old saying in the East that says, 'A gentleman also likes money, but he will get it in the right way.' I think what Chin gained should be his legitimate income," Swinton said with a smile. "I just think that a smart kid like him shouldn't waste his energy on these things," Snape said slowly. "Wow, this is the first time I heard you praise someone, and this person is still a child," Swinton said with some surprise. Snape half-rolled his eyes. He was too lazy to say anything more and walked towards Hagrid's cabin. "Where are you going?" Swinton shouted from behind. "Ask them for some acromantula venom. I will use it in making potions," Snape said without looking back. "Oh, you said he looks like a businessman. Are you afraid of being ripped off by him?" Swinton teased and followed. "Just kidding, why should I be afraid of him?" Snape said disdainfully. Chapter 24 Working Man Snape. "Professor Snape, you are our first venom purchaser. We will give you a discount, a pint of 100 gold galleons." Although he said that he was not afraid of Chin-yu, when the child said this and stretched out his hand to him with a smile, Professor Snape still felt a headache. He had not expected this child in advance. He actually reached out for money so skillfully. "I'll buy 2 ounces first." Snape took out a small test tube, twitched the corner of his mouth, and said calmly, "Severus, if you don't bring so much money, I can lend it to you." Professor Swinton looked at Snape and deliberately interrupted. "Professor Swinton, I don't think we are familiar enough to lend each other money. Besides, I only need 1 ounce for my potion research. I bought 2 ounces just for emergencies." Professor Snape, he glanced at this guy and raised his voice. "Okay, Professor Snape, I'll get you 2 ounces. Of course Chin-yu could tell that Mr. Snape didn't have much money with him, but Chin-yu would definitely not expose him. After all, he was his client. Although 2 ounces is a small amount, it is still considered an opening. So, he took the test tube from Snape and asked Hagrid to find a 1-ounce wine picker. However, just when Chin-yu was about to use a wine grape to extract venom for Snape, Snape raised his hand to stop him. "Wait a minute, I don't want this jar, I want the jar over there." Snape said this and pointed to the jar of acromantula venom on Chin-yu's right hand. Chin-yu was stunned, then frowned, and asked, "Professor Snape, is there any difference between these 2 cans?" "Of course there is a difference. The jar you want to take is obviously the venom of a young acromantula. Its color is green with yellow, but the jar next to it is different. It is pure light green. This is obviously the age of the spider. The venom of the acromantula that has been used for more than 10 years, the toxicity of the two venoms is completely different. Professor Snape pointed at the 2 cans of venom and said to them, with a tone that was half arrogant and half contemptuous. When George and Fred heard this, they quickly went over to take a look, with blank expressions on their faces, because they didn't think there was any difference between the 2 bottles of venom. Aren't they both the same color, Shy? Chin-Yu only felt that there was a slight difference, and he did not rule out that it was a psychological effect. Not to mention Hagrid, who looked back and forth between the 3 jars but couldn't see why. Professor Snape, can you really see the difference between them? Chin-Yu asked again. Of course. Snape said coldly, showing his impatience with Chin-Yu's verbosity. Chin-Yu didn't pay attention to Snape's stinky face at all. He thrust the test tube and wine grape into George's hand, walked over excitedly, held Snape's hand and said, "That's great. Professor Snape, your arrival has been a great help to us. It has helped us avoid unnecessary losses." Of course, Chin-Yu didn't understand the difference between venoms, but he clearly remembered that when they squeezed the venom from the acromantulas, they selected them from largest to smallest, because the larger acromantulas had larger venom glands. It is easy to find, and then one can is filled with another and then replaced with another empty can, and the venom in the can is inadvertently distinguished. Now that Professor Snape pointed out the difference between venom, and it was confirmed by both facts, Chin-Yu certainly believed what he said. When Chin-Yu suddenly grabbed his hand, Snape stiffened instinctively. After a moment, he pulled Chin-Yu away in disgust and said angrily, "Don't touch me at will. Don't say stupid things. At the end of the day, I didn't do anything." After Chin-Yu was pulled away, he was not unhappy at all. Instead, he rubbed his hands and said with a smile, "Professor Snape, do you think this will work? As long as you do us a small favor, your 2 ounces of venom will be given to you for free." Snape was stunned when he heard this and thought to himself, is there such a good thing? Professor Swinton, who came with Snape to watch the fun, looked at the 3 bottles of venom, then at Chin-Yu and Snape, with a hint of understanding in his eyes. What Chin-Yu asked Snape to do was actually very simple, at least for Professor Snape, a potions teacher. That is to divide the venom into different levels. Chin-Yu and the others originally thought that all acromantula venoms were the same and they could just sell them to the merchants in Diagon Alley. He didn't expect that the venom of the giant spider could be divided into 3, 6, or 9 grades. If Snape hadn't inadvertently reminded them of what Snape said today, they would have lost a lot of money by selling the venom casually. When Snape heard that Chin-Yu said that he would give him 2 ounces of venom for free, he was a little unbelievable at first. After hearing Chin-Yu's request, he more or less understood his purpose. So, in order to make his labor more valuable, Snape planned to help Chin-Yu divide the 3 cans of venom into 4 parts according to their quality. 3 divided by 4 is obviously inseparable. But this doesn't bother our great potions teacher, Professor Snape. Chin-Yu and the others watched him start performing. Of the original 3 bottles of venom, the one with the best quality was rated S level by Snape, while the worst quality one was rated C level. The middle one was picked out by him alone. Professor Snape pulled out his wand and chanted a spell at the venom jar, and the venom immediately began to spin. After observing for a while, Snape waved his wand at the rotating venom again, and the venom split into 2 halves instantly as if it had been split with a knife. This scene stunned the 3 children, Chin-Yu, George, and Fred, and even Hagrid and Professor Swinton looked very interested. "Why are you still standing there? Take some of it away quickly," Snape said angrily to Chin-Yu. Chin-Yu quickly found a large wine grape and put half of the venom divided into 2 into an empty jar. "Professor Snape, your move is incredible, you are like a contemporary Luu." Chin-Yu couldn't help but say. "Luu? Who is Luu?" Snape asked with a frown. Lu was a magician in ancient Daxia. He was good at refining magic medicine using tea. Qin Yu joked. Oh, tea, it is indeed a good potion ingredient, and I often use it. Snape nodded. In this way, Snape easily divided the 3 cans of venom into 4 levels, S, A, B, and C. Then, for the 2 ounces of labor fee, he helped Qin Yu and the others pack the venom into transparent glass vials. Afterwards, Qin Yu not only fulfilled his promise and gave Snape 2 ounces of S-level venom, but also gave him 1 ounce of each of the 3 levels of ABC venom. Seeing Snape coming out of Hagrid's hut with his still cold face but obvious smile in his eyes, Swinton couldn't help laughing. "Why are you laughing?" Snape said with a frown. "Nothing, I just think that this kid is really smart. He only used a little bit of venom and let you, a genius potion master, do his work for him for an entire afternoon, and he made you so happy." Swinton smiled narrowly. Said. "Humph, what do you know? I just did the labor commensurate with my remuneration," Snape said coldly. "As for whether he is happy, he is doing things related to potions, so he is naturally in a good mood. If we sell the goods in the extensive way we originally thought, we will definitely make a lot less money. Now, after Professor Snape's grading, our venom can be priced according to the grade, so that we can sell it at a higher price. At least, our high-level venom will not be sold at cabbage prices." Qin Yu explained to the other 3 partners, and they quickly understood his intention. Then, Qin Yu asked them to fill a dozen vials, each with only a few drops of venom, and then used them as samples to mail them to potential customers in Diagon Alley. After finishing these, it will be dinner time soon. Qin Yu and the Weasley brothers unanimously declined Hagrid's dinner invitation and left Hagrid's cabin as if they were fleeing. However, Qin Yu turned back midway, took away a book about magical animals that Hagrid promised to give him, and then escaped again. Dividing line. Note: the mention of Luu in the article is due to the legend of Luu appreciating water. Zhang Yuxin's Jiancha Shuji of the Tang dynasty once recorded a story about Luu. It tells that during the reign of Emperor Daizong of the Tang dynasty, Li Jiqing went to Huzhu to be the governor. He met the famous scholar Luu in Yangzhou. Then the 2 drank tea. Li Jiqing asked his men to go to the Yangtze River according to Luu's request. Nanling Shui, located in the middle of the river. After his men got it back, Luu immediately saw that there was something wrong with the water. He said that although the water was from the Yangtze River, it was definitely not Nanling water. His men admitted that they had spilled half a bucket of water, and mixed half of the bucket on the shore to avoid trouble. Then, after some operations, Luu poured out half a bucket of water and said to everyone, "This is the Nanling water I want." This is the legend of Luu's ability to detect and divert water, and it is very similar to Snape's operation, so the protagonist mentions it. Chapter 25: The Room of Requirement and the Enthusiastic Little Unicorn. After returning from Hagrid's cabin, Qin Yu went to the auditorium to get some food and then returned to the Gryffindor dormitory area. He had to take a shower first. He had spent the whole day digging out spider carcasses and dividing up the venom, which made him stink. While taking a shower in the bathroom, he estimated his approximate income this time. In total, they have 5 pints of S-level venom, 3 pints of A-level venom, 3 pints of B-level venom, and 5 pints of C-level venom. If we follow their initial pricing, which is 200 gold galleons per pint for S-level, 150, 120, and 100 gold galleons per pint for A, B, and C levels, then the total revenue should be 2,310 gold galleons. Wow, what a huge sum! Even if it is divided equally among 4 people, one person can still have more than 500 gold galleons. Then, it would definitely be enough to buy him and Hermione a Nimbus 2000 each. Thinking of this, Qin Yu got a little excited. However, everything has to wait until venom is sold. After taking a shower, Qin Yu ate something and started to read the book he got back from Hagrid. This book is an overview of common magical beasts, which is roughly equivalent to an abbreviated version of Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. It is suitable for introductory reading. The most important thing is that this book is written by Newt Scamander, but the protagonist-level characters are quite powerful, and there are not many copies of this book printed in total, making it a rare collector's edition. Qin Yu glanced at 10 lines and quickly turned to the end. Then, he carefully wrapped the book in brown paper and squeezed it tightly. After writing a letter, he summoned his owl Trig. Then, Qin Yu handed the package and the letter to the owl and asked him to deliver it to Granger's house in a Muggle community in London. As for the content of the letter, it was roughly to encourage little Hermione to study hard and make progress every day, and said that she had a dream recently, and that she had such a dream, and finally said that she got a precious magical animal book from Uncle Hagrid, so that she could spend her free time. You can take a look and learn about these magical creatures in advance. After the letter was sent, Qin Yu lay down and went to sleep. After all, he was recovering from a serious illness and his energy were still a little lacking. What's more, he didn't have a mobile phone to check his phone, and there was nothing to do if he wanted to stay up late. You can't just gossip with Elvis and Jimmy, right? Qin Yu thought that he didn't have much in common with these little brats, so he might as well go to bed early. Since Qin Yu sent the letter a little late, it was already past 9 o'clock in the evening when the owl knocked on Granger's door. Hermione was overjoyed to receive Qin Yu's letter so quickly. She quickly prepared toast and ham to entertain Trig, the messenger from afar. Then, she hid in the house and opened the letters and packages sent by Qin Yu. This time the letter was very short. There was only one piece of paper and it was not full. Thinking that she had just received a long letter 2 days ago, Hermione forgave this guy for his perfunctory, especially when she saw him. The letter said that he had dreamed of him. Hermione didn't have any resentment at all. So she almost asked her to fly to that magic school on Trig. Unfortunately, Trig was too small and powerless. The letter should arrive relatively late. There is no need to reply on the same day. Just let Trig stay at home for one night. Qin Yu wrote this at the end of the letter. Therefore, Hermione was not in a hurry to reply to the letter for the time being, but read the book sent by Qin Yu. Of course, since it was too late, I could only briefly look through it. Not long after, her mother urged her to go to bed quickly, so she placed Trig on her windowsill and spread a thin quilt on top to make Trig sleep more comfortably. "Good night, Trig," Hermione said to the owl squatting on the windowsill after getting into her quilt. Aunt Trig responded. Hermione smiled sweetly and closed her eyes. She hoped that she could fall asleep quickly. In this case, she might also be able to dream about Qin. Qin said in the letter that if you dream about a person in your dream, then that person will suffer from insomnia. So, will Qin suffer from insomnia because I dream about him? The little girl gradually fell asleep thinking about these endless thoughts. As for whether she dreamed of Qin Yu, only she knew. Regardless of whether Hermione dreamed of Qin Yu or not, Qin Yu was indeed suffering from insomnia. To be precise, he got up a little early. Because he went to bed early last night, he woke up at 4 o'clock today, and after waking up, he couldn't fall back to sleep. Then, he walked out of the Gryffindor lounge area and wandered around the school. Not to mention, Hogwarts is really quiet at this time, with a different feeling, as if everything is sleeping, waiting to wake up at dawn. Walking there, Qin Yu seemed to be getting acquainted with this mysterious magic school again. And unknowingly, stepping on the moving stairs under his feet, Qin Yu reached the 8th floor of the main building of Hogwarts Castle. "Why did you come here suddenly?" Qin Yu said to himself in astonishment. However, after arriving, he decided to take a brief stroll here. After all, he had never been to this place before, so he just treated it as an exploration map. This place is very similar to other places in Hogwarts, with large corridors and distinctive hanging paintings. Qin Yu stopped at a painting to admire it for a moment and said hello to the characters in the painting. The other party obviously didn't wake up. After raising his eyelids, he yawned and continued to sleep. However, just when Qin Yu was about to leave, the wall next to him suddenly changed. A tall and simple door gradually appeared on the originally smooth wall. After seeing this scene, Qin Yu subconsciously rubbed his eyes. After making sure that he was not dazzled because he got up too early, he smiled happily. Yes, he remembered the system choices and rewards he made before he fell into coma in the Acromantula cave. The right to summon the Room of Requirement. And this room that suddenly appeared should be the legendary Room of Requirement. Sure enough, the early bird catches the worm. Qin Yu couldn't help but sigh, although it was not very appropriate. Then, he opened the door and entered the Room of Requirement. At this time, the Room of Requirement seemed a little empty, not like there were so many things in the movie. However, Qin Yu then thought about it, this room was changed according to the needs of the person who entered it. And his needs were obviously different from Harry Potter's. As for why it was an empty room, Qin Yu secretly guessed, could it be for me to use it as a warehouse to store things? After all, in his planned business, there will be a large number of magical animal accessories that need to be stored, so this place is really suitable. Although the appearance of this room was full of mystery, there was not much strangeness here at this time. Qin Yu walked around and got a general understanding of the layout before leaving. Of course, he will definitely pay attention to this place, and it may come in handy in the future. The two Gryffindor brothers, George and Fred, have always been the troublemakers and the top scorers in their grade. This caused headaches for many people, especially Professor Snape. Every time he saw them, he seemed to be watching. In the shadow of the former enemies, they are ready to throw a shadowless curse to chop off their heads at any time. However, these two people seem to have suddenly changed their temper recently. It is difficult to see them in school at other times except for classes, meals, and sleeping. This makes the teachers and students a little uncomfortable, and many people are uncomfortable. There is speculation that the two brothers may be harboring a big bad idea, and there is quite a market for this speculation. If brothers George and Fred knew what these people were thinking, they probably wouldn't care. After all, how can someone who dares to play pranks on various occasions in school have the dignity to do so? Today, George and Fred also did not stay at the school for long. After breakfast, they hurriedly left Hogwarts Castle. And the place they are going to is Hagrid's cabin. I didn't expect Uncle Hagrid to be quite knowledgeable. I didn't realize it before. George couldn't help but said to his brother. Just like Sheen said, if three people walk together, someone will be our teacher. What he said is absolutely right. Fred continued. This is not what Sheen said. He said it. It is what an Eastern wise man said. However, it does make sense. We should be more humble in the future and learn more from capable people. George corrected Fred. And made a summary. Yes, only by learning with an open mind can we continue to grow and become people who can shoulder the burden of business. Fred nodded in agreement. As a result, the two brothers instantly felt that their character had been sublimated and they had become people of noble moral character. However, a few minutes later, when they saw a little golden unicorn rubbing against Qin Yu's body like a pet dog, their spirits exploded. Hagrid, what the hell is going on? Why would a proud unicorn do such a thing? The two brothers asked Hagrid either in pain or envy. Oh, Qin came to see me early this morning, and then the little unicorn came out of the Forbidden Forest. After seeing Qin, she became very close to him. Hagrid briefly told what happened. Why? I'm not Sister Lee. Neither do I, Sister Lee. The accents of both men's voices changed. If you want to talk about the reason, it's probably because Qin saved her when she was in the most danger. She developed a feeling of gratitude or dependence on Qin. You know, unicorns are very spiritual creatures. Hagrid tried to explain to the Weasley brothers. When George and Fred heard this, they both sighed. They really couldn't do what Hagrid said. However, they soon regained their mood and moved closer together. "Anna, we are Chin's good friends. Nice to meet you," George said to the little unicorn. "Yes, we are Chin's friends, and you are Chin's friend, then we are good friends," Fred also said to the little unicorn. Seeing the little unicorn's curious expression, George and Fred tentatively stretched out their hands. However, as soon as their hands came closer, Anna poked them with her horn in dissatisfaction, obviously not wanting them to touch her. George and Fred both looked disappointed. However, Anna still accepted all the clean radishes they handed over. "Gee, Kelly and Unicorn are indeed a mother and daughter. Okay, Anna, you should go back, otherwise your mother will worry about you." Chin Yu patted the little unicorn's head and said. Hearing this, the little unicorn purred, rubbed its neck against Chin Yu again, and then reluctantly left the small square near Hagrid's hut and walked into the Forbidden Forest. "She is so beautiful. I really look forward to seeing her lose her golden color and turn into a snow-white adult unicorn." George and Fred sighed. Chin Yu was too lazy to pay attention to these two nymphomaniacs, but turned to Hagrid and asked, "Hagrid, did the owl reply?" After Chin Yu explored the room of requirement early in the morning, he had breakfast and then came to the Hagrid hut. However, as soon as he arrived here, he was pestered and played with by the enthusiastic little unicorn. Of course, who can refuse it? What about the enthusiasm of a golden unicorn as big as a pony? Chin Yu narrowly missed taking the little unicorn back to Gryffindor's dormitory to feed him, but his reason told him that the Forbidden Forest was Anna's paradise. After sending Anna away, he remembered the important purpose of coming to Hagrid, which was to understand customer feedback. Yes, those who received the venom samples basically wrote back. "I took a look at it and found that they were all satisfied with the quality of the venom, but they all said that our price was a bit high," Hagrid said. George and Fred also listened carefully to Hagrid's words at this time. "Since they are satisfied with the items, then lower the price by 10%. Chin Yu thought for a while and said. "Is it lowered so much all at once?" George frowned and said. "Then we will have to sell more than 200 gold galleons less." Fred settled the calculation in an instant. "Ah! More than 200. Hagrid was a little surprised by this number. After listening to what the three of them said, Chin Yu couldn't help but smile and said, "Who said we have to sell them all at a 10% price reduction?" "Then what are you going to do?" Fred asked curiously. George and Hagrid also cast inquiring glances. "Hunger marketing," Chin Yu said a term. Without waiting for the three people to ask questions, he continued, "Our reduced price venom is in limited supply. The total purchase limit of all grades of venom for each customer is 10 ounces. If there is more, we will not sell it." "Ah? Why not sell it? It's useless for us to keep it. No one in this school buys this thing except Severus," Hagrid said anxiously. "I'm just saying, don't sell now. It doesn't mean you won't sell in the future. Remember, as a qualified businessman, you must learn to control the market instead of being controlled by the market. As for how to control the market, you two can try to think about it." Chin Yu said this to George and Fred. As for Uncle Hagrid, he didn't force him. When the twin brothers heard this, they all showed thoughtful expressions. Leaving the two of them there to think about this problem, Chin Yu asked Hagrid to find pen and paper. He wrote replies to the interested customers one by one about price reductions, and asked them to quote a purchase quantity after making a decision so that they could arrange delivery. "Goods. It's quite troublesome." Hagrid sighed with emotion. "When doing business, you always have to bargain, so that both the buyer and the seller can have a satisfactory result," Chin Yu said to Uncle Hagrid with a smile. Hearing this, Hagrid nodded thoughtfully, not knowing whether he understood the meaning of Chin Yu's words. After finishing this, the four of them were not idle. Instead, under Chin Yu's suggestion, they cleaned, sorted and classified the various parts of the acromantula that Hagrid dismembered yesterday. These things are all money, and it is impossible to let them pile up and take up space in the warehouse. Chi Nu planned to take it with him when Hagrid delivers the goods and sell as much as he can. Chapter 26 The Person Looking for Trouble. Monday, afternoon. Wiltshire, England, an ancient manor with a history of 10 centuries. In a quaint and luxurious room, there sat a well-dressed middle-aged man with long blonde hair. He is the owner of this manor, Lucius Malfoy. It's his tea time. And his habit is to read some intelligence information compiled by his subordinates at this time. Among the materials today, there was a briefing from the Aurors of the Ministry of Magic that caught his attention. As a person who holds a temporary position in the Ministry of Magic and has certain voting rights, it is easy for him to obtain such internal briefings. The reason why this briefing interested him was that it involved a place, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. When Lucius Malfoy saw the name Hogwarts, the image of Dumbledore's grey beard immediately appeared in his mind. Why does an old man who has lived for so long always occupy the position of principal? Have you never thought about making way for young people? Lucius said similar words more than once in private or semi-public occasions. The content of today's briefing is roughly as follows. Many wizards have reported that their children who attend Hogwarts have mentioned in letters that there was a violent explosion in the Forbidden Forest of Hogwarts last Friday night, but the school did not give clear explanations. There was a violent explosion and it was deliberately concealed. There must be something wrong here. The lax management of the school has put the majority of students in danger. This is the dereliction of duty of the principal. Lucius Malfoy, who had been working hard to remove Dumbledore from the position of principal, naturally keenly captured the value of this information, and could not help but reveal a knowing smile on his lips. Then, he called his butler and asked, "Is there any news about Hogwarts recently?" "There's no special news." The butler said, paused, and continued, "One little thing, I heard someone say that Hagrid was seen selling things in Diagon Alley recently. A precious venom, and the body materials of some dark creatures." "Venom? Dark creature? Plus the explosion in the Forbidden Forest. Wow, what is our dear Professor Dumbledore doing?" Although Lucius couldn't think of a so he came, but it didn't stop him from feeling that there was something fishy about it. Anyway, causing trouble for Dumbledore is something he is happy to do. Thinking of this, Lucius stood up and said to the housekeeper, "Help me contact the other directors of the school. I think we need to send someone to investigate what happened in the school. Well, everything is for the sake of those young wizards. Safety." Time passed quickly, and it was Tuesday in a blink of an eye. Chi Nu has been in a good mood recently. Hagrid's trip to Diagon Alley was quite smooth. Not only did he complete the first phase of the venom transaction, but he also sold the arms, legs, and eyeballs of the acromantula for a good price. At least, Chi Nu is satisfied with those prices. The progress this time is quite considerable, allowing Chi Nu and the twin brothers to take another small step forward on the road to becoming capitalists in the magical world. A good start is the first step to success. Chi Nu is full of expectations for the future. At this time, they were taking flying lessons. Their teacher, Mrs. Hooch, asked them to practice hovering on their broomsticks, and Chi Nu wandered around in the sky on his own broomstick. Thinking of the joy, he couldn't help but do a difficult figure-8 flying around and experience the feeling of racing in the air. "What are you doing? Quick, go away." At this moment, Elvis's voice sounded not far away. Chi Nu looked back and found several Slytherin boys flying around him, and Elvis was swaying on his broomstick because he was nervous. "Elvis, the sky doesn't belong to you. We can fly wherever we want. Do you care?" Jerome said in a mocking tone. "Yes, we can fly however we want, you have nothing to do with it," the minions followed. Several people were talking sarcastically, and Elvis was flying even more unsteadily. The broomstick under his crotch seemed to be out of control and about to fall down. Just then, Crack. Ah! Jerome was suddenly hit by something. He covered his butt and let out a scream. Who hit me? Jerome looked around angrily. Then, he saw Chinyu not far away, holding the wooden sword and looking here with a smile. Although Chinyu failed to find a way to fly with a sword, he still carried his wooden sword during flying lessons, reflecting the stubbornness of two young men in one match. At this time, this wooden sword came in handy. Chinyu just went to the ground to pick up a few stones, then flew into the air again, threw a stone, and used this wooden sword to knock it away and hit it accurately. Jerome's A. Seeing Chinyu's wooden sword and the stone he took out from his pocket, how could Jerome not know who the murderer was who attacked his butt? Did you hit me just now? Jerome said angrily. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to, my hand slipped. Chinyu said with a smile. Humph. Is it enough to just say sorry? Jerome said viciously. Then what do you want? I said I didn't mean it. Do you want to hit me? Let me declare first that I have no intention of provoking. Chinyu said innocently. Seeing him like this made Jerome angry. As a member of Slytherin, Jerome had long disliked Chinyu, especially since this guy seemed to get along well with the teachers, which made him feel even more unbalanced. At this time, Jerome was attacked for no reason by Chinyu, and the guy had a mean look on his face. Jerome's old and new hatreds instantly surged into his heart. You are seeking death. Jerome held down the wooden handle of the broomstick, leaned down, and instantly accelerated towards Chinyu's direction. And those few minions had already disliked this Gryffindor guy. When they saw Jerome rushing towards him, they also sped up and chased after him. Chin, be careful! Elvis warned loudly. Chin saved him at a critical moment, but put himself in crisis. Elvis was filled with gratitude and worry, and almost burst into tears. Don't worry, I just want to stretch my muscles and play with them. As Chinyu said this, he began to lower his body and rushed towards Jerome. The two of them were flying towards each other at high speed, and they were about to collide. At the critical moment, Chinyu suddenly turned sideways and flew past Jerome. And at the moment when they missed each other, Chinyu swung out the big sword in his hand and slapped Jerome hard on the butt. Crack! Ah! Jerome let out a scream filled with humiliation. Chin, I'm going to kill you! Jerome said hysterically after receiving this blow. However, in the next 5 minutes, instead of getting revenge, Jerome was chased and beaten by Chinyu in the sky. Chinyu got closer and whipped the guy directly with his wooden sword. Then he distanced himself and used his wooden sword to knock away stones for a long-range attack. After all the trouble, Jerome's minions had already fled, leaving only Jerome with his hair disheveled in the sky, howling in pain. Chin, I'm not done with you. Are you threatening me? I'm going to kill you. They shout and kill at every turn, which really scares me. Ah! My father will not let you go. Hey, who is your dad? The Minister of Magic. Ooh, can you please stop spanking me all the time? Give me a reason. I was wrong, I will never bully Elvis again, please stop. As time went by, Jerome's voice changed from tough at the beginning, to stern in the middle, and finally to a tearful plea. Chin, what are you doing? Mrs. Hooch's voice sounded. She had just walked away for a while to arrange the Quidditch selection. Unexpectedly, when she came back, she saw Chinyu chasing Jerome in the sky. Upon hearing this, Chinyu put the wooden sword back into the bag on his back, and landed steadily on the ground on his broomstick. Teacher, we are playing a game. Chinyu said seriously. No, he's crazy, right, we are playing a game. Jerome originally wanted to complain, but Chinyu gave him a cold look and immediately changed his tune. Moreover, the root of the matter is that they bullied Elvis. If they want to break up, no one will benefit. Mrs. Hooch looked back and forth between their faces. She didn't know what kind of character these naughty kids were. After a while, Mrs. Hooch said coldly, "For disturbing the order of the class, 10 points will be deducted from Gryffindor and Slytherin." Chin-Yu couldn't help but sigh after hearing this. And Jerome instantly turned into a bitter look. At this moment, Chin-Yu saw a middle-aged man with long blonde hair passing nearby accompanied by Dumbledore. After seeing the man's appearance clearly, especially the snake-headed cane in his hand, Chin-Yu recognized the man's identity. He is Lucius Malfoy, Brother Drag's father. Why did this old boy come to Hogwarts? Chin-Yu couldn't help but frown. Chapter 27 Professor McGonagall, I just discovered a talent. Professor Dumbledore, isn't the school's discipline a bit worrying? There are actually blatant fights in class. Lucius said quietly. Mr. Malfoy always enjoyed giving Dumbledore eye drops. It is the nature of young people to love to play. Lucius, I remember you were very naughty when you were in school. For this, Professor McGonagall deducted points from your college. Dumbledore looked at Lucius with a smile. Malfoy. That was all in the past. Now I understand that as a student, it is better to abide by the rules. Lucius said seriously. There was no way, facing an old man who had lived for hundreds of years, Lucius really had a lot of dirty information from his school days in Dumbledore's hands. There was obviously no need to go into this topic further. Lucius continued, this first-year Gryffindor student seems to be very talented in flying. What is his name? He just asked casually, pretending to be concerned so as to change the subject. His name should be Chin-Yu. I just learned that he is pretty good at flying. Dumbledore said casually. Then, he led Lucius Malfoy to his office. Obviously, Dumbledore didn't want to mention Chin-Yu more. Looking at Dumbledore and Lucius Malfoy walking in the corridor not far away, Chin-Yu couldn't help but feel a little confused. Yes, he knew that Malfoy was a real Death Eater and a villain. He had escaped being imprisoned in Azkaban by lying about being controlled by the Imperius Curse and his family's power. In the future, the Malfoy family will immediately return to the Death Eater camp when Lord Voldemort returns. However, at this time, Chin-Yu could do nothing to help Lucius Malfoy. I would like to ask, didn't Dumbledore know about Malfoy's duplicity? Even this recognized great wizard did not touch this boy. There must be many reasons and concerns. Since he cannot be defeated for the time being, Chin-Yu no longer thinks too much. The most important thing now is to improve his strength so that he can protect himself and even fight when the Lord returns. In the next flying lesson, Chin-Yu practiced the movements taught by Mrs. Hooch honestly and did not cause any trouble. Besides, I'm not a troublemaker. I just couldn't help but teach that boy Jerome a lesson. Chin-Yu muttered in his heart. However, he always felt that he seemed to have a bit of a temper today. If he went by the usual rules, he would most likely not beat Jerome for 5 minutes, at most 1 minute. So why did it last so long this time? Thinking of this, Chin-Yu looked at Jerome subconsciously. The red-haired boy saw Chin-Yu's gaze and immediately trembled. He almost didn't fall off the broomstick. Then, he quickly twisted the broom handle and flew to the side, keeping a sufficient distance from Chin-Yu. Professor McGonagall, I just discovered a talent. Charlie Weasley caught up with Professor McGonagall in the corridor and said excitedly. At this time, Professor McGonagall had just come out of his office and was about to walk in a certain direction. Oh? What kind of talent? Professor McGonagall stopped and asked in confusion. Professor McGonagall likes Charlie very much, mainly because she is a senior Quidditch fan, and Charlie is the captain and seeker of Gryffindor's Quidditch team, and he is quite good. Unfortunately, Charlie will graduate next summer. And Professor McGonagall is a little worried about the replacement of the old and new Quidditch teams after these graduates leave. Vice Captain Oliver Wood is a trustworthy person, but he is responsible for the goalkeeper. The Quidditch team still lacks an excellent seeker like Charlie and a batter who dares to fight. I found a talent suitable for being a batsman. Charlie said excitedly. Sure enough, the reason he came to find him was related to Quidditch. Professor McGonagall thought to herself. Really, then, who is this person, Charlie? Professor McGonagall asked. Chin. Chin from the first grade. Charlie said the name of this talent. Hey. Professor McGonagall was stunned. Charlie thought she didn't know Chin Yu, so he continued, you don't know how talented Chin is in Quidditch. Just when he was in class, I saw him riding a broomstick chasing someone in the sky. The boy from Letling was flying and could swing a wooden stick for precise strikes. Charlie thought it was a wooden stick. Isn't this a natural hitter? Note, there are 7 players in a Quidditch team, divided into goalkeeper, chaser, batter, and seeker. The batter is responsible for using the bat in his hand to knock the bludger away to protect his own team. Players will hit the bludger towards the enemy player to interfere with the enemy's goal. In short, it is a very violent functional position. After listening to Charlie's words, Professor McGonagall just felt a headache. She thought to herself, how could I not know this child, even more than you know? Charlie, I must remind you that the fight he had with his classmates in the flying class just now was a very undesirable behavior, and he has already been punished by deducting points. Professor McGonagall said sternly. So, you also saw Chin's performance? Charlie said happily. Is this the point? Professor McGonagall sweated. Ahem, yes, it's wrong to not follow classroom disciplines. Charlie said quickly and seriously. Immediately, he put on a smile again and said to Professor McGonagall expectantly, then do you agree with him joining the Gryffindor Quidditch team? Charlie, I must tell you that although Chin has certain talents, he may not be a good choice. Professor McGonagall said meaningfully. Why? You said before that a batsman needs 3 points of talent and 7 points of courage, and I saw exactly these 2 qualities in Chin. To be honest, I originally wanted George and Fred to try as for the selection of batsmen. You know that the 2 of them are quite motivated, but after seeing Chin's performance, I found that those 2 boys can only be used as substitutes. Charlie said of his 2 younger brothers without hesitation. There are some things that I can't tell you in detail, but if you really insist, I will consider letting Chin join the Quidditch team. Professor McGonagall said after pondering for a moment. Professor McGonagall was of course concerned about Chin Yu's power of silence, but she didn't want to stop the child from living a normal life because of it. This was a very confusing choice. Great! Charlie high-fived happily. I just want to think about it, and there is no final decision. This matter is not as simple as you think. Professor McGonagall poured cold water on him first, and then said, okay, I already know the matter. Yes, I have something to do now. Your Principal Dumbledore has encountered a difficult person. I have to go over and see if I can help him in any way. Then you go and do your work first. Goodbye, Professor McGonagall. Charlie waved goodbye to her. Goodbye, Charlie. After Professor McGonagall said this to Charlie, she hurried to the principal's office. There is another chapter today. Chapter 28 A Kind and Brave Soul. Elvis, pass me that sandwich, thank you. Chin Yu said to his roommate Elvis at the lunch table. After Elvis handed him a sandwich as instructed, Chin Yu took some more food, found a plate to put on, and stood up to leave. Chin, where are you going? Elvis asked curiously. I'm going to find a friend. Well, it should be someone who can become a friend. Chin Yu said with a smile. Then, before Elvis could ask any more questions, he hurried away with a plate of food. Watching Chin Yu's leaving figure, Elvis tilted his head and thought about who he was going to meet. He didn't know if he recognized him. Thinking that Chin Yu was so good at making friends at school, Elvis couldn't help but feel envious and regarded him as his role model. What Chin Yu wanted to see was not a human being to be precise, but a house elf. That's right, when Lucius Malfoy came to Hogwarts this time, he brought his house elf Dobby with him. Rather than meeting Lucius, Chin-yu was more happy to meet Dobby, the little elf who longed for freedom. In this magical world, the deaths of several characters have made Chin-yu, a casual fan, feel uneasy, such as Snape, Dumbledore, and Dobby the elf. Chin-yu was deeply moved by the elf's desire for freedom, loyalty to friends, and bravery in the face of danger. Therefore, he came to the auditorium as soon as get out of class was over to get some food, and then went straight to the principal's office. Sure enough, Chin-yu saw the elf standing against the pillar in the corridor outside the principal's office. However, besides Dobby the elf, he also saw Professor McGonagall, who was stepping into the office. After Professor McGonagall entered and closed the door of the office, Chin-yu strolled over and saw Dobby up close. The elf has big eyes and pointed ears. He is wearing the iconic pillowcase-like blouse and looks very thin. "Hi, sir, my name is Chin-yu, what's your name?" Chin-yu walked over and said straight to the point. "Ah, Dobby, sir. My name is Dobby," the elf said hurriedly. However, Dobby immediately looked at Chin-yu in astonishment and said in disbelief, "What did you just call Dobby?" "Sir? You called Dobby sir?" Chin-yu smiled slightly. "Are you not a gentleman, but a lady?" No, Dobby is not a lady. That's not what Dobby meant. Dobby just wanted to say that it was so surprising that you called Dobby sir. No one has ever called Dobby that way," the elf said nonchalantly. "Then, someone will call you that in the future." Chin-yu's nose felt slightly sore when he said this. Yes, what this elf pursues his whole life is just respect from others. But, Dobby is just a lowly house elf. Dobby lowered his head and said, "I think a person's nobility comes from his kind and brave heart, rather than his origin." "Are you right, Dobby?" Chin-yu said warmly. "A kind and brave heart? Does Dobby have such a heart?" Dobby murmured after hearing this. "Yes, I believe you have it." Chin-yu looked at Dobby's big eyes with a smile and said sincerely, "Dobby has a kind and brave heart. Thank you for saying that. Dobby has never been so happy as he is today. Dobby's master always said that house elves are lowly. No, Dobby can't speak ill of his master, bad Dobby. Bad Dobby." Seeing this self-pua house elf scolding himself and hitting the wall, Chin-yu couldn't help but sigh and thought to himself, "The house elf's road to liberation is really long and arduous." Chin-yu couldn't stop him even if he wanted to. When the elf Dobby stopped tossing himself, Chin-yu handed the food over and said, "Dobby, it's lunch time now, do you want something to eat? These are our school's specialties, they are very delicious." Dobby stood on tiptoe and looked at the food on the plate. He couldn't help swallowing, but finally shook his head and said, "Thank you, Dobby can't eat it." "Why?" Chin-yu asked with some confusion. "Dobby cannot eat without his master's permission," the elf explained. "Hey? There is also this rule." Chin-yu was a little stunned. He knew that the elf could not wear clothes given by others, because giving clothes represented the termination of the master-servant contract, but he did not expect that even food was not allowed. However, after thinking about it, he realized that if the elf could eat freely, he would not be as skinny as he is now. This realization made Chin-yu feel sympathy for the house elf's life experience again. "Sir, are you planning to give these to Dobby?" Dobby tried to ask. "Not entirely. I actually want to eat with you. After all, I haven't had lunch yet," Chin-yu said matter-of-factly. "Then, Dobby can eat with you. Dobby can look at and smell the food, if you don't mind," the elf said carefully. "Of course I don't mind," Chin-yu said with a smile. So Chin-yu found a place to sit down in the corridor and chatted with Dobby while eating. You can only watch but not eat. Although it is a bit cruel, Dobby is very happy because some of the food on the plate belongs to him, he just can't eat it. "Dobby, what are you doing in school today?" Chin-yu was quite curious about this. Master can't tell others without an explanation. Since Jean wants to know, Dobby will tell you. Master said that there was an explosion at Hogwarts. It must be Professor Dumbledore who has some secret. The Master came here this time to cause trouble for Professor Dumbledore and make him less secure in his position as principal. The Master hates Professor Dumbledore very much. Ah, Dobby, he said bad things about his master again. Dobby can't do this. Dobby rambled on about what he knew. Oh, that's it. Jean nodded thoughtfully after hearing this. It seems that Lucius Malfoy knew about the explosion in the Forbidden Forest. However, he obviously did not know the truth of the matter, let alone that it was related to Qin Yu, otherwise he would not have thought that it was Deng Yu. Brito's secret. Thinking of this, Qin Yu felt somewhat relieved. Qin, you should also eat Dobby's share of food. The elf looked at Qin Yu expectantly. Okay. Although Qin Yu felt a little full, he couldn't resist the hospitality. The elf watched the food being eaten up, feeling happier than eating the food himself. Professor Dumbledore, I heard that some students were injured after the explosion in the Forbidden Forest. Is this true? After chatting in the office for a while, Lucius attacked Dumbledore. This made the latter feel slightly shocked. Dumbledore originally thought that Lucius only knew about the explosion in the Forbidden Forest. In this case, he could just excuse himself by saying that he had an accident during a magic trial. Who would have thought that Lucius would even know that a student was injured, so he had to find another reason. However, Lucius obviously didn't know about Qin Yu. Otherwise he wouldn't have been so calm when he saw Qin Yu just now. Thinking of this, Dumbledore exchanged a subtle glance with Professor McGonagall. The two had been partners for many years, and Professor McGonagall could of course roughly understand what the principal meant. Lucius, it is true that a student entered the Forbidden Forest by mistake, but he was not seriously injured. Dumbledore said calmly. Oh? So what happened to this explosion? The school directors sent me here this time just to get an explanation. Lucius pulled out the school board's flag. No problem, we can go to the Forbidden Forest together later and I'll explain the whole story to you. Professor Dumbledore nodded. Chapter 29 Life is like a play, it all depends on acting skills. After chatting with Dobby for a while, Qin Yu stood up and left the corridor before the principal and Lucius came out. Based on the analysis of the information learned from Dobby, Qin Yu knew that it would be better not to draw too much attention from Lucius. After all, the explosion in the Acromantula cave was closely related to his own obscurus power. If Liu Xiu was allowed to win, Hughes discovers this secret, it will only cause a lot of trouble. When saying goodbye to Dobby, the house elf said in an expectant and timid tone, Qin, can Dobby see Qin again? Can Dobby still eat with Qin? No, Dobby didn't ask Qin. In doing so, Dobby is just thinking wildly. Dobby, of course we will meet again. Moreover, I believe you will be free one day. Qin Yu smiled firmly at Dobby. Even if Harry Potter fails to get Dobby to leave the Malfoy family, I will find a way to help Dobby get free. Qin Yu secretly thought in his heart. Thank you, Qin, Dobby is very happy to meet Qin today. Dobby said with red eyes. I'm also happy to meet Dobby. Qin Yu replied. At this time, he noticed footsteps coming from the office. Qin Yu waved to Dobby, picked up the empty tray and trotted away. Not long after Qin Yu left, the door to the principal's office opened, and Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall and Lucius walked out. After Professor Dumbledore came out of the room, he stepped sideways without leaving a trace, blocking Lucius' line of sight because old Deng caught a glimpse of Qin Yu's figure leaving in a hurry not far away. According to Dumbledore's understanding of Qin Yu, he knew that the child was probably near the principal's office just now. Especially when he saw the house elf's eyes looking at the direction Qin Yu left, Dumbledore was even more determined. Idea. Let's go, Lucius. Dumbledore said, walking in the other direction of the corridor. Lucius was slightly startled, because in his impression, it was a long way to go to the Forbidden Forest from this direction. However, he hadn't returned to school for a while, and he didn't know much about the Forbidden Forest, so he didn't express any doubts. "Okay, Professor Dumbledore." Lucius said this and kicked the dazed elf Dobby hard, telling him to follow him quickly. "Lucius, are you really not going to have lunch before going to the Forbidden Forest?" Dumbledore asked again. "Business matters are important. I'm not here to dine at Hogwarts, Professor Dumbledore," Lucius said coldly and arrogantly. "That's right, you were appointed by the directors to come here to investigate the problem," Dumbledore joked. Although Chin-Yu tried his best to avoid meeting Lucius Malfoy, it backfired. Not long after he returned to the Gryffindor dormitory, Prefect Charlie Weasley came over and informed him that he should go to the Forbidden Forest. "Charlie, do you know why I went to the Forbidden Forest?" Chin-Yu followed Charlie and asked, pretending to be confused. "It seems that a big shot has come here to investigate something. Professor McGonagall asked me to inform you to cooperate and explain the situation." After saying this, Charlie suddenly thought of something, and then said, "By the way, Professor McGonagall specially asked I told you not to be afraid. She said that although it is illegal to enter the Forbidden Forest by mistake, you are lucky as long as you are safe. Just be careful not to make similar mistakes next time." After listening to what Charlie relayed, Chin-Yu instantly understood what Professor McGonagall was trying to convey, which was for him to classify his last experience as entering the Forbidden Forest by mistake. This is to let him unify his caliber so as not to betray others. "By the way, when did you enter the Forbidden Forest by mistake?" On the first day of school, Professor Dumbledore stated that the Forbidden Forest cannot be entered at will. Charlie asked Chin-Yu with some confusion. "Well, my pet was lost, and when I was looking for it, I accidentally entered the Forbidden Forest." Chin-Yu thought of a reason. "Oh, then you are too careless. You must pay attention next time," Charlie instructed. "Okay, I will, Charlie, thank you for the reminder." Chin-Yu thanked him. "You're welcome, haha, my mother asked me to help you a lot. If you have anything to do in the future, just tell me," Charlie said with a smile. By the way, Chin-Yu is quite close to the Weasley family. He met the Weasley family's eldest son Bill on his first trip to Diagon Alley, and later met Way Weasley at King's Cross Station 9 3/4. The Sly family. To this day, Chin-Yu still often plays with the small pyramid that Bill gave him, and he put a cherry in it. It has been more than 10 days, and the cherry has not gone bad. Although he has not met Charlie very often, Chin-Yu naturally feels that this big brother is relatively friendly due to these connections. The two chatted all the way and gradually became familiar with each other, especially when they talked about George and Fred. There was even more topic. "I didn't expect you to become friends with these two troublemakers. By the way, if they bully you, just tell me and I will definitely not let them off lightly," Charlie said sternly. "Whoa, this family really has the same temperament, and they all have the determination and courage to kill relatives for justice." "Haha," Bill said something similar. Chin-Yu couldn't help but smile. "Really? It seems that my brother also has a headache for those two troublemakers." Charlie spread his hands and said, "Actually, George and Fred are two very good children. They just haven't learned to get along with others in a better way. I believe that if they find the direction of their efforts, everyone will be impressed," Chin-Yu said solemnly. Seeing Chin-Yu's serious look, Charlie confirmed that he was not talking casually. "Well, I probably understand why the two of them like you," Charlie said. Of course, he didn't notice that the word Chin-Yu just used to call George and Fred was children. The two chatted all the way and soon reached the edge of the Forbidden Forest, where Professor McGonagall was waiting not far away. Before entering the Forbidden Forest, Charlie whispered mysteriously, "Chin, let me tell you a secret. I recommended you to join the Quidditch team to Professor McGonagall." Professor McGonagall said he would consider it, but I believe you will be a member of the Quidditch team. Wow, this is really good news, thank you, Charlie. Chin-Yu said happily. This is Quidditch. Chin-Yu really wants to try it and experience this sport in the magical world that has been popular for nearly 1,000 years. Okay, Charlie, you go back first, and then I will take Chin there. Professor McGonagall said to Charlie after the two approached. Well, okay, Professor McGonagall. Charlie nodded. Then, he handed Chin-Yu to Professor McGonagall and returned to Hogwarts Castle. After Charlie walked away, Professor McGonagall whispered to Chin-Yu, Chin, do you know what to say next? Hearing this, Chin-Yu nodded and said, that day I entered the Forbidden Forest by mistake because I was looking for a pet, and then I got lost. Professor McGonagall smiled with satisfaction and added, later, when you encountered danger, when you called for help, you were heard by Professor Dumbledore who was passing by. So, Professor Dumbledore used a big move to kill those terrifying acromantulas. Chin-Yu continued. Yes, thanks to Professor Dumbledore, you were not harmed. Professor McGonagall couldn't help but applaud and said with a smile. She was just worried that Charlie didn't convey her words clearly, or that little Chin-Yu failed to understand her intentions, so she found an excuse to pick Chin-Yu up to the acromantula's cave so that she could give the child some guidance on the way. I didn't expect this kid to be very smart, and he was so calm and composed when telling lies. However, Professor McGonagall then thought about it. The ability to lie seemed not a good thing, and it might cause her some trouble in the future. Of course, now is not the time to worry about this. Professor McGonagall, I thought you were lost too. Lucius appeared in front of them at some point. Professor McGonagall secretly thought that she was not worried about her coming to pick up the child, so she came here specially. Fortunately, I had quickly settled my argument with Xiao Kainu just now. Yes, Mr. Malfoy, it is indeed easy for people to get lost in the Forbidden Forest. Professor McGonagall followed Lucius's words and said. Lucius found that he seemed to have nothing to say. Oh? So it's you. Only then did he have time to look at Chin-Yu, and he said with some surprise. Professor McGonagall and Chin-Yu were both stunned when they heard this. However, neither of them made it too obvious. Professor McGonagall exchanged subtle glances with Chin-Yu, and then said calmly, Mr. Malfoy, do you know this little boy? Chin-Yu also showed the curiosity that a child should have and looked at Lucius Malfoy doubtfully. How do I know him? It's just that I just walked into Hogwarts today and saw this little boy bullying other students in class. This is really impressive. Lucius said mockingly. Although his words were strange, Professor McGonagall and Chin-Yu both breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. It seems that this guy only knew Chin-Yu today and couldn't even name him. Of course, as the noble head of the Malfoy family, how could he have the energy to pay attention to the affairs of a young wizard? Following Lucius and Professor McGonagall, Chin-Yu quickly arrived at the acromantula cave. At this time, there were no corpses of the acromantulas in the cave. Except for the valuable parts taken away by Chin-Yu and Hagrid, the remaining meat, internal organs, etc., were animals that had long been scavenged. Eaten up. Now there are only some traces of the energy explosion and the blood stain of the acromantula. Lucius, the person has arrived. You can ask questions. After asking, ask the child to go back early. Hogwarts has classes in the afternoon. Professor Dumbledore said to Lucius Malfoy. Okay. Lucius nodded and turned to Chin-Yu. Little boy, tell me what happened that day. Remember. Tell the truth. When Chin-Yu heard this, he immediately became a little panicked and timid, and said stammering, that day, Shrek got lost, so I looked for him everywhere. Wait, who is Shrek? Lucius interrupted Chin-Yu and asked with a frown. Shrek is my pet. He is a cute mouse with big ears. He is usually very well behaved and can also step on wheels. Okay, go ahead and talk about the key points. Lucius interrupted the little boy's ramblings impatiently. Okay, let me continue. That day, I found that he was lost, so I went to look for him. Then, I got lost, and I ended up here. There are many good things here. Big spiders. How scary. Each of those spiders has 8 legs and 8 eyes. I was so scared that I screamed loudly and cried. Fortunately, Professor Dumbledore appeared and he rescued me and killed those terrible spiders. When Chinyu said this, he had a frightened expression on his face, which clearly showed his fear and helplessness. After saying this, he bowed to Dumbledore and said gratefully, "Thank you very much, Professor Dumbledore. If you hadn't appeared in time, both Shrek and I would have been in danger." "You're welcome, it is our duty as teachers to protect the safety of students," Dumbledore said softly. "Are you sure you didn't lie?" Lucius was obviously not satisfied with what the little boy said. Before Chinyu came, Dumbledore had actually explained the situation to Lucius. What Chinyu said at this time basically matched what Dumbledore said. Lucius originally thought that there was something fishy about the explosion in the Forbidden Forest, but he didn't expect that it was just an ordinary rescue incident. And if the person who took action was Dumbledore, then it would not be surprising to make a big fuss. After all, Dumbledore is recognized as one of the greatest wizards in the world, or none. Ah? Why should I lie? Chinyu looked at Lucius blankly. Lucius didn't bother to pay attention to the little boy's rhetorical question. He looked around irritably, trying to find some unusual clues, but in the end it was all in vain. At this moment, Professor Snape walked in slowly. "Severus, do you carry Veritaserum with you?" Lucius asked immediately. "Veritaserum? Why are you bringing that thing?" "Of course, I can get it if you need it," Snape said expressionlessly. After hearing this, Lucius looked at the smiling Dumbledore, the solemn Professor McGonagall, and the confused little boy who couldn't be named. After a while, he finally sighed. "If you don't bring it, forget it. Now that the matter has been cleared up, I can explain it to the directors. I wonder how Professor Dumbledore plans to deal with this incident," Lucius said to Dumbledore. He originally thought it would be a big incident, but he didn't expect this to be the result of the investigation, which made him a little unwilling, but there was nothing he could do. After all, he couldn't beat Dumbledore in terms of strength. It seems that this trip to Hogwarts is destined to not yield much. Lucius thought a little frustrated. "Professor McGonagall, this child is from your college, what do you think we should do with him?" Dumbledore looked at Professor McGonagall and said. Although he accidentally entered the Forbidden Forest in search of pets, he violated the most stringent rules of Hogwarts after all. He could have sought help from the teacher, but he did not do so. In view of this, I think a deduction should be made. 50 points from Gryffindor and let him undergo some labor punishment," Professor McGonagall said slowly. "Got it, and deducted points." Chinyu's mouth tightened, his eyes turned red, and he looked so aggrieved that he almost cried. After hearing this, Professor Dumbledore nodded and said, "I think this kind of punishment is okay. At the same time, I will reiterate the dangers of the Forbidden Forest to all the teachers and students during dinner, so that everyone should not enter easily. Do you think we can this kind of treatment satisfy the directors, Lucius?" "Humph, regarding Professor Dumbledore's dereliction of duty in school management, I will truthfully report this matter to the directors," Lucius said coldly. Of course, he could only say these cruel words. After all, this matter could not bring down Dumbledore. After saying this, Lucius ignored everyone present, shook his sleeves, and left with his snake-headed cane. "Dobby, what are you doing? You're not keeping up," Lucius said angrily. Dobby secretly cast a concerned look at Chinyu and left reluctantly. And after Lucius took his house elf away, the little boy Chinyu, who was always worried and timid, immediately put on his signature warm smile. I will definitely bring Veritasirum with me when I chat with you later." Snape rolled his eyes and slowly left the cave. After listening to Snape's words, Professor McGonagall couldn't help but frown, because she found that Jean's acting skills were extremely proficient and easy to control, which allowed today's things to end smoothly. However, if you use this trick against the teachers at Hogwarts, they will have a headache. Thinking of this, Professor McGonagall subconsciously looked at Professor Dumbledore, and found that the latter gave her a reassuring smile. Well, with the principal taking care of everything, she doesn't have to worry so much. Professor McGonagall thought so. Chapter 30. The nature of a gentleman is not different, he is good at things and fake things. When it comes to acting skills, Chinyu really has nothing to be proud of. Especially in front of Comrade Snape from Mission Impossible, he is just a younger brother, right? By the way, Lucius was somewhat suspicious of Chinyu's remarks just now, but Snape's timely appearance diverted Lucius's attention, and then said that he could go get the Veritasirum at any time, acting as if nothing had happened. The clouds were calm and the wind was gentle. Lucius thought that he had a certain ability to distinguish, so he didn't let Snape bother him and chose to believe Chinyu's words. Furthermore, Chinyu believed that even if Snape really went to get the Veritasirum, he would definitely do something wrong, because you can always rely on the loyalty of Comrade Severus Snape. Of course, the most important reason is that as a descendant of a noble pure-blood family, Mr. Malfoy does not bother to worry too much about a little brat and is too lazy to waste energy. In this way, Chinyu successfully muddled through, and Malfoy could only accept Dumbledore's words, and finally left disappointed. Hagrid is the warden of the hunting ground. Didn't Mr. Malfoy ask him to explain the situation? Chinyu asked doubtfully. Snape's appearance was very reassuring, but Chinyu was worried about when Hagrid would suddenly appear the whole time. You can always trust Snape's acting skills, but you can also never trust Hagrid's mouth. Fortunately, Chinyu didn't see the shadow of Uncle Hagrid until Malfoy left. Because Hagrid happened to be away for something that day, there was no need to be questioned. I also asked Hagrid to do the matter of the acromantula venom, and I have already explained this to Mr. Malfoy. After Dumbledore said this, he looked into Chinyu's eyes and continued, "So, little Chinyu, you still need to give some of the money you earn from selling venom to the school. You have to talk to your friends about this. Let's discuss it carefully." Dumbledore originally thought that the child would be distressed when he heard that he had to hand over the profits, but Chinyu nodded very simply and said, "No problem, I can give you a promise first. We guarantee that we will hand over 10% of the profits. Give it to the school." His answer surprised both Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall. 10% profit is not a small amount, at least for a child, it is quite considerable. However, they immediately saw Chinyu's bright smile and said slowly, "So, Professor Dumbledore, we can claim that these things are specialties from Hogwarts when we sell them, right?" "Of course you can claim that." Dumbledore nodded subconsciously, but he quickly showed a look of understanding and scolded with a smile, "You little boy, you are really shrewd." Dumbledore was a mature man and was not a stickler for the past, so he naturally understood what Chinyu meant. "Hey, it's all because of the principal's teachings." Chinyu quickly flattered Lao Deng. "Okay, it's over now, go back to class quickly." Dumbledore patted Chin's shoulder and said with a smile, I'll go say hello to Hagrid first, and then rush back to Hogwarts Castle for class immediately." Chinyu said this, said goodbye to Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall, and ran to Hagrid's cabin. "Professor Dumbledore, what did this kid mean just now? Why did he so readily agree to let the school share a portion of the profits?" Professor McGonagall couldn't help but ask. She was so focused on education that she didn't know anything about business. For a while, she was a little confused about Chinyu's purpose. "Haha, Minerva, you don't understand this. He wants to use the name of the school to cheat, to make money. In this case, with the name of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, the price will definitely be slightly higher. Improve it. Dumbledore said the key. Professor McGonagall understood immediately, sighed and said helplessly, he is indeed a child with many ideas. Being good at discovering opportunities in crises and taking advantage of situations is a very powerful ability. Just like a wise man named Sun from the East said, a talented person's qualifications and temperament are no different from others. It's just because he is good at using foreign objects, and Chin happens to have this quality. Dumbledore said to Professor McGonagall. It does make sense. After Professor McGonagall said this, she asked doubtfully, Professor Dumbledore, you seem to like to quote the words of the wise men from the East recently. I have heard you say this more than once. Past. Really? Dumbledore was stunned when he heard this, and then said with a smile, maybe it's because this Eastern kid made me pay attention to Eastern wisdom unconsciously. I have to say, the remarks of those ancient wise men are really impressive. Very inspiring. Minerva, I suggest you read those books when you have time, you will definitely gain something. Okay, I will. Professor McGonagall nodded and said calmly. The two old friends chatted and strolled back to Hogwarts. Chin went to see Hagrid, firstly to assure Uncle Han that he was safe so that he would not worry about himself, and secondly, of course, to explain the sales issues of the acromantula venom and those miscellaneous parts. Our publicity strategy can be bolder, labeling all these items as produced by Hogwarts, and even add the name of Professor Snape who personally handled them. After all, he is still very famous in the field of potion research. Chin said his plan. This was similar to what Professor Dumbledore had guessed, but Lao Deng didn't expect that Chin would even pull Snape into trouble. Ah? Is this okay? Is it against school rules? Hagrid said worriedly. Don't worry, I have reached an agreement with Professor Dumbledore. As long as we hand over 10% of the profits to the school, we can blatantly use the Hogwarts trademark. Chin smiled brightly at Hagrid. Oh, if that's the case, that's good. Hagrid also showed a happy smile. From a small businessman to a school-run enterprise, Hagrid gained some confidence. Of course, this matter was purely forced by Chin, and he would definitely not be allowed to do this in the future. But let's make some money first. Okay, I'm leaving. I'm here just to tell you that if those previous customers want to make additional purchases, let's not be so anxious to make a move. It won't be too late to sell after we discuss a suitable price. Chin said while he stood up and said. Well, I listen to you. Hagrid said in a low voice. After coming out of Hagrid's hut, Chin ran to school. Then, he finally arrived in the classroom before Professor Binns, the teacher of the History of Magic class, emerged from the blackboard. Note: Professor Binns is a ghost who often pops out of the blackboard. During class, Chin became the first student in the entire first grade class to actively raise his hand to answer questions in the History of Magic class, or maybe the entire school. After expounding on the historical significance and far-reaching impact of burning witches in the medieval Muggle world, Chin was praised by Professor Binns and won a point for Gryffindor. When he heard Professor Binns say that he would be rewarded with a point, Chin was almost moved to tears. Merlin's beard, so many points were deducted, I finally got 1 point to hug him back. Thank you all for your reminders, gifts, and comments. The space here is limited and I will not list the reader IDs one by one. However, the author has really read each of your comments and the source of each gift. Thank you very much for your support. I will continue to work hard. Bow and step down. Chapter 31 Autumn in September. After Lucius left Hogwarts for a while, he asked Dobby, the house elf, to take him back to Malfoy Manor by operating. Dad, where have you been? Why did it take you so long to come back? The younger son Draco Malfoy greeted him enthusiastically. Lucius tapped Draco on the shoulder with his snake head cane and said seriously, have you finished all the books I asked you to read?
Book?
Look, read part of it. Little Malfoy immediately lowered his head with guilt. Then go back to your room and continue watching. Lucius said seriously. Okay, Dad, I know, I'll go right away. Draco immediately returned to his room obediently. Seeing his son leave so obediently, Lucius' expression softened a little. Lucius, Draco is just a child, do you need to be so strict with him? A beautiful blonde woman came over and said in a helpless tone. Narcissa, he is our only son and the future master of the Malfoy family, how can he relax? If he can't even compare to those lowly mixed-blood wizards and mudbloods in the future, then how can he represent the glory of our sacred 28 families? Lucius said proudly. Dear, I understand how much you attach importance to family honor. However, he is still young. When he gets to school, I believe he will become the best student in Slytherin. He will become the pride of the Malfoy family. The beautiful blonde woman also said it was Lucius's wife Narcissa Malfoy who said slowly. Of course he will become the best student in Slytherin. However, this is not an easy task. Okay, Narcissa, let's not talk about this topic anymore. I am tired today and want to be quiet for a while. Lucius said after saying this, he walked towards his study room. He left happily today, but when he came back he gained nothing. He was in a bad mood now. Lucius also wanted to be close to his son, but only he understood what the glory of the family meant. That is unimaginable power, and it is also a heavy burden that can crush a person's shoulders. Therefore, he never relaxed his encouragement to Draco. At this time, sitting on the chair in the study, Lucius closed his eyes and calmed down his somewhat bad and confused mood. Thinking about all the things that happened today, he always felt like he had overlooked something. What is it? That old man Dumbledore must have some secret. Lucius murmured. He looked at the surrounding arrangements casually, and then his eyes accidentally caught a glimpse of a broomstick placed in the study. Suddenly, as if a bolt of lightning flashed through his mind, Lucius finally found the thing that he had ignored. Yes, that's the little boy who beats Slytherin students on a broomstick. That Gryffindor first-year student has such a great talent for flying at such a young age. He must be a very good student, and he will definitely be loved or paid attention to by his teachers. However, when they were investigating the Acromantula cave in the Forbidden Forest, neither Dumbledore, nor Professor McGonagall, nor Snape, who walked in later, behaved very calmly toward the little boy and showed no special reaction. Concerned. Of course, Snape does this to everyone. Lucius added secretly. In fact, thinking about his attitude towards Draco just now, it was actually related to this Gryffindor child. He was subconsciously afraid that Draco would be beaten by such a student, so he let him. My son worked hard and went to read a book quickly. Even Lucius himself had a certain impression of the child's eye-catching performance. So, why were Dumbledore and the others so bland? And their bland attitudes made him not care so much about the child at the time. They didn't even mention the child's name. Lucius flipped through his memory and discovered this. It's so suspicious. Dobby, do you remember the name of the little boy with an oriental face? Lucius asked the house elf who had been following him, expecting to get an answer from him. When Dobby heard this, he instantly showed a painful expression and said with a trembling voice, Dobby, Dobby, Dobby. Lucius frowned immediately after hearing this. He picked up a thick book on the table, hit Dobby on the head hard, and said upset, Shut up, what's the use of you? Dobby was hit, but he showed a happy smile, quickly closed his mouth, and said no more. Forget it, let's arrange for someone to investigate again when we have the chance. There shouldn't be many students with Eastern faces in Hogwarts, so it won't be too difficult to investigate. Lucius sighed and said. Although Dobby did not betray Chinyu's name, he began to feel worried when he heard his master say these words. He instinctively felt that the master was not very friendly to Chin. It's that misty darkness again that humans can't perceive and understand. 5 groups of fires of different colors lit up again. However, this time the 5 fires were no longer as bright as before, but felt weak. White fire spoke first. "Comrades, we don't have much time. Have you decided on your successor?" "It's decided, Alpha," the other 4 flames replied. "Then, it will become troublesome for us to meet in this way in the future. You must protect yourself and your agents. I hope that you are all safe until the agents grow up enough to destroy the World Destroyer." The white flame said leisurely. "We will, Alpha." "Okay, then wish us good luck." "Wish us good luck." After the sound fell, the 5 fires suddenly went out. Not long after, in a room in a small town in Egypt, a little boy who had been in a coma for 5 days suddenly suffered a fire-like burn on the back of his right hand, and the burn showed a pattern. That pattern is composed of a circle and a lightning bolt. The lightning bolts are in Z-shaped rows and run through the circle. Soon, the little boy opened his eyes faintly. He stood up slowly and rolled his neck. His bright eyes greedily looked at everything around him, and a happy smile appeared on his face. At the same time, in a dark alley in Kathmandu, Nepal, an old beggar who was thought dead by his peers suddenly opened his eyes, and scars of circles and lightning appeared on the back of his right hand. The old beggar looked at the world with compassion, then stood up and slowly walked out of the dark alley. He walked onto the street and walked in the sunshine. Among the bustling crowd, he stopped a young girl and said to her with a compassionate voice, "Child, this world needs you." The young girl's eyes were a little dazed at first, then became firm, and finally nodded to the old beggar and said, "Yes, this world needs me." On the morning of Friday, Chin Yu, who was taking potions class, suddenly felt a chill coming over him, making him shiver. And when he shivered, he almost shook the solution in his hand out of the crucible. You must know that if this solution drips on the body, it will corrode the skin. This will put Chin Yu and Elvis, who are in the same group with him, startled. "It's only the middle of September, is it already so cold in England?" Chin Yu muttered. Then, he cheered up and continued to prepare the potion. Chapter 32 After School Tutoring. Chin Yu likes the autumn at Hogwarts very much. The weather has just turned cooler and the autumn air is crisp, which makes people feel very comfortable. As for the shivers just now, I guess it was because I was wearing a little less. Walking out of the potions classroom on the ground floor and onto the ground, he breathed in the cool fresh air and instantly felt that his sluggish lungs suddenly became clean and refreshing. And the autumn wind seems to carry the fragrance of wood leaves coming from the forbidden forest in the distance. This smell reminds people of the scene of that cute little golden unicorn enjoying itself in nature. Crack! Chin Yu, who was enjoying the beauty of the seasons at Hogwarts, was suddenly tapped on the shoulder with something. This made him very angry. He turned around angrily, and then saw Professor Snape's iceberg face. At this time, old Si was slowly putting away a book in his hand. Obviously, this was the murder weapon that had just attacked Chin Yu. "Don't waste time here, go have lunch quickly." After Professor Snape said this, he walked away minding his own business, leaving Chin Yu with a silhouette like a lonely figure on the cold river. "I know." Chin Yu rolled his eyes and said. Snape is not just idle to care about Chin Yu's dietary problems, but he has recently been giving Chin Yu a little help and tutoring his homework himself. Well, it's an after-school story. Avi. Well, holy Professor Snape had better not blaspheme. Chin Yu secretly complained about his wild imagination. After arriving at the auditorium, Chin Yu quickly started eating. After gnawing on a chicken leg, 2 slices of oatmeal bread, and drinking a large bowl of vegetable soup, he wiped his mouth and left, heading to the 8th floor of the main building of Hogwarts. Yes, it was the room of requirement that he was going to. Not long after he arrived in the corridor, Professor Snape, who had long, silky black hair and wore a black robe, slowly walked over. "Professor Snape, I have a question that I really can't help but want to ask you." Chin Yu said with a troubled expression after seeing Snape approaching. Then ask. Professor Snape said calmly. Did you come a long time ago and then hide, waiting for me to show up? Chin Yu asked this question that he had wanted to ask for a long time. He very much suspected that old Si hid because he couldn't find the entrance to the room of requirement but didn't want to wait for him in the corridor, because it looked stupid. This kind of behavior cannot be said to be childish. Chin Yu thought to himself. As everyone knows, someone who can ask such a boring question is not much better. Snape's body froze for a moment, then he narrowed his eyes and said faintly, "We will have actual combat training later, and I will test your learning results." Hey? No, Professor Snape, is your decision a little hasty? I have only been studying with you for 2 days. Chin Yu became anxious now. This is a genius wizard in black magic and potions. He was able to create many awesome spells when he was in school. His talent is absolutely top-notch in the magic world. If you were to spar with him yourself, wouldn't that just mean you were tortured? Who wouldn't feel guilty if I left this matter alone? Practical combat is the best way to learn. Snape walked towards the door that just appeared without looking back. Let's discuss it again. Professor Snape, I'm still a child. How about waiting for 2 days? Chin Yu quickly caught up and begged. Stop your poor acting skills and I will be careful. You won't die. Snape said coldly. Snape was full of ridicule for Chin Yu calling himself a child. If all children were like him, the world would have been in chaos long ago. Well, I'm afraid of pain. Could you please be gentler later? Facing the stubborn Snape, Chin Yu could only say with a grimace. I'll try my best. Snape said lightly. Not reassuring at all. Alas, why do I have to ask that question so stupidly? Chin Yu lamented in his heart. According to Dumbledore's plan for Chin Yu, he must focus on 2 aspects of training, one is emotional control, and the other is response to emergencies. Emotional control is easy to understand, because the loss of control of Obscurus comes from the loss of control of its host's emotions, especially the loss of control of the host's negative emotions. As for emergencies, looking at the several times when Chin Yu lost control of his power in Obscurus, it was all because he encountered unexpected situations. If he could handle these emergencies with his own ability, would he still need Obscurus? These 2 ideas can be said to point to the crux of the problem. Chin Yu admires Lao Deng's insight. In terms of specific implementation, Professor Stephen Swinton will train Chin Yu in emotional control, while Professor Severus Snape will be responsible for responding to emergencies. Since Snape mainly taught Chin Yu the magic spells of defense and attack, which might have certain destructive power and be very noisy, Chin Yu took the initiative to go to the room of requirement because the room of requirement was spacious enough, concealed enough and soundproofed well. Humph, can you find the room of requirement? Snape snorted disdainfully at that time. Then, Chin Yu actually took him to the door of the room of requirement, which left Snape speechless, thinking that this kid was really lucky. Today is the 3rd day that Professor Snape trains Chin Yu in the room of requirement. I won't practice anything else today, I'll just use the Expelliarmus spell. Professor Snape said the rules of the battle. When Chin Yu heard this, he breathed a sigh of relief, nodded and said, Okay, Professor, I understand. It's just Expelliarmus. It's not a spell with too strong attack power. It shouldn't kill anyone. Snape didn't waste any time and walked to the center of the field. Chin Yu quickly walked over with his silver-gray wand. Then, Snape straightened his body and raised his wand in front of him. Chin Yu followed suit and bowed slightly. Then, the 2 turned around and walked towards the 2 ends of the field with their backs to each other. They stopped at the edge of the field and turned around again to stand facing each other. After the duel ceremony was completed, Snape looked at Chin Yu with a solemn expression. Looking at this posture, he is trying to be serious. Chin Yu unknowingly paid attention to it and dealt with it seriously. Expelliarmus. Exp. The two of them spoke almost at the same time. However, Qin Yu only chanted half of the spell and just waved the wand when he felt the hand holding the wand being hit hard by an invisible force. He came out immediately. With a clang sound, his silver-grey wand fell to the ground. The timing is good, but the spell is not used proficiently enough. And the hand memory of waving the wand has not been formed. I will give you 30 points for this response. Professor Snape commented, and then said to Qin Yu loudly, "Pick it up and come again." Qin Yu leaned over to pick up the wand as instructed, briefly moved his wrist, and continued to confront Snape. This time, he silently recited the incantation to dispel your weapons several times, and then looked for opportunities to take action after he was almost done practicing it. Expelliarmus! Expelliarmus! This time Qin Yu successfully recited the complete spell and waved the wand, even half a second ahead of Snape. However, he was still shot down by Snape. The spell needs accurate guidance. The more critical the situation is, the more calm you have to deal with it. You just rushed to take action but missed the target. Such a spell will only be in vain. 40 points. Snape commented slowly, then he continued, "Pick it up and come again." Qin Yu picked up the wand again and moved erratically around the field. Since accuracy is very important, he made it difficult for Snape to aim. Expelliarmus! Snape directly threw the Expelliarmus curse, knocked off Qin Yu's wand, and mocked, "Stupid, do you think your enemy will give you so much time?" 50 points. You clearly called me stupid, but why did your score get higher? Qin Yu murmured in his mind as he picked up the wand. There was no room for him to be distracted and think too much. When he picked up the wand again, Qin Yu quickly entered the enemy state, ready to cast the spell at any time. In the next half hour, Qin Yu confronted Snape no less than 50 times, but each time he ended up with his wand knocked down. This made him quite frustrated, and he could even feel the unicorn hair in the wand whining in grievance. However, Qin Yu also summed up experience and lessons from repeated failures, constantly improving his offensive strategies, and even almost hit Snape's palm once. However, at the critical moment, Snape actually made a move. He made a very cunning and strange hand movement and successfully avoided the attack. However, as the sparring progressed, Qin Yu was exhausted, and Snape didn't even take a breath, looking calm and relaxed. This made Qin Yu's strategy of consuming the opponent to death unsustainable. On the contrary, he estimated that if he continued, he would fall down from exhaustion. After all, constantly wandering around the court and keeping an eye on the opponent's every move was simply too draining on his physical strength and energy. Moreover, he felt that his hands were all exhausted. Almost swollen. Expelliarmus! Expelliarmus! They took action at the same time again, but Qin Yu was still shot down with his wand. When he was hit, he stumbled because he was too tired and hit a table next to him. The wizard's body is an important support. You have to learn how to keep your body in better condition. 59 points. Snape said. Qin Yu took the initiative to pick up the wand without waiting for Snape to speak. This time, while walking around the field, he adjusted his breathing and allowed his body to recover quickly. When he walked half the field and arrived at the original location of Snape, his condition also adjusted. At least the hand holding the wand was much more stable and no longer trembling. At this moment, he noticed that Snape's eyes were looking at a certain location on the ground. How could Qin Yu let go of such a good opportunity? He waved his wand decisively and read loudly, "Expelliarmus! EX!" Just as Snape read the beginning, a white light flashed and hit his right hand accurately. Clang! His wand fell to the ground. FK! I finally won! Qin Yu cheered in disbelief. Precise timing, decisive attack, skillful use of spells, full marks. Snape said calmly. Hey, Professor Snape, am I making rapid progress? Do you have a sense of crisis that the teacher will starve to death after teaching the students? Chin Yu said energetically. There's no way, that's Snape. If you shoot down his wand once, you'll be proud of it for the rest of your life. However, compared with Chin Yu's elation, Snape's expression seemed a little lonely. Chin Yu saw his tall body bending down. What surprised Chin Yu was that he didn't immediately pick up the wand that fell to the ground. Instead, he picked up a card lying on the ground and put it. The card was stuffed into a book that also fell to the floor. The book and card were originally placed on a table nearby. Just when Chin Yu was unsteady and bumped, the book fell off the table and a card fell out of it. Of course, Chin Yu had seen this card before. It was the bookmark with the lily sealed in it that Lao Si made in class. Professor Snape, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to do it just now. Chin Yu said quickly. You did nothing wrong. On the contrary, you were able to take advantage of the enemy's weaknesses and carry out decisive attacks. This is worthy of praise. Snape closed the book and said slowly. What Chin Yu actually wanted to say was, I'm really sorry for knocking off your lily. However, these words were a bit too deep. If he said them out, he might even be personally destroyed by the depressed Lao Si. Chin Yu did not dare to provoke this guy at this time, so he wisely chose to remain silent. I heard that you knocked off Severus's wand? Tisk, what a terrible life. Professor Swinton said with great joy during the evening tutorial. Haha, lucky, Professor Snape was distracted by something, so I shot down his wand. Chin Yu didn't dare to really think that he was so awesome. Haha, you are really a humble child, yes. Professor Swinton said with a smile. Regarding Snape's secret, Chin Yu had no intention of telling Professor Swinton, he just kept it vague. After finishing the chat, Professor Swinton began to teach Chin Yu how to control his emotions. And the method he taught was the art of meditation. Follow what I taught you before, sit cross-legged, sit quietly, and relax. Don't deliberately listen, see, or think, and don't deliberately not listen, see, or think. Let your spirit enter a state between movement and stillness, don't deliberately move, and don't deliberately try to be still. Professor Swinton didn't know where he learned the art of meditation, and his words were convoluted, but his voice seemed to have a kind of magic power, guiding Chin Yu to gradually sink into his mind and enter the so-called between movement and stillness realm. It's a strange feeling, like you're sleeping but also awake. In this feeling, Chin Yu gradually realized the mystery of the spiritual world. And when he woke up from this meditative state, he found that his spirit seemed to be much stronger, and even the fatigue caused by fighting Snape during the day had disappeared. This made Chin Yu have to look at Professor Swinton with admiration. At the same time, he secretly thought that Hogwarts is indeed a place where dragons and tigers are hidden. Chapter 33 Photos in the Letter. Emotional control lies in being able to calmly respond when encountering an accident. Since you experienced the acromantula incident, have you found it difficult to calm down when encountering an accident? After the meditation, Professor Swinton talked to Chin Yu in the Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher's office. Well, it was talk therapy. Chin Yu thought for a while, nodded and said, that's true. Last time I hit Jerome in the flying class, I hit him a little too hard. Later, I also felt annoyed because others were too noisy, so I hit them in my hands. The levitation spell was cast on all the things. Another time, I almost wanted to pour acid etching solution on Professor Snape's wizard robe. Fortunately, I finally came to my senses. Now I think about it, I'm a little scared. Well, you should be glad that you woke up relatively quickly. Professor Swinton said with deep sympathy. And since practicing the meditative technique with you, I obviously feel that my temper has improved a lot, and I can suppress my anger when I encounter unpleasant things. Just like today when a few Slytherin boys bullied Ravenclaw, one of the girls, I just yelled at them impatiently and didn't do anything. Chin Yu continued. Is there a possibility that they were afraid of you and would give in quickly, so you didn't take action? Professor Swinton almost said this. However, reason told him that he should still provide positive guidance at this time, and it would be better not to expose the child's shortcomings. So Professor Swinton nodded and said, "Yes, this is a very good phenomenon." The night was already quite late at this time. After the two chatted for a while, Professor Swinton asked Chin-Yu to go back and rest. "What time is the training tomorrow?" Chin-Yu asked before leaving. "Let me think about it, 10 o'clock in the morning. I still want to sleep a little longer. You should come here to see me then. I will change you to a more interesting training program. I will definitely not let you be so dry. Sit down," Professor Swinton said to Chin-Yu, and finally gave up a little. "Okay, Professor Swinton, good night." Chin-Yu waved goodbye to Professor Swinton. Professor Swinton was sitting in his office, staring at the night outside the window in a daze. Well, it was indeed a daze, not a meditation. Chin-Yu left the main building of Hogwarts and walked towards Gryffindor Tower. He soon arrived at the 8th floor. After giving the entrance command to the fat madam, the entrance opened. He got into the door and entered the grid Landfinder's seating area. Then, he washed as usual, put on his pajamas, and climbed into his bed. However, after lying on the bed, Chin-Yu did not go to sleep immediately. Instead, he continued to review the meditation technique taught to him by Professor Swinton, because Professor Swinton once told him that he could practice it as long as he had time. Controlling mental power is beneficial, and a wizard's mental strength is also part of his strength. Chin-Yu didn't feel sleepy at this time, so he might as well take the time to practice. He closed his eyes and began to meditate according to the method taught by Professor Swinton. The room was not very quiet. On the contrary, Jimmy and Wilson were chatting there, complaining about not being able to play in Hogsmeade on Saturday like upperclassmen. Burke was playing with an object that made music, and Elvis was reading a book, making the sound of turning pages from time to time. These voices, coupled with the face of a certain girl that appeared in his mind from time to time, or some chaotic thoughts that had no beginning and no end, made it difficult for Chin-Yu to calm down for a while. Don't deliberately listen, see, and think, and don't deliberately not listen, see, and think, don't deliberately move, and don't deliberately be still. Professor Swinton's words seemed to flash through Chin-Yu's mind, leading him into that mysterious state. Unknowingly, the voices of the roommates became a little distant, or in other words, they became some kind of background sound that did not cause any disturbance in Chin-Yu's heart. Those messy thoughts also calmed down and passed through his mind without leaving a trace. And he also gradually entered meditation, and his spirit was recuperated and strengthened unconsciously. The next day, early in the morning, we visited Hagrid's hut. Wow, what a beautiful little girl! She seems to have grown taller compared to the last time I saw her. Hagrid praised as she held a photo in her giant hands. Show me. Show me. +1. Brothers George and Fred stood on tiptoe, eager to grab the photo. Chin-Yu pulled the two guys apart and took the photo from Hagrid's hand. What are you doing so stingy? I didn't even see it clearly just now. George protested. Yes, we have to remember what she looks like so that we can help her when she comes to Hogwarts. Fred followed. I will take good care of her without your help, Chin-Yu said to the two boys angrily. Then, he turned to Hagrid and continued, she specifically asked me to convey her gratitude to you in her letter. She said that the book you sent was wonderful and helped her a lot. Haha, what a polite little girl. You're welcome to tell her. It's my honor that she likes her, Hagrid said with a smile. Yes, that photo was Hermione's. In the photo, Hermione straightened her body and stood in front of Granger's house with a smile on her face, holding Trig, the owl with blank eyes, in her arms. This is the photo included in the letter Chin-Yu received this morning. Just as he said, Hermione specifically expressed her gratitude to Hagrid for the gift of the book in the letter. The out-of-print collection of books written by Newt Scamander was deeply loved by the little girl. She learned a lot from reading it and cherished it. You can have a bowtruckle, or a sniffer or an invisible beast. In the disappointed eyes of George and Fred, Chin-Yu put the photo into the envelope and put it away properly. Okay, let's get down to business. Chin-Yu came to Hagrid's cabin early in the morning not just to convey the words in Hermione's letter, but also for another purpose, which was to discuss business matters with Hagrid and the Weasley brothers. Well, let's call it a business matter. We heard from Hagrid that you plan to sell things under the guise of a school. Fred said first. Fred, please pay attention to your wording. What do you mean using the guise of the school? We are seriously approved by the school. Chin-Yu rolled his eyes and said. Yes, we will also hand over part of the profits to the school. This is a reasonable thing. Fred said quickly and seriously. Yes, we are using the name of the school reasonably. George also said. So, let's talk about pricing. Chin-Yu said the important issue of today's discussion. As a result, Chin-Yu and the Weasley brothers began to discuss the price of the venom they would sell next, under Hagrid's gaze. In the end, they increased the original price by about 20%, that is, 1 pint of S grade is 250 gold galleons, and 1 pint of A, B, and C grade is 180, 150, and 120 gold galleons respectively. With the golden name of Hogwarts and the reputation of Professor Snape, the price is a huge discount. As for Hagrid's serious suggestion that the number 250 is unlucky in the East, Chin-Yu shrugged and said he didn't care. This confused Hagrid for a long time. He couldn't understand why Chin didn't care about this number anymore. The next step is to put the Hogwarts icon on the bottles, and mark each bottle of venom with grade personally evaluated by Professor Snape. Chin-Yu finally added. George and Fred nodded in unison, expressing their admiration for Chin-Yu's shameless behavior. Ah, no, they admired his business marketing ability. Chapter 34 Facing Fear. Chin, I heard from Charlie that you might make the Gryffindor Quidditch team. George asked enviously. Charlie was full of praise for your flying ability, and said that the two of us are far behind you. Fred said in frustration. At this time, they came out of Hagrid's hut and were walking towards Hogwarts Castle. The Weasley twins have always felt that they are outstanding among their peers. However, after meeting Chin-Yu, a boy who is 1 year younger than them, they feel that they are inferior in terms of IQ, EQ, and magical talent. They were crushed. Of course, the most important thing was that their proud business acumen looked very immature in front of Chin-Yu. Now, when they heard that Chin-Yu was going to join their dream Quidditch team, how could they not feel envious and frustrated? However, they had long been convinced by Chin-Yu, otherwise they wouldn't have become normal now that they saw Kelly and Anna's mother and daughter being so affectionate with Chin-Yu. Charlie did tell me about this, but Professor McGonagall feels that we should not be too hasty. She wants me to participate in this Quidditch team selection. If I pass, I will be allowed to join. Chin-Yu said the two brothers. Ah? Are you also participating in the team selection? George said in surprise. Isn't this going to bump into us? Fred suddenly felt unsure. Just go all out, I believe you can do it. Chin-Yu encouraged. Okay, although I know there is a gap with you, we can't run away. George encouraged himself. Well, there are quite a lot of places this time, so we don't have no chance. Fred also regained some confidence. Come on then, wish us good luck. Chin-Yu said to the two of them. Well, come on, the two brothers said in unison. The three of them talked and quickly walked into the gate of Hogwarts. Chin-Yu said goodbye to George and Fred. Seeing that the time was almost 10 o'clock, he went directly to the main building to find Professor Swinton. When Chin-Yu knocked on the door of Professor Swinton's office and walked in, he saw a black cabinet placed on the open space of the office. The moment he saw the cabinet, Chin-Yu had a rough guess. Sure enough, Professor Swinton said with a smile, today's training program is to face your fears. I originally planned to show you some scary images, but you are different from other children. You don't seem to be afraid of those things, so this is what I found, Boggett. Swinton said this and pointed to the black cabinet. Boggett? Chin-Yu said, pretending to be confused. Yes, this is a magical creature that can transform. It can see through your inner fears and turn into the thing you fear the most. The way to deal with Boggetts is very simple, that is, use the Boggett expulsion spell. Funny ridiculous, make it the funniest thing you can, so that the scary thing becomes ridiculous, explains Professor Swinton. In fact, Chin-Yu knew something about this matter, but he had never cast the funny spell before, and he didn't know what his biggest fear was. This still made him feel a little uneasy. Seeing his reaction, Professor Swinton finally felt a sense of accomplishment. That's right, this kid has scared himself. Professor Swinton thought to himself. Okay, now I'll teach you how to cast the funny curse. After saying this, Professor Swinton explained to Chin-Yu in detail the pronunciation of the spell, the waving of the wand, and the timing. It has to be said that Chin-Yu is quite talented in magic. I don't know if he is like this originally or because of the blessing of Obscurus. In short, he learned this spell very quickly, and it only took him less than 5 minutes. You can cast this magic spell skillfully. This made Professor Swinton sigh again. Chin-Yu is really a worry-free thing. The next step is to face the Boggett. Remember, the more afraid you are, the more powerful it will be. You have to calm down and not let fear control your emotions. You have to work hard to find how to make it funny. Swinton the professor walked to the cabinet and reminded solemnly. Okay, I understand, Professor Swinton. Chin-Yu nodded. In fact, he was also a little curious about what he was most afraid of. Then, let's get started. After Professor Swinton said this, he waved his wand and opened the cabinet door. As the cabinet door opened, an indescribable strange feeling arose in Chin-Yu's heart, making him very uncomfortable. Then, a black shadow jumped out of the cabinet. After a while, the black shadow twisted in the air, turned into something, and landed on the ground. When Chin-Yu saw such a thing, he was instantly stunned. It was an extremely familiar desk, with a keyboard, mouse, and monitor placed on it, as well as familiar mugs and cactus, and an unfinished PPT file was open on that monitor. The first PPT has the words "Weekly Summary Report" written on it. Chin-Yu looked at everything familiar and seemed to be pulled toward that workstation by an invisible force, and he seemed to hear the boss's urging in his ears. Could it be that everything is fake? I am still the same social creature as before. There is no magical world and no Hermione. Thinking of this, Chin-Yu seemed to have something stuck in his heart, which made him feel irritable and even his breathing became a little heavy. Chin. Professor Swinton's voice suddenly sounded. Chin-Yu was suddenly startled, and subconsciously used the meditation technique. His mind quickly calmed down, and then he waved his magic wand and recited the incantation. Ridiculous. As he finished reciting the incantation, he pointed the wand at the desk, which instantly distorted, and with a bang, those things reorganized to form the shape of a large pug, and the monitor was the pug's head. Looking at the pug consisting of a table and a monitor with its tail wagging, Chin-Yu exhaled and smiled. Well, that's a good idea. Professor Swinton praised. Then, the Boggett disappeared and the cabinet door closed again. You performed very well this time. You were able to adjust your mentality in time and respond quickly, which proves that you have a certain ability to control your emotions. Professor Swinton concluded. Thank you, Professor Swinton. If you hadn't reminded me just now, it might have been difficult for me to get out of my fear for a while. Chin-Yu said sincerely. You don't need to belittle yourself. Many people will be absent-minded for a certain period of time when they face their fear for the first time. Your behavior is really normal, and I believe that you can calm down quickly even if I don't warn you. The Boggett trial was relatively successful. At least it made Chin-Yu feel fear, and he did not lose control of his emotions when facing his fear, thus summoning the power of Obscurus. This is a good phenomenon. Achieved the purpose of Professor Swinton's training today. After Chinyu's emotions completely calmed down, Professor Swinton arranged for him to undergo several more trials. Later, Chinyu would not hesitate and directly transformed Boggats into various funny things. "Okay, you can go back. Goodbye, Professor Swinton." "Goodbye, Chin." After the morning trial was completed, Professor Swinton asked Chinyu to go back. After Chinyu left, Swinton stood in the quiet office, thinking about what Chinyu was afraid of. The emotions in his eyes changed, and finally he murmured inexplicably, "What a special child." Then, he waved his wand and opened the cabinet containing the Boggat. The Boggat changed rapidly and fell to the ground and turned into a statue. The statue is of a tall man wearing a robe, holding a buckler in his left hand and a long sword in his right hand. The man stood with his head held high and his eyes determined. Looking at this statue, Swinton frowned. Ridiculous. With the wave of the magic wand, the statue's face was immediately painted with oil paint and turned into a red-nosed clown. Soon, the funny clown disappeared and returned to the cabinet. Chapter 35 Sri Lanka tortured me thousands of times. After you have seen the fantasy and beauty of the world, will you still be willing to repeat your life unchanged? Chinyu had never thought about this issue before. Until Boggat told him that it turned out that he had such a deep obsession with his past life. It turned out that the innocence, dreams, and longings of his youth that he had hidden in his heart had not disappeared. Perhaps it was because he relived his life and became a boy again that those innocence, dreams, and longings became vivid again. Or maybe it was precisely because of those innocence, dreams, and longings that he was able to be a young man again. This question is unclear. Just like, he has no way of knowing why the god of destiny guided him here, showed him a new world, and made him become the boy here. Then, you might as well follow your heart and experience all kinds of joys and sorrows in this world. In the end, you must live a different life, live up to this experience, and live up to the current flow. Chinyu successfully completed Professor Swinton's Boggat training. At the same time, this training also brought Chinyu a lot of confusion and thinking. However, along the way from Professor Swinton's office to the Great Hall of Hogwarts, Chinyu has figured out some things. Although there are still some things that he has not figured out, he feels that his mood is clearer and more determined than before. This kind of gain even far exceeds the sense of accomplishment brought by using the Expelliarmus curse to shoot down Professor Snape's wand. Of course, this does not mean that Professor Snape is not as good as Professor Swinton. On the contrary, in Chinyu's view, Severus Snape is really a very talented and imaginative wizard. His words can always point out Chinyu's shortcomings to the point, and make targeted corrections based on Chinyu's own characteristics. Guidance. This is also one of the important reasons why Chinyu's magic attainments have developed rapidly. As for Professor Swinton, in Chinyu's opinion, he is a very knowledgeable person. He can master all kinds of things at his fingertips, including ancient and modern times, both inside and outside, all over the world, wizards and muggles. He is especially familiar with some historical sites and legends, which Chin knows very well. You even couldn't help but suggest that he teach History of Magic class, and he would definitely be more popular than Professor Binns. Snape and Swinton, one of them is a cold genius wizard, and the other is an enthusiastic and knowledgeable person. Chinyu sometimes thinks that if these two are put together, they can have a drink. As everyone knows, GGAD formed by Grindelwald and Dumbledore is a pair of very famous CPS in the wizarding world. By analogy, Snape and Swinton can completely form SSSS, or simply called S4. After imagining Snape and Professor Swinton in the same frame, Chinyu felt that they were quite harmonious. In addition to these two teachers, the younger generation of Harry Potter, Ron Weasley, and Draco Malfoy can also be combined in pairs to form Roha, Diha and Dro. It has to be said that if the three boys become friends, they can even form Howboys to debut. Note: HW is the abbreviation of Hogwarts, and the abbreviation of the school's full name is HSWW. Chin-Yu, George, and Fred once thought about the future of the cultural industry in the magical world. And if they were brought together, there would be great development prospects. Thinking about these, Chin-Yu unconsciously smiled. After all, the scene of Harry, Ron, and Draco standing together was quite visually impactful. At this time, he was already sitting at the dining table in the auditorium. Jimmy and others next to him saw his expression and cast curious glances. "Chin, what are you happy about?" Elvis asked first. Elvis always felt that Chin was his best friend in school, so he was very concerned about Chin's affairs. I know. It must be the letter in the morning. I came earlier at that time and saw that Chin had received another pink letter." Jimmy suddenly thought of this and said excitedly. "Hey? Chin received a letter again," Wilson said enviously. Elvis and Burke had almost the same expression as Wilson. Chin-Yu couldn't argue with these little brats. After all, they couldn't understand the fact that he secretly took CP, and it was all in vain. As for the letter, haven't these little brats become numb after receiving it so many times? Okay, stop talking about me. What are your plans for the next 2 days? Chin-Yu changed the topic at the right time. As expected, Jimmy and the others stopped worrying about this matter, and their attention was diverted. They excitedly told him that they were going to watch the Quidditch selection activities of each college tomorrow. After learning that Chin-Yu signed up for this selection, several friends became even more excited. Jimmy proposed that they form a cheerleading team to cheer for Chin-Yu, and Elvis also volunteered to make banners. Listening to their chatter and feeling the enthusiasm of these little brats, Chin-Yu felt inexplicably warm in his heart. After lunch, Jimmy and the others got busy making preparations to cheer for Chin-Yu. Chin-Yu continued to receive Professor Snape's careful teaching. Facts have proved that the last time Chin-Yu was able to shoot down Snape's wand with the Expelliarmus curse was purely because of Lao Si's indifference. At the beginning of this afternoon's training, although only the Expelliarmus curse was still allowed to be used to attack, Chin-Yu clearly felt that Snape was starting to get serious. Not to mention the doubling of magic power, Snape's move directly numbed Chin-Yu's hand. This was what he expected. After all, Snape was very powerful. But why can there be 2 consecutive spells firing this kind of operation? No one has ever told me that this can be done, okay? This directly confused Chin-Yu. This wasn't the end yet. Just after Chin-Yu got used to Lao Si's 2 consecutive blows, he struck again with 3 consecutive blows. Moreover, in addition to continuously releasing magic spells, Chin-Yu was very suspicious that when Snape cast the Expelliarmus spell, he also added some effects such as shock, stun, knockback, flash, paralysis, burning, freezing, etc. Chin-Yu was beaten to the point where he was left in a state of embarrassment and miserable. Strictly speaking, Professor Snape did only use the Expelliarmus spell, but it was modified by himself. When the training was over, Chin-Yu felt that his body was about to fall apart. Isn't this really a deliberate revenge on me for what happened yesterday? Looking at Snape's calm face, Chin-Yu couldn't help complaining in his heart. Fortunately, Lao Si threw a few healing spells at the end, which reduced his fatigue and pain a lot. Since the Quidditch selection was a very important matter, Chin-Yu was allowed to take a day off to participate in the selection. The next day, he came to the Quidditch pitch surrounded by his friends. Here, quite a few acquaintances came to participate in the selection. In addition to George and Fred, there was also a Gryffindor girl, Angelina Johnson. In addition, a handsome guy from Hufflepuff also came to participate. He is Cedric Diggory. Looking at the handsome boy from a distance, Chin-Yu had to admit that this boy was indeed indistinguishable from him in appearance. Author, Hitui. Dividing line. Note: GGAD is the abbreviation of Gellert Grindelwald and Albus Dumbledore. Chapter 36 Quidditch Selection. Quidditch originated in the 11th century and has a history of nearly 1,000 years. It is one of the most influential sports in the wizarding world. Many teachers and students in Hogwarts are very keen on this sport, and Professor McGonagall is an experienced Quidditch fan. She once ignored Professor Snape for 3 weeks because Gryffindor's Quidditch team lost to Slytherin, and then she was happy for several days because of a win. Moreover, she is also very good at discovering Quidditch talents, and she has worked very hard for the Gryffindor Quidditch team. Of course, under her care, the Gryffindor Quidditch team became one of the strongest in the entire school. Of course, Professor McGonagall will not be absent from such an important selection event today. As soon as Chin-Yu arrived at the stadium, he saw Professor McGonagall sitting in the teacher's exclusive stand, looking at the stadium with a serious expression. So nervous. With so many people watching, wouldn't it be embarrassing if it falls down later? George and Fred said nervously next to Chin-Yu. While they were talking, they couldn't help but look at the Gryffindor girls waiting not far away for selection. Chin-Yu knew that the two brothers were probably looking at the pretty Angelina Johnson. This girl is here to be chosen as the chaser. Seeing the looks from Chin-Yu and the Weasley brothers, Angelina nodded to them. Wow, is she saying hello to me? Fred said excitedly. Maybe with me. George followed. You are overthinking, you must be following me. Chin-Yu deliberately teased these two silly boys. Hey, how is that possible? She doesn't know you. Fred said disdainfully. Yes, the little girl next to her is the one who greets you. George said. Chin-Yu looked over and saw that there was indeed a familiar little girl next to Angelina. She seemed to be a Gryffindor student in his class, named Katie Bell. Chin-Yu also waved to her as a greeting. The three chatted for a while, and the tense atmosphere became much better. Moreover, these two boys, George and Fred, have out-of-touch personalities, so they are not the kind of people who are afraid of getting into trouble. If you were really timid, you wouldn't be the first hegemon of Hogwarts. No, you should be the second hegemon. Quidditch players are divided into 4 types: goalkeeper, chaser, batter, and seeker, and selection is naturally conducted in 4 different ways. Although the selection method is different every year, the testing abilities are similar. For example, a goalkeeper should be tested on his or her ability to guard the goal in the air. The chaser tests his or her ability to chase the quaffle, shoot the ball, and dodge bludgers in the air. As for the batsman, Chin-Yu wants to be selected, he must complete a certain difficult batting action in the air and hit a certain target to be considered qualified. The seeker focuses on the flight speed, because the golden snitch is too fast. If the player cannot keep up with the speed, he will not be able to catch it. Hufflepuff's Marshal, Cedric Diggory, was chosen to be the seeker. Cedric is indeed a top-level boy in school, sunny, handsome, and smart. In short, he fits the image of a perfect wizard in every aspect. When he appeared in the sky riding a broomstick, the little girls in Hufflepuff all cheered enthusiastically, and some even shouted, "Cedric, I love you." Even students from other colleges, many cheer him on, he's very popular. The person who presided over the Hufflepuff seeker selection was a senior Quidditch player from the same college. He took out the golden snitch from the box, briefly explained to several candidates, and then threw it into the air, and the golden snitch he immediately opened his wings and flapped them rapidly, and then, while everyone was slightly dazed, he flew away without a trace. "Whoa, it's really fast. Oh, I probably don't have the talent to be a seeker." After seeing it, George and Fred sighed respectively. While they were talking, Cedric and others held down the handles of their broomsticks, lowered their bodies, speeded up instantly, and chased after them. Whoosh! Seeing Cedric taking the lead, warm applause instantly erupted from the stands. "It's really awesome," Chin-Yu said sincerely. It must be admitted that Cedric is really outstanding in terms of flight speed, and is not comparable to those who are running at the same time. Sure enough, a few minutes after flying out, Cedric successfully found the special golden snitch used for selection. He happily waved the golden ball around. The girls in the stands were even more excited, with loud applause and cheers. "Hey, don't you just look better and be faster?" Fred said. "It's just a selection. When the actual competition comes, he may not be able to beat Charlie. George thinks his brother Charlie is the best. It's a pity that Charlie will graduate next year." Chin-Yu curled his lips and said, "Yes, our team is still short of a seeker, and I don't think there will be anyone selected this year," Fred said with some worry after hearing this. "Then what should we do? If I had known, I should have found a way to prevent this Cedric from passing the selection," George said in frustration. Yes, I have 7 or 8 spells that can interfere with him catching the golden snitch. Unfortunately, it's too late to say anything now. He has already passed," Fred also said unwillingly. "Okay, can't you two think of a normal way?" Chin-Yu rolled his eyes and said angrily, and then he said meaningfully, "Besides, maybe next year's first-year students will there is someone who can replace Charlie." "First grade? Pull him down. When I think of Ron, I'm worried about the next first grade." George thought about his brother's coward and couldn't help complaining. "Although I agree with what you said, it's not very good for you to say this about Ron," Fred said seriously. "These are all brothers." Chin-Yu couldn't help but feel sympathy for little Ron in his heart. The seeker selection ended quickly, because there were not many qualified ones, and Hufflepuff's Cedric performed the most eye-catchingly. The selections from other houses were lackluster. Gryffindor only recruited one who was barely qualified and served as a substitute. However, Chin-Yu felt that if he really wanted to fly seriously, he could fly faster than him. After the selection of seekers, there is the selection of goalkeepers and chasers. When Angelina Johnson came on the stage, Fred and George were shouting so hard that they might have made a lot of noise if they weren't allowed to use the loud voice charm. It has to be said that Angelina is not only good-looking, but also has superb flying skills. She completed many difficult actions while riding a broomstick, and successfully caught the quaffle and threw it into the goal. Then, without any surprise, she was selected. When the chaser's selection was over, it was the batter's turn. Chin-Yu was holding the broomstick in his hand, somewhat nervous. Chapter 37 Classic Tactical Actions. "Wow, it's Chin, that Chin from Gryffindor. He's also here to participate in the selection." In the Ravenclaw stands, a thin girl with light blonde hair said excitedly to her companions. At this time, several Gryffindor candidates were already flying slowly over the court on broomsticks. "It's really him. Very few first-year freshmen participate in the selection. He is so awesome," his companion also said with bright eyes. "When we were in class together, I thought he was special. Not only did he study well, but he was also able to chat calmly with the teachers. Moreover, he also loved to laugh," the blonde girl murmured. "Yes, he looks really good-looking when he smiles, with 2 shallow dimples," his companion said with deep sympathy. "Then should we cheer him up?" "Ah? Well, he is not from our college after all. Isn't that bad?" Just as the two of them were whispering, a voice came from not far away from them. "Chin. Come on." The two of them turned around and saw that it was a little girl from the same school as them. Both girls raised their eyebrows, no longer hesitated, turned around, put their hands to their mouths and shouted loudly, "Chin, come on. Chin, you are the best." The voice was immediately an octave higher than that of the girl who was ahead of them. Chin-Yu had just flown into the air and was somewhat surprised when he heard cheering sounds from the stands around him. Although he had previously muttered in his heart that Cedric was nothing more than this and that he should not bully young people into poverty, he had to admit that he could not compare to this boy's popularity. After all, Cedric had been enrolled in school for more than a year and was active in the school. In various activities, he is considered a minor celebrity, but he has just entered school for less than a month, and not many people know him. However, he was surprised to find that there seemed to be quite a few people shouting his name to cheer him up. Gryffindor students certainly accounted for the majority here, and there were also considerable numbers from other houses. Looking around the stands, Chin-Yu saw people waving and shouting at him in the Ravenclaw, Hufflepuff, and even Slytherin seating areas. Well, most of them are younger first-year students, and Chin-Yu can recognize many familiar faces. It seems that I am still somewhat popular. Chin-Yu couldn't help but feel a little proud, then showed a reserved smile and waved to the people in the stands. In fact, what Chin-Yu didn't know was that he was already a special being among the first-year students. A way of doing things that far exceeds his age, a strong learning ability. Recently he has been actively answering questions and working hard to earn points, a spring-like attitude towards his classmates, except Jerome, and a leadership talent that is difficult to conceal. Referring to Jimmy, Wes hangs around him all day long, and he is loved by professors. He can talk to any teacher. These advantages make him the envy, admiration, and even jealousy of the first-year students. In fact, many girls have secretly gathered together to share all the information about him, and Elvis has become an important source for them to gather information from time to time. That's right, they knew exactly what day Chin-Yu's birthday was, what color he liked, what food he liked to eat, what books he liked to read, and even how many pairs of socks he had. If Chin-Yu knew this, he would definitely beat Elvis up and throw him into the Black Lake to feed the fish. Of course, when he knew this, it was already a long time later, and by then Elvis had already changed his mind and stopped doing this, and deeply reflected on his mistakes. Back to batsman selection. Chin-Yu felt full of energy after receiving cheers from his classmates, especially Elvis and Jimmy, who even pulled out a decent banner, but because the distance was too far and the banner was too small, he didn't see clearly what was written on it. No matter what, he became much calmer. Then, looking at the large owl models floating in the sky, he really wanted to complain about the imagination of the designer, Professor Swinton. By the way, Professor Swinton personally designed the rules for the selection of batsmen this time. First, he arranged 10 large owl models in black and white in the sky, and used these owls floating in the air and making irregular movements to act as imaginary players. Then, the host of this selection throws a certain number of bludgers into the air, with the goal of attacking the white owls. Then, the participating students have to use the bats in their hands to hit the bludgers away, in order to protect the white owls from being hit by the bludgers and to shoot down the black owls as much as possible. In the end, the game will be judged based on the number of times it protects the white owl and shoots down the black owl. There is actually nothing wrong with these rules, they are normal. However, looking at those silly and cute fat bird models with round faces, Chin-Yu only felt that the style of painting was a bit too inconsistent. Of course, this is very Swinton. Time did not slow down at all because of Chin-Yu's complaints. Soon the whistle blew and the selection officially began. This time it was 5 Gryffindor students including Chin-Yu, George, and Fred. The 5 people were scattered and suspended in the air, keeping a distance of 30 or 40 meters from each other. Shortly after the whistle ended, several regular members of the Quidditch team, led by Charlie, Wood, and others, began to release the bludgers. Whoosh! 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 One after another, the sound of breaking through the air sounded in the air, and the 5 bludgers shot towards the floating white owls like solid cannonballs. Watching the bludgers coming, a senior candidate from Gryffindor held up his bat and flew towards the bludger closest to him. Then, when approaching the bludger, he yelled and swung the bat and hit it. However, he didn't know whether it was because the range of movement of swinging the bat was too large or the broomstick under his crotch was difficult to control. In short, he was unsteady and fell forward. The bat in his hand swung directly away, and the flying shot the incoming bludger hit his arm with a bang. Ah! The man screamed and fell from the sky together with the out-of-control broomstick. Fortunately, the teacher cast a delaying spell when he landed, and he was not injured further when he landed on the ground. However, the impact of the bludger just now clearly injured his arm badly, and he lay on the ground wailing in pain. At this time, several senior students who were waiting on the sidelines and acted as first aiders ran there very calmly. When they arrived, they skillfully cast a pain-relieving spell on his arm, and then worked together to lift him onto a stretcher. Lift it away quickly so as not to interfere with the selection of others on the court. The whole process was smooth, which showed that they had done similar first aid work more than once. Well, in Quidditch, it's normal to break an arm or a leg, let alone a minor injury like a dislocation. The injured buddy was eliminated directly, and at the same time, he reminded the remaining 4 people on the field, dealing with bludgers is not that simple. George and Fred looked at each other and immediately gave up on confronting each other. Instead, they planned to let the bludger fly for a while so that they could find the right opportunity to come back. The candidate whom Chin-Yu didn't recognize immediately flew to the side of the white owl he was guarding, as if he was waiting for something to happen. Chin-Yu looked at the bludger flying towards him and smiled. He moved his neck and shoulder joints, then leaned down and pressed the wooden handle of the broomstick. Then, he activated his broomstick and suddenly flew out. Ah! What is Chin doing? Why is he flying in another direction? There is no bludger there. The little girl with light blonde hair shouted in confusion. Yes, he wouldn't be afraid of being hit by the bludger, so he would fly to the side. His companion muttered in a low voice. How is that possible? Chin is not such a person. How could he be afraid? The little girl with light blonde hair said immediately with dissatisfaction. I didn't say he was afraid. It's possible that he wanted to avoid it temporarily. His companion quickly explained. Maybe, I don't know. The two continued to stare into the sky with confusion. There were many people who had the same doubts as them, because Chin-Yu did fly to the side. However, not everyone is ignorant. Senior Quidditch fans like Professor McGonagall saw Chin-Yu's actions, and her eyes that had always been indifferent already shone brightly. Professor Swinton, who was also in the teacher's stand, showed an expression of surprise and surprise. Grandstanding. Professor Snape couldn't help but muttered, but a hint of admiration flashed in his eyes. Those who understand naturally understand, and those who don't understand don't have to wonder for too long, because Chin-Yu flies so fast that he quickly tells others his purpose. I saw that after he flew out, he did not fly to the side along a straight path, but always pulled the wooden handle of the broomstick to fly in a rapid arc. It's probably akin to driving around a roundabout in the Muggle world. When he quickly circled a semicircle and turned back, he happened to be close to the bludger he was defending. So, he speeded up to catch up, kept moving in the same direction as the bludger, and quickly closed the distance. At this time, the bludger was less than 10 meters away from the white owl he was guarding, and was about to collide with the cute fat bird model swinging slowly in the air. At the critical moment, Chin-Yu held the broomstick with one hand to control the flight direction and speed, raised the bat with the other hand, and hit the bludgers flying in the same direction. Bang! A crash sounded in the air. Chin-Yu's bat hit the bludger accurately and knocked it away suddenly. The cute white owl avoided the fate of being shot down and continued to float and sway in the air, swaying from side to side, as if it was congratulating itself on escaping. Whoosh! There was warm applause from the stands. It's an arc flying around and hitting the ball in the same direction. This boy is so amazing, he can actually complete such a difficult move. Someone with knowledge shouted out the name of this classic move. Yes, it is indeed an arc flying around and hitting the ball in the same direction. Just now I also suspected that he was going to do this action, but I subconsciously felt that this was impossible, because this is an action that can only be completed by professional players. How could he do it? But, he really did it. Someone next to him continued. Is this difficult? Another person asked with some confusion. Is it difficult? Can you please remove the word? The biggest requirement of this movement is the ability to control the flight. If your speed and control skills are not up to standard, you will not be able to catch up with the bludger. The person who spoke first said, "The guy who doesn't understand football," explained excitedly. "He can do this action at such a young age, so he has a promising future. Yes, I will definitely pay attention to him in the future. By the way, what is the name of this little boy? Why haven't I heard of him before? What grade is he in? He seems to be a first-year freshman. I heard the first-year kids next to him calling him Chin or King. It was too noisy and I couldn't hear him clearly. It doesn't matter, I'm a fan of him anyway. Ugh. You're great." People who understand how powerful Chin Yu's moves are excited and explain to those around them who don't understand how cool and difficult this move is. As for the first-year students who had been cheering for Chin Yu, they shouted even harder. As for Chin Yu, he actually doesn't know anything about the so-called arc-shaped ball flying in the same direction. He just understands the concept of speed is relative. This is also thanks to the buddy who was hit by the bludger. If he hadn't seen him being hit so badly by the bludger, Chin Yu would probably have attacked him head-on. However, after seeing the miserable state of this man, Chin Yu quickly adjusted his strategy. Since he could not change the actual speed of the bludger, he could fly in the same direction as the bludger. In this case, the relative speed of the bludger and him will become very small, or even in a relatively static state, and then it won't be so laborious to hit the ball. It was with this in mind that Chin Yu performed a series of actions, including flying back and forth and then flying in the same direction as the bludger before hitting the ball. Facts have proved that his idea was correct. He successfully knocked away the fast-flying bludger, which gave Chin Yu a slight sense of confidence and accomplishment. Little did he know, he accidentally completed a difficult Quidditch maneuver in front of everyone, shocking those who were watching. During the next selection period, Chin Yu continued to use his super flight control ability and flight speed to knock the bludger away from all directions. In addition to flying around in an arc, he also tried different methods and unintentionally used many classic tactical moves. This turned the selection of batsmen directly into his own show. Of course, he has never experienced professional training after all, and some of his movements are just random and he doesn't do them well, or he only does half of them and changes his appearance. However, this does not prevent many people from treating him as a genius. Rising Quidditch star. Family members like Professor McGonagall and Charlie Weasley were of course happy. Professor Snape, on the other hand, secretly smacked his lips, feeling that the future Gryffindor Quidditch team was a bit tricky, and resisted the temptation to cast any interference spells to bring down the grandstanding boy from the sky. Since the entire stadium's attention was focused on Chin Yu, the unnamed contestant who was hit by the bludger and landed on the ground did not attract much attention, except, of course, the conscientious and extremely skilled rescue team. As for the brothers George and Fred, they got together at some point and worked together to deal with those difficult bludgers, and in the end each scored a lot of points. Of course, it is not a foul for the two brothers to do this, because there is no rule in advance that they cannot join forces. After the selection was completed, Chin Yu naturally became the batsman of the Quidditch team, while brothers George and Fred became the substitute batters. Although they were substitutes, the two brothers were still very happy because compared to Chin, they were really convinced. Then, they came down from the world to find Angelina, who was also selected for the Quidditch team. "Johnson, tell her that we will be teammates from now on and take care of each other," and so on. The Slytherin candidates who came on stage after Chin Yu performed very mediocrely. One boy wanted to imitate Chin Yu's arcing flying movement and threw himself away, which in vain increased the work of the rescue team. Quantity. Chin Yu handed the borrowed broomstick to Charlie, and then went to the stage to meet his roommates. Seeing how hard they worked to cheer him on, Chin Yu decided to treat them to various candies from Duke B. Of course, this required Hagrid went to Hogsmeade Village to buy something, and they, the younger students, were not allowed to go out. When he reached the stands where the Gryffindor students were, Chin-yu was greeted by everyone's enthusiastic cheers. "Chin, you are great! Chin, your moves are amazing! Chin, can you teach me how to use a broomstick? I'm not very skilled yet." Under the crowd's attention, Chin-yu smiled and greeted them as he walked by, feeling the feeling of being a public figure. Then, he came to where Elvis and the others were. When Elvis and Jimmy saw Chin-yu coming, they quickly pulled the small banner probably made of Elvis's scarf and shouted at Chin-yu, "Chin, you are so awesome!" Chin-yu finally saw the words on the banner clearly. "Chin is the king." The autumn wind blew the banner made of scarf, fluttering like a flag. At this time, neither the boy holding the banner nor the people looking at the line of words knew how such a sentence would spread in the magical world in the future. And they, at this moment, are simply enjoying simple joy. Joy should be simple. Chapter 38 BB's Multi-Flavor Beans, Whoever Vomits Loses. This Quidditch selection lasted almost a whole day, and it was considered a lively whole school activity. Young people are very enthusiastic about these things, shouting and cheering outside the field like a joy, releasing the youthful energy unique to their age, as if they are tireless. By about 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the selection was coming to an end. Everyone left one after another, leaving only a few senior students and teachers to clean up the place. Chin-yu saw Professor Swinton coming to the bottom of the stadium from a distance and gently waving his wand towards the sky. Then, the black and white owl models suspended in the air flew down one by one, and when they were close to the ground, shrunk suddenly, and quickly flew into a cloth bag held by Professor Swinton. Then, he pulled the rope at the mouth of the bag, tied the bag, and walked away with it. Looking at the cloth bag that was only the size of a potions textbook, Chin-yu couldn't help but look envious. This bag must have been cast with a space spell such as a stretching spell, so that it can hold so many large owl models. What a good thing, if only it were mine. Chin-yu smacked his mouth and muttered to himself. As if sensing some malicious glances, Professor Swinton stuffed the bag into his open arms, covered it with the wizard's robe, and then disappeared in the blink of an eye. This made Chin-yu a little disappointed. Then, he saw brothers Fred and George, whose expressions were even more disappointed than his own, walking towards him. "How is it? Did you get pouted?" Chin-yu raised his eyebrows and said with some gloating. "Who translates this sentence? As the saying goes, don't expose someone's shortcomings when you expose them, don't slap someone in the face when you hit someone." Chin-yu perfectly avoided this virtue. "Don't say it so harshly," Angelina said politely that she had made an appointment with her friend a long time ago, so she rejected our invitation. Fred said dissatisfied. "Yeah, who made us a step late?" George said disappointedly. By the way, just now, Chin-yu and others discussed having a small party at Hagrid's cabin to celebrate the smooth progress of the selection, while Fred and George vigorously said that they would invite Angelina to go with them. After all, everyone was selected at the same time today, and they are considered as team members in the same period, so we can keep in touch and express feelings. Then, there is no more. Then wait until next time. Anyway, if we train together in the future, there will be plenty of opportunities. Chin-yu comforted the two guys with kindness. The two recovered instantly and led Elvis, Jimmy, Wilson, and Burke to the Hagrid cabin. Seeing the Weasley brothers vividly talking about the magical animals Hagrid took care of along the way, Chin-yu felt that it was unnecessary to comfort them. These two were born optimists. Of course, how can it be simple for someone who can live as an alien in the Weasley family? Thinking about these unfinished things, Chin-yu also followed everyone to the Hagrid hut. When Chin-yu and the others arrived at Hagrid's cabin, Hagrid, as the owner, had just decorated his simple living room. When he saw everyone coming, he rubbed his hands and said with a smile, "Boys, welcome to my place as a guest." "Thank you, Hagrid." Several children thanked them quickly. Then, they looked at the pile of candies on the table and couldn't take their eyes away. Before Chin-yu came, he had asked the owl to tell Hagrid in advance and asked him to help buy some candies. Hagrid thoughtfully bought several kinds and piled them on the table like a hill. Although the food at school is good, how could the children resist the temptation of candy? Giloo. I don't know who swallowed first. Then, other people's grunts started. Without further ado, let's eat. Chin-yu picked up a BB multi-flavor bean and stuffed it into his mouth. After chewing it, my mouth was instantly filled with spicy taste. Hiss. Chin-yu took a breath, then frowned, chewed and swallowed hard. BB multi-flavor beans, if you eat them, you are not allowed to vomit. Whoever vomits will lose. Except for Chin-yu, everyone else also tried the candies with random flavors. After eating, their expressions were really various: bitter, spicy, sour, and sweet, clearly visible at a glance. The luckiest one was Wilson, who ate a strawberry-flavored one. Others were a little unlucky, and George choked with tears. After eating BB's multi-flavor beans, everyone picked their favorite candies and started eating them. Of course, after eating a certain amount of candy, people will be satisfied, and they will no longer be so enthusiastic about it, and they will not eat it without limit. At this time, the tea prepared by Hagrid himself was welcomed by everyone. Not to mention, Hagrid's cooking skills are disastrous, but the tea he makes is still good. Each of the children holds a cup and drinks tea while asking Hagrid about the furnishings in his house, especially the hairs of magical animals. The horns and other things made them full of curiosity. Of course Chin-yu was not among them. He was sitting on the steps at the door of Hagrid's hut with a cup of tea in his hand, sipping the tea while looking at the setting sun. I don't know when, a little golden unicorn walked over with light steps. After approaching the hut, it neighed happily at Chin-yu. It's Anna the unicorn. Her arrival made several little kids go completely crazy. They looked at the elegant little beast from a distance, not daring to get too close for fear of disturbing her. At this time, George and Fred each took a carrot that had been washed clean and wiped off the surface moisture, and walked over. However, Anna ignored them both and walked straight towards Chin-yu. The party at Hagrid's cabin ended on time before dinner started. Before the end, Charlie, who had packed up the Quidditch pitch, also came here. He first told his two precious brothers not to cause trouble for Hagrid, which elicited a slight response from George and Fred. Then, he told Chin-yu about this selection. Charlie said that Professor McGonagall suggested that Chin-yu play the position of seeker instead of batter. Why? Chin-yu was slightly startled. Because you are really fast. Charlie spread his hands and said. No. Upon hearing this, Chin-yu shook his head violently and rejected the proposal. Before participating in this selection, Chin-yu actually had certain expectations for the seeker. He felt that this kind of position that could turn the situation around on his own was very awesome, because as long as the seeker caught the golden snitch, he could give him the team brought a huge score advantage of 150 points. However, after today's selection, he discovered that batsman was the position he wanted. Since Chin-yu insisted, Charlie naturally no longer pressed for it. After all, their team currently has no shortage of seekers. At worst, he could wait until he graduates next year and let Professor McGonagall convince him. So, before Hagrid was eager to show off his cooking skills, Chin-yu took a few little kids who didn't know what was going on and left Hagrid's hut. Chapter 39. Please allow me to introduce myself, 2 in 1 chapter. Are you really not going to be a seeker? Seeker is a very popular position. Several people walked into the Gryffindor rest area. After Brother Charlie returned to his dormitory, George and Fred couldn't help but say to Chin-yu, I'm really not that interested in seekers. After Chin-yu said this, he paused and then said seriously to the two of them, I think a team is like a small army. The chaser is responsible for the frontal attack and is a powerful teacher, looking for the ball the hand is a rare soldier, marching alone and winning by surprise, and the batsman is the sharpest spear and the most deadly weapon of this army. It is the strongest expression of a team's combat power. Instead of chasing a flying one, the little ball with wings is flying like a headless fly. I would rather wave the bat and kill everyone on the court. If the gods block the gods, the Buddhas will block the Buddhas. How cool it is! As he said this, he made a gesture of waving the bat and hitting hard, which was quite impressive. Sure enough, you think the same as us, the batter is the coolest position. George said with a sympathetic smile. Quidditch has no soul if it doesn't have a batter. Fred also said. The three heroes saw the same thing, and they stood shoulder to shoulder and dreamed about being invincible on the court in the future, and they were in a very happy mood. After the separation, Chin-Yu thought that if he and the two brothers continued to hang out like this, they would most likely become more and more average. The topic of Quidditch selection was very lively for several days after the selection. Chin-Yu has also become a minor celebrity in the school. At least when many people see him, they can recognize him as the batsman who guarded the big white owl on the day of selection. As for his name, most people really I don't know. After all, Chin-Yu is just a freshman who has just entered school. Then, after a few days, the inertia of life brought everyone back to dullness and busyness again, and the Quidditch selection became a thing of the past. Everyone was doing whatever they were supposed to do, and started talking about other things and paying attention to other people. Of course, those classmates who were Chin-Yu's fans are still keen to dig out all kinds of information about him. And Elvis remains the most important source of information. However, when Elvis told them that Chin-Yu had a girlfriend who often wrote to him, these people's hearts were broken and they couldn't sweep it away. Then, some sad girls gave up some of their imaginations about Chin-Yu and began to study to numb their wounded hearts. Of course, there are still some who still have no intention of giving up and feel that they are not without their own efforts. Let me ask, who is not a little magical princess? Chin-Yu naturally had no way of knowing what these children were thinking, because he was really busy. After officially joining the Gryffindor Quidditch team, he started taking classes, after-school tutoring, and Quidditch training. Although he was a little busy, Chin-Yu did not feel tired. On the contrary, he quickly adapted to such a life. Needless to say, classes are all about potions, herbal medicine, spells, transfiguration, etc. Each class is very fulfilling. The more Chin-Yu learns, the more he can feel the charm of magic. Then, he relies on himself to surpass the knowledge and wild imagination of peers, raised strange questions to the teachers, interrupting the teacher's teaching rhythm again and again, and greatly hindered the normal teaching progress. Professor Sprout complained to other teachers more than once, saying that he might not be able to finish the semester's courses before the Christmas vacation, because Chin-Yu had loaned out the herbs for teaching more than once, on the grounds that he needed to study the feasibility of cultivating them in large quantities. X, and some expensive herbs, he even took away them for the purpose of experiment, and used them in large amounts. In terms of Quidditch training, Chin-Yu, under Charlie's professional and careful guidance, systematically and standardizedly learned the commonly used tactical moves, and made rapid progress. In just 2 weeks, he was able to cooperate with the regular players, and in one he performed well in the friendly training match with Ravenclaw, and the frustrated players in the Eagle Academy were wary of him one by one. Note, the symbolic animal of Ravenclaw is the eagle, so it is called the Eagle Court. After this friendly match, Professor McGonagall personally handed him a Nimbus 2000 broomstick, which moved Chin-Yu inexplicably. However, Chin-Yu later learned that the money used to buy the broom was the portion of the venom profits they turned over. He even found out that when Lao Deng approved the funding for the flying broom, he also quoted "the wool comes from the sheep." This Eastern proverb made Chin-Yu feel stuck in his chest when he heard it, and he didn't know how to spit it out. As for after-school tutoring, Professor Snape has ended the abuse of the Expelliarmus curse and has turned to teaching Chin-Yu the more difficult Fire Curse and Stupefy Curse. Of these two spells, Chin-Yu likes to use the Fire Curse the most because it is more enjoyable. After all, playing with water and setting fire are the two things boys like to do most since childhood. Of course, the huge power of the fire curse is also the reason why Chinyu likes it. This curse can be used to attack when released, and can be defended when restrained. It can be said to be both offensive and defensive. Professor Snape said this to Chinyu in awkward classical English. It is said that this sentence was left by the creator of the fire curse. It means that releasing the fire can attack the enemy, and concentrating the flame in front of the body can play a protective role, which is commonly known as the fire shield. Of course it is easy to set a fire, but difficult to control it. Chinyu can only use the dragon's fire-breathing trick at present. He is not very good at restraining the flames, and if he continues to practice, he will be burned bald by the out-of-control fire. Professor Swinton, on the other hand, had nothing to teach him about the two emotional training aspects of meditation and fear, so he started chatting with Chinyu. Professor Swinton, does it seem unprofessional for us to chat and drink tea like this every day? Chinyu finally said to Professor Swinton one night, who had prepared a bunch of tea. How can this be not doing your job properly? You must know that chatting is also a necessary way to adjust your emotions. When your thoughts collide with another person's thoughts, your understanding of the world will be more complete. Your three views will be more stable. And your will become stronger. Professor Swinton said seriously. Well, what you said does make sense. Chinyu agreed deeply, and then ate a piece of pastry that seemed to be made of glutinous rice flour. Today, let's talk about astrology. By the way, what's your zodiac sign? Professor Swinton asked. Taurus, my birthday is May 5th. After Chinyu said this, he took a sip of tea. I guessed it right. By the way, I'm a Gemini. Professor Swinton pointed at himself and said. I don't care. Professor, I heard that astrology is a superstition in the Muggle world. Is it necessary for us to discuss this? Chinyu finally couldn't help but said. Your understanding is a bit one-sided. Although constellations have a superstitious side, they are actually a category that can be explained by psychology. Systematic and ritualistic things will give people an instinctive sense of trust, and constellations the theory is like this. Once people have trust in the constellation theory, it will naturally affect their behavior in a subtle way. And this influence, I think, has the effect of seeking advantages and avoiding disadvantages, and guiding evil to good. If we only look at it in terms of superstition, is not profound and comprehensive enough. Professor Swinton spoke of his theory in a very logical manner. Chinyu listened while drinking tea, nodding from time to time. Well, what's the difference between this and his previous life where he was chatting in a group of people and talking about shit? Time passed by unconsciously like this, and Chinyu felt like he understood something, but also felt like he didn't understand anything at all. Okay, that's all for today, you can go back. Professor Swinton, who was thirsty for words, drank all the tea in the cup with satisfaction and sent Chinyu away. The next night, Chinyu came over on time. Chin, today, let's talk about what's hidden in the drama. Professor Swinton cleared his throat and spoke seriously. Wait a minute, Professor Swinton, before we talk about this, can you help me look at something? I've been studying it for a long time, but I still don't understand its principle. Chinyu interrupted Professor Swinton and took out a small items. Oh? What is this? Professor Swinton asked curiously. A friend gave me a handicraft. I once put a grape and a cherry in it. They can stay fresh for a long time. Chinyu said this and handed over the small object. Yes, this is the little pyramid that Bill gave to Chinyu. He really felt that chatting dryly every day was a waste of time and a waste of Hogwarts teaching staff. He might as well ask Professor Swinton for advice, and Chinyu, I have been playing around with this little pyramid recently, trying to figure out how it works so that I can make a bigger one so that he can store more fruits. The purpose is simple and practical. That's it. Professor Swinton took the small pyramid and looked at it over and over in his hand. Then, his eyes became brighter and brighter as he looked at it, and he murmured, "Wow, it's from the Egyptian Alchemy Research Center. I haven't seen them make new stuff for a long time." No, Chain, the gold material belongs to them, and the magic spell here is obviously not Cairo's system. It's a bit interesting, the operation of magic has the charm of classical magic. Well, Professor, can you tell me how this thing works? Qin Yu interrupted at the right time, pulling Professor Swinton back from his own world. Oh? What's the purpose of wanting to know how it works? Professor Swinton asked rhetorically without answering. Well, I just want to make one myself. If possible, I want to make it bigger, about this big. Qin Yu said, reaching out to make a sign that was more than 1 meter tall. Well, this is not easy, Professor Swinton said with a smile. His words did not deny that he understood how the pyramid worked. So, are you willing to teach me? Qin Yu said expectantly. Professor Swinton did not answer immediately, but waved his wand and put away the tea and snacks instantly. Then, he straightened the front of the wizard's robe, straightened his body, and said solemnly to Qin Yu, "Before I teach you, please allow me to introduce myself. Qin Yu. I, Stephen Isaac Swinton, am the 109th official student of the great alchemist Nicholas Flamel. I am in awe of the great alchemy and am willing to experience it with the most pious heart. The holiness of creation." Professor Swinton said this in a very formal tone. Ha! Okay, the process is over. Professor Swinton returned to normal instantly. Seeing Qin Yu still looking confused, Professor Swinton smiled and explained, "What I want to teach you next is alchemy. And alchemy is a subject that requires a sense of ritual. Because only a devout alchemist can glimpse the power of the Creator and refine the legendary magic stone that can turn stones into gold and make people immortal." Magic stone. Qin Yu's heart suddenly trembled when he heard this. I just want to get a fresh keeping refrigerator, why do I have to involve the magic stone? Of course, I am definitely not teaching you how to refine the Philosopher's Stone. I can't even do it myself. The only person in the world who can refine the Philosopher's Stone is my teacher Nico Flamel, and I can teach you about it. It's about how to make this pyramid out of materials. This is relatively basic alchemy, and I will try to teach you to copy the magic spell inside. Professor Swinton shrugged after looking at Qin Yu's expression. Oh, that's it. Then, thank you for being willing to teach me. After Qin Yu said this, he said hesitantly, well, I need to do what you just did, too. Want to play a part? Ha ha ha, no, this is a ritual that my teacher requires us formal students to do. In fact, you just need to treat alchemy with a serious heart. Professor Swinton waved his hand and said with a smile. Hey, I will definitely take it seriously. Qin Yu said quickly. Then, Professor Swinton picked up the small pyramid again, observed it and said happily, well, I finally have something to do. When Qin Yu heard this, he couldn't help but thought to himself, so you were really just talking nonsense with me all day long because you were bored and had nothing to do, right? Of course, this cannot be said. Oh, yes, you must have a pious and serious heart. Qin Yu drove away those thoughts of complaining and listened carefully to Professor Swinton's next explanation. In this way, Qin Yu's leisure time of drinking tea and chatting in Professor Swinton's office was gone and became more fulfilling. It had to be said that alchemy was not as easy as he thought. He needed to learn a lot of theoretical knowledge, which made him read books even when he returned to his dormitory. These books included some basic alchemy textbooks and a series of books. Professor Ben Swinton's Alchemy Notes. With such a busy life, Qin Yu writes letters to Hermione less frequently. However, the little girl seriously stated that study is the most important thing and he can write less frequently. However, the number of letters Trig brought from Hermione did not decrease. Because this owl has formed the habit of flying regularly between the two places at some point. Even if there is no mission to deliver letters, it will fly empty to Granger's house, and then eat some toast and ham, and then take little Hermione with him. The letter flew back. Time is like sand, and like a horse racing in front of the window. When the maple forest outside the castle sheds its last leaves, the cold wind begins to blow, and Hogwarts enters the late autumn season. Chapter 40 Center-Parted Look, Acromantula, and Tomato Soup. Aragog is back, Hagrid said to Chin-Yu with a relieved but apologetic tone. The uncle had just returned from the Forbidden Forest, and his thick coat seemed to still carry the chill of the mountain forest. Hey? Who? Chin-Yu, who was helping Unicorn Kelly comb her mane, didn't react for a while after hearing Hagrid's words. It's the old Acromantula that escaped, Hagrid explained, and stretched out his 2 hands to scratch, imitating the 8 legs of the Acromantula. Chin-Yu took off the unicorn hairs hanging on the comb one by one, handed them to Fred next to him, and asked the latter to collect them carefully. He then nodded suddenly and said, "It turns out that it, isn't it? Has this old guy run away from home?" To be honest, Chin-Yu really doesn't have a good impression of this Acromantula. When he accidentally entered the spider cave, he had clearly made it clear to it that he was Hagrid's friend. However, this guy was still there. Commit murder. If it were someone without a system, wouldn't it just hang there? The old guy might not hurt anyone, but its indifference when it saw Chin-Yu and the little unicorn in danger that day still made it hard for Chin-Yu to let go. Therefore, Chin-Yu always used it as a title. Well, Aragog didn't have a good life after he escaped. He was almost killed when he passed by a gathering place of centaurs. Now that the weather has turned cold, he has come back quietly. I also just went to ban him. He only discovered it when Lynn was on patrol. After Hagrid said this, he added, "He also specifically told me not to tell you about his return." George. Fred. I won't let you tell Chin, so why don't you tell me? The 2 brothers murmured in their hearts at the same time. Humph, are you still afraid that I can't eradicate it? Chin-Yu said angrily. Probably because of such worries, Aragog said that you were too scary at the time. If he didn't run in time, he would definitely die. Hagrid nodded with deep understanding. Chin-Yu Xiao rolled his eyes, and while giving the unicorn Kelly a mid-parted look, he said coldly, "Go and tell it, since it didn't hurt me then, I won't hurt it. By the way, you tell it that this is for your sake, Uncle Hagrid. Also, its descendants are responsible for their own evil, and the bodies belong to us. If it has any objections to this, I can talk to it." George and Fred listened and nodded fiercely. The venom of Acromantula is quite easy to sell, and they already have wizard customers as far away as Brazil. I can guarantee that Aragog will never have any objections to this. His children have long been wild and untamable. They have completely different habits from him. Even he himself has difficulty restraining them. Hagrid said to Chin-Yu, and the Weasley brothers said. Chin-Yu probably understood what Hagrid said. Aragog was raised by Hagrid. He is equivalent to a husky raised in the Muggle world. Although he is fierce, he can listen to people's words, while Aragog's children are all wild. They are ferocious and ignorant beasts, equivalent to wild dogs and wolves. One is a pet and the other is a beast. Hagrid naturally has feelings for Aragog, but he does not have the slightest sympathy for those beasts, and the same is true for Aragog. After all, he has too many descendants, and he has too much sympathy. What? Well, it's nothing, just let it continue to live in its home. After Chin-Yu said this, he seemed to remember something, and then said to Hagrid, "Tell it again, and you will be there in the future. My friends, come in and let it take a good look at its little cubs. If someone is injured, I don't mind blowing up the spider hole again. At that time, I'll see if it can successfully escape again." Of course Chin-Yu would not casually use the power of Obscurus to blow up spider holes, but he could still scare him. It was just a big bug. Could it be that he still knew the idiom that a soldier never tires of deceit? I will definitely bring the words to you. Hearing this, Hagrid nodded solemnly and said. Chin-yu and the others obtained the venom and used the venom to slightly open up the market in the magical world. Aragog also obtained Chin-yu's temporary understanding and warning under Hagrid's lobbying. The Acromantula incident was finally brought to an end. A happy ending, probably. Brothers George and Fred felt relieved, and Hagrid also returned to the Forbidden Forest to tell Aragog what Chin-yu had said. The only person at the scene who was dissatisfied was the little unicorn Anna. When Chin-yu was combing the big unicorn's brown fur, she had already been impatient and circled around it. The appearance of Hagrid directly slowed down Chin-yu's progress in styling her mother, which made her a little angry. At this time, Hagrid finally left, and Chin-yu also gave Unicorn Kelly a middle-parted comb that would satisfy even an obsessive-compulsive disorder. Then, the little unicorn hurried over and asked Chin-yu to do it for her too. Seeing her like this, Chin-yu smiled for a while. So, he took off the last white unicorn hair from the comb, handed it to the Weasley brothers to put away, and then began to comb the little unicorn Anna's hair. The Weasley brothers are not accepted by the unicorns when it comes to grooming their brown fur. As for the combed golden unicorn hair, there is no need to collect it. Well, Ollivander doesn't collect it. However, when Chin-yu was combing her hair, the little unicorn enthusiastically reminded Chin-yu to collect her golden fur as well. In order to prevent Anna from feeling that her hair was not as useful as her mother's, Chin-yu asked George and the others to change a bag to contain the golden animal hair. One Friday afternoon passed like this. Chin-yu stayed with the unicorns and helped them comb their manis, which was a half-day break, while brothers George and Fred were very satisfied with the unicorn hairs they collected. Then, when Hagrid came back from the Forbidden Forest again and brought back Aragog's guarantee, Chin-yu and the Weasley brothers left Hagrid's cabin and returned to Hogwarts Castle. On the way back, George and Fred walked in front, while Chin-yu followed behind and walked slowly, thinking about recent events. Then, he unexpectedly thought of the old Acromantula Aragog. Thinking of Aragog, Chin-yu naturally thought of the system that could save his life. By the way, since the Acromantula incident, it seems that there has been no movement in this system, and I don't know where it went. Is it due to arrears? Thinking of this, Chin-yu couldn't help but stop and mutter in his heart, "System, system, are you still there? If you are, just say a word." After waiting for 5 seconds, Chin-yu did not get a response. And just when he was about to leave, a voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Squeak! Chin-yu! Chin-yu was speechless for a moment, and after a long pause, he said helplessly in his heart, "Your work efficiency has not been good recently. How long has it been since you released a selection task? I don't even have any extra income. I just rely on hard work to make money. It's really tiring." Ding! It has been detected that the host has a strong desire for adventure. Would you like to enable the S-level difficulty world mode? The system voice sounded. S-level difficulty world mode? What the hell? The system's words surprised Chin-yu. In this mode, the world will fall into the highest level of chaos. In this case, the host will be in danger all the time, and I will be able to frequently issue selected tasks. The system explained in a mechanical voice without any emotion. You mean, as long as I want to commit suicide, you will show up to choose the task? Chin-yu was stunned for a long time, and asked after smacking his mouth a few times. The system replied, "You understand it very accurately. Do you want to enable the S-level difficulty world mode? You have 5 seconds to make a choice. If you do not respond within the specified time, it will be enabled by default and the 5-second countdown will begin. 5, 4, 3. Shit, open your sister." "No." Chin-yu said urgently. "Good guy, I'm living a really good life, why don't you give me an S-level difficulty? Do you think I don't have enough life?" Ding! The host's reply has been received, and the current difficulty world mode is temporarily maintained. The system sounded. Then, the system added, if the host wants to open a world mode with a higher difficulty level, please summon me at any time. When Chinyu heard this, he rolled his eyes and said, I don't have any masochistic tendencies. I'll just switch to a high difficulty mode. Then don't summon me. The system replied. Well, okay, wait, why do you think your words are emotional? Are you trying to criticize me? Chinyu asked excitedly. Do you have similar human emotions? Chinyu continued to ask. However, the system did not make any reply, not even a chirp. After trying for a while, Chinyu gave up decisively, because he was really afraid of offending the system. If it directly went to S-level difficulty mode, it would be enough for him to drink a pot. At least, he is quite satisfied with his current life and does not need to add any higher level of difficulty. The cold wind in the evening blew across the hillside, and Chinyu shrank his neck from the cold. After George and Fred greeted them from a distance, he took a few steps to catch up. Sitting at the dining table, after drinking some hot tomato soup, Chinyu felt very comfortable, and his whole stomach was warm. Then, after eating 2 pies and a piece of potato, Chinyu left the auditorium and went to the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor's office on the 3rd floor. And here, after Professor Swinton decided to teach Chinyu alchemy, it became very crowded and filled with all kinds of alchemy materials and alchemy equipment. When Chinyu knocked on the door and entered, Professor Swinton said quite proudly, "You came just in time. I have cracked the material formula of the Egyptian Alchemy Research Center, and we can start refining it." It was a bit stuck, and then I flipped through the book, checked the information, and sorted out the plot, which wasted time. Then, thank you all for your reminders, comments and rewards. The author is flattered by your love and I will try my best to write this book. Chapter 41 Nobility comes from tempering and tempering. Professor Swinton, you are indeed a knowledgeable and super genius. You have cracked the formula of this alchemy material in such a short period of time. As your student, I am really proud. Chinyu said seriously. Haha, that's an exaggeration. I'm still far away from my teacher, Mr. Flamel. This matter is not worth mentioning. Professor Swinton waved his hand rather proudly. Of course, the corners of his mouth turned up to show that he was very happy. If it were Professor Snape, if he had listened to Chinyu's words, he would have rolled his eyes at him and said coldly, "You are good at flattering, why don't you review the spells I taught you?" Professor Swinton, on the other hand, is more shameless. He handles it calmly. In other words, Chinyu has been following Professor Swinton recently to learn the theoretical knowledge of alchemy and do some simple alchemical operations, such as blackening, yellowing and whitening that are common in alchemy, and how to do it specifically. Obtain pure cinnabar, etc. Professor Swinton himself, while teaching Chinyu, devoted almost all his remaining energy to the reverse derivation of the alchemy material used in the small pyramid, so much so that even the Defense Against Dark Arts class he taught became absent-minded. It had been a long time since his classmates had been frightened by those disgusting pictures, and their appetites had become much better. Now, after many days of research, Professor Swinton finally figured out the composition of this material, which really took a lot of effort. "Okay, Chin, don't be stunned, let's start doing it, I can't wait." Professor Swinton rubbed his hands and said to Chinyu with bright eyes. Chinyu. Although he understood Professor Swinton's enthusiasm for alchemy, Chinyu always felt that his words coupled with his expression really made people want to turn around and leave immediately. How could Professor Swinton know Chinyu's mental activities at this time? Without saying a word, he handed Chinyu a set of alchemist uniforms in the room, and he himself waved his wand and changed into the same costumes. This is a robe with a simple pattern. After Chinyu put it on, he and Professor Swinton came to the alchemy materials and alchemy equipment. "Test you, What is alchemy? Professor Swinton asked solemnly before officially starting. Alchemy is the blending and exploration of the four elements of earth, wind, water, and fire. It is the use of these elements to create more noble substances and even life. Qin Yu said the definition of alchemy. Yes, nobility comes from tempering and tempering. The four most primitive elements in heaven and earth are reborn from fire and various tribulations. Professor Swinton said with a pious look. After saying this, Professor Swinton directed Qin Yu to start making some preparations and pre-processing the required materials. Qin Yu has done these pre-processing operations many times, and they are not difficult to do. By the time Qin Yu finished processing the materials, Professor Swinton had already set up the alchemy cauldron, with blue flames burning underneath. Then, Professor Swinton asked Qin Yu to put the pre-processed materials into the alchemy cauldron one by one in order, while he waved his wand to control the intensity of the flame and the flow of materials in the alchemy cauldron. As Qin Yu put in the last material, the material in the alchemy cauldron turned into a liquid of mixed colors. At this time, Professor Swinton released a magic spell to suddenly increase the temperature of the flame. Then he took out a transparent glass bottle containing white powder from his cherished arms. Then, he opened the cork of the glass bottle and poured in about 1/3 of the bottle of white powder was poured into the alchemy cauldron. This is the alchemy catalyst given to me by Mr. LeMay. It can save a lot of troublesome steps. Professor Swinton explained to Qin Yu, who was a little confused. Hearing this, Qin Yu nodded and continued to look at the reaction in the alchemy cauldron. As the white powder was poured in, the originally chaotic molten liquid reacted violently and began to intertwine and fuse with each other as if it were alive. The color of the liquid gradually became unified until it turned golden. Golden, that is the color of gold. Of course, Qin Yu knew that what they were refining was definitely not gold, but a substance more noble than gold. Professor Swinton, who was always paying attention to the changes in the alchemy cauldron. After seeing that the color of the liquid reached his requirements, he waved his wand and gradually weakened the flames under the cauldron until it was extinguished. The whole process was very cautious, not daring to go too fast. Don't dare to be too slow. After the flames were completely extinguished, Professor Swinton cast a levitation spell on the pool of golden liquid. The liquid rose from the cauldron and turned into a round golden ball as big as a quaffle when it reached the air. As the ball rotates in the air, it gradually changes from liquid to solid, leaving shallow cloud-like patterns on the surface of the ball. Qin, catch it! Professor Swinton shouted, raising his voice. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu quickly stretched out his hands. The golden ball slowly fell under the control of Professor Swinton, and finally landed in Qin Yu's hand. The moment his hands touched the ball, Qin Yu seemed to feel the breath of life coming from the golden ball. Alchemy is indeed a magical subject. Qin Yu thought in his heart. The successful refining of the alchemy material is the first step in making the pyramid. They will use this newly made alchemy material to forge the 5 sides of the pyramid. The next step is to replicate the magic spell on the small pyramid on the 5 sides of the pyramid. This is a very ancient magic spell that uses some ancient incantations. Your friend is really talented at being able to carve these incantations into the pyramid. Professor Swinton said to Qin Yu. Well, Bill is indeed very powerful. I can't even imitate those spells. Qin Yu nodded. Haha, drawing a mantra is not just about drawing it as it appears. You also need to sense the flow of the mantra. Otherwise, even if you draw it as it is, it won't have any effect. Professor Swinton said with a smile. It sounds a bit troublesome. Qin Yu said with a shrug. Yes, it is said that these incantations were drawn by ancient wizards after they sensed the mysterious sound. Of course, we don't need to be like them to copy now, as long as we can roughly imitate it. I'm afraid I won't be able to handle this on my own, so I'll have to find someone for help. The first person that Professor Swinton could think of was, of course, Professor Dumbledore. However, He immediately rejected the idea because he did not want Dumbledore to waste his energy on such a trivial matter. Then, Professor Snape became the best candidate besides Professor Dumbledore. Chi Yu couldn't help much with this matter, so he left it to Professor Swinton and Professor Snape to study it. 5 days later in the evening, Chi Yu was called to the office by Professor Swinton. In the middle of that office, there is a golden pyramid more than 1 meter high. Professor Swinton and Professor Snape, one with a smile and the other with a cold face, stood on both sides of the pyramid like sphinxes. Chapter 42 New Effects. Looking at the large pyramid in front of him, Chi Yu felt like he was looking at a piece of art. It is so beautiful. The golden regular edges seem to be flowing with brilliance, which is dazzling. Then, he looked at the 2 teachers who were obviously a little tired. Chi Yu suddenly thought of this sentence, "I have been struggling for a long time just for a fresh-keeping refrigerator. Isn't it too much work?" You see, Professor Snape is very tired, and his originally black and smooth long hair has become a little dry and split. Chi Yu looked at Professor Snape somewhat sadly. After Snape noticed his gaze, he rolled his eyes and said coldly, "Although I don't know what you are thinking, if you continue to look at me like this, I can't guarantee that you will be killed. Throw it out of the 3rd floor window." "Hey, I just think you look very haggard. You and Professor Swinton have really worked hard during this time," Chi Yu said sincerely with a playful smile. "I don't find it hard to do research. On the contrary, you should have a correct attitude and not be afraid of difficulties when doing things," Professor Snape continued to say in a cold tone. "Yeah, I understand." Chi Yu nodded quickly and said, "Okay, Severus, the teaching time is over, it's time to show our research results over the past few days." Professor Swinton interrupted at the right time. "Yes." Snape heard this and nodded in agreement. Then, Professor Swinton and Professor Snape took a step to both sides at the same time, while the former waved his wand and pointed at the pyramid. A golden panel of the pyramid then slowly flew up and suspended in mid-air, revealing the hollow internal structure inside. And there was an exquisite porcelain plate with several fruits, including an apple, 3 bananas, a bunch of grapes and 2 avocados. Looking at Swinton with a proud look on his face and Snape with a slightly raised chin, Chi Yu lamented in his heart, "I am indeed a sinner. I shouldn't trouble these 2 big guys to do this. Isn't this overkill?" Although he thought so in his heart, he certainly couldn't show such emotions on his face. The efficiency of the 2 teachers' cooperation is so high. I didn't expect that the magic spell of the small pyramid could be reproduced so quickly," Chi Yu said with great admiration. "This worship is indeed true." Chi Yu himself is also studying the incantations in these pyramids. However, he can only barely sketch a rough outline, but there is no flow of magic power at all, let alone the expected effect. Now, looking at the interior of the pyramid transmitting magic fluctuations, Chi Yu truly felt what Professor Swinton called the breath of classical magic. "Reproduction? Do you think the 2 of us would do such a low-level thing?" Professor Snape sneered and said proudly. "Hey? Isn't it?" Chi Yu was slightly startled. Professor Snape was too lazy to answer his question. Instead, he stretched out his wand and tapped the top of the pyramid. Then he moved his mouth and recited a spell, and a thin cold air quickly appeared in the pyramid. As the cold air filled the air, Chi Yu heard the sound of ice crystals solidifying in his ears, and ice condensed on the inner walls of the pyramid made of alchemy material at a speed visible to the naked eye. Looking at the fruits on the plate, they are already covered with a layer of frost, obviously frozen. Hiss, what is the effect of quick freezing? Chi Yu looked at the 2 professors in disbelief. By the way, the small pyramid that Bill gave Chi Yu also had a preservation function, and the magical aura was not very strong. However, the current large pyramid not only has a strong magical aura, but also has a quick freezing effect. This has to be. Chi Yu was a little surprised. "Severus, you agreed that I would demonstrate, how could you do this?" Professor Swinton said angrily. Does it matter who demonstrated it? Professor Snape said calmly. Of course there is a difference. How can I establish a tall and positive image in front of students like this? Professor Swinton argued. Oh, then if you are willing, you can demonstrate it again. Snape said. What's the use of doing it again? Can the effect of the first demonstration be more shocking? Swinton said angrily. You didn't say how many times you would demonstrate before. Snape said sharply. You are quibbling. Professor Swinton said through gritted teeth. Whatever you say. Snape folded his hands on his waist and said indifferently. Chin-Yu couldn't help raising his hand, interrupting the conversation between the two. Say. Chin, don't you like him too? The two professors said at the same time. Well, I want to say that no matter who performs the demonstration, the image of the two teachers in my heart is glorious and great. It is you who let me know the wisdom and magical qualities that a good wizard should have. Can you become it is my greatest honor to be my student. Master Qin Shui Yu said sincerely. When Professor Swinton heard this, his expression immediately softened a lot, and Professor Snape also snorted and said nothing more. So, can any of you tell me the principle of this curse? I really want to know. Qin-Yu said to the two of them. Of course I will tell you. Professor Swinton said first. Then, he pointed to the open pyramid with a thick layer of frost on the inside and began to explain. First of all, the alchemy material used by your friend is actually a low-quality material refined by the Egyptian Alchemy Research Center. It doesn't cost much, and the quality of the material we refined before is much higher. Then, although the magic spells he drew inside the small pyramid had certain preservation and antiseptic effects, they did not bring out the maximum value of those ancient spells. This is also a problem that Professor Snape and I have been overcoming recently. Now, we can say that we have thoroughly researched and developed 80% of the abilities of those spells. Therefore, in addition to keeping fresh, we can also freeze it quickly. After Professor Swinton finished speaking, Snape nodded and added, many of these incantations play a role in converting magic power. If you want to understand the working principle of the pyramid, you need to understand and study each incantation to know what stage of magic are they in. It sounds very complicated. Qin-Yu said after licking his lips a few times. It's quite complicated, but with us here, we can definitely teach you. Professor Swinton said confidently. Then thank you two teachers. Qin-Yu thanked him quickly. Of course, there is no time to explain in detail today, and Qin-Yu also saw that the two professors were very tired from studying these mantras recently, so he took the initiative to start the formal study tomorrow. Naturally, the two professors had no objections. After all, they were not in a hurry. In the following days, Qin-Yu began to learn this ancient mantra under the guidance of the two teachers. The process went smoothly, but was a bit boring. Fortunately, Qin-Yu thought it was quite interesting to see Professor Swinton and Professor Snape arguing like two children over some trivial matters from time to time, which relieved his boredom. Of course, he felt more about the mystery and power of these spells, as well as the profound magical attainments of the two professors. One day, the three of them were drinking strong tea and eating fruits taken out of the pyramid. Professor Snape looked at the thing they had been studying and murmured, "Are we working hard for so long just to store fruits? Ha, have you finally discovered this?" Qin-Yu twitched the corner of his mouth, thinking awkwardly in his heart. What's going on? Is there anything wrong? Professor Swinton asked with some confusion. There's nothing wrong. I'm just suddenly curious about how much money you spent on this pyramid. Snape said slowly. When Qin-Yu heard this, he also looked at Professor Swinton curiously. He only knew that the alchemy materials must be valuable, but he didn't know how much they were worth. How much does it cost? Let me think about it. The materials used in alchemy are probably worth 2,000 to 3,000 gold galleons, or maybe a little more. Professor Swinton thought for a while and said, 2 or 3,000 gold galleons. Qin Yu was a little dumbfounded when he heard this. They sold a chromantula venom for an autumn, but they didn't make so much money, right? This was not over yet. Professor Swinton continued to say, as for the catalyst that Mr. Flamel gave me for the alchemy, there is no way to use money to measure it. After all, that thing cannot be bought on the market. It is LeMay's catalyst. The crystallization of Your Excellency May's wisdom. You know, the crystallization of wisdom of the greatest alchemist in the world is so precious, and you just used it right then? Qin Yu complained helplessly in his heart. Of course, the most valuable thing here is the hard work of you and me. And those wonderful ideas that Qin occasionally puts forward. Professor Swinton finally said with pride. These words were quite beautiful, but Qin Yu thought about it and couldn't help but said, Professor Swinton, how about I return the money to you later? I definitely can't afford Mr. Flamel's catalyst, at least I'll give you the money for the alchemy material. Haha, Qin, do you really think I'm bored playing with you? Professor Swinton said with a smile. Isn't it? Ahem, definitely not. Qin Yu corrected himself in time. Of course, there is indeed a reason why I have nothing to do and want to kill time, but after coming into contact with the small pyramid, I also have a strong desire to copy it or even surpass it. As a wizard, encountering such a naturally, we have to go all out. After all, only with this desire to explore can we make progress. Professor Swinton said seriously. Well, during this process, I also learned a lot and gained a better understanding of magic. Professor Snape interjected. Yes, you see, your Professor Snape has the same idea as me. We did only make a pyramid to store fruits, but that doesn't mean we can only do this. Are you right, my dear? Qin. Professor Swinton said with a smile. It seems to make sense. But, there are so many gold galleons. Money is not important to me. After Professor Swinton said this, he paused and then continued, because I really have a lot of money. Qin Yu was a little stunned. He really didn't expect that Professor Swinton, who was usually very low-key, was actually a rich man, which somewhat subverted Qin Yu's cognition. Swinton. Swinton on the River Devon in Yorkshire. Snape frowned slightly and muttered. Ha, you discovered it. Professor Swinton showed a funny expression after his identity was revealed. However, for some reason, Qin Yu felt that there was some unspeakable loneliness hidden in his smile. Chapter 43. The girl's thoughts are still with her. In the attic with the large glass windows full of sunlight, a little girl with brown hair and beautiful eyes was tidying up the room seriously. In fact, there weren't many things in the room, because its owner didn't live here for too long. He didn't even live here until the weather got cooler, so he left here temporarily and went to a place she couldn't find on the map. Place. Therefore, the clothes here only include spring clothes and summer clothes, not much, just a few pieces. However, she still carefully folded the few pieces of clothes that had been dried by the sun and put them into the wardrobe that was not too big. Then, she arranged some things in the room according to the layout she thought was good, such as the location of the coat rack, where the vases would look best, and where the books, stationery, and cups used by the owner of the room should be. How to place it on the table. Of course, the floors still need to be cleaned. After all, even if no one lives here, dust will continue to fall. After finishing this, she clapped her hands, looked around, and smiled with satisfaction. As she looked around, she finally landed on a standing photo frame on the desk. In the photo frame is a magical moving photo. In it is a boy wearing a red-lined robe. He is flying in the sky on a broom. At a certain moment, he turned around and looked at the girl with a smile. On her side. Looking at the boy looking at her, the little girl pursed her lips and raised the corners of her mouth slightly. How are you doing? She silently recited this sentence in her heart that she had written countless times in letters. Then, Her eyes slid from the photo album, looked out the window, and looked into the distance. Well, I miss him a little bit. This kind of missing is not as strong as when he just left. I won't secretly hide in the room and cry because of his sudden absence, and pretend in front of my parents that I don't care at all about his departure. This kind of thinking is just like eating, sleeping or breathing. It is very ordinary, but you can't help but do it subconsciously, as if it has become a habit when your brain is free. Then, imagine what he is doing and what he is thinking at this time. Do you occasionally think about the little girl who once studied, ate, and played with him like you did? Of course, most of the time, I just simply imagined his eyebrows, his smile, and his voice. It's strange to say that some people who have known her for a long time are strangers to each other, or even like enemies, such as those girls who often laugh at her, tease her, and are now vaguely afraid of her. And some people, who they had only known each other for a short time, fiercely broke into her world, came to her side, and then told her to be a strong and courageous person, to be a quick person. Happy people. She missed him, not because of his handsomeness or his intelligence, but because he made her a better version of herself. At least, today, she will not feel sorry for herself because of some people's stupid ridicule, nor will she argue red-faced because of their malicious slander, because, he told her, people do not live by other people's words. He also told her that arguing with a fool will only make you a fool. Ha, you are so eloquent, you must have left many people speechless at school. The little girl said this and couldn't help but poke the moving photo with her hand. The little man inside immediately rode his broom and ducked to the side to avoid the risk of being poked from the sky. Growling. Looking at the little man, the little girl laughed out loud. Sorry, I shouldn't bully you. You can stay here peacefully. I will help you wipe the dust from time to time. The little girl said to the boy in the photo. The boy rolled his eyes and continued flying on his broom in the sky in the photo. Hermione, have you packed Jean's room? It's time for us to set off. Mom's voice sounded downstairs. Okay, Mom, I'm done, let's get down now, the little girl responded quickly. This little girl is, of course, Hermione Jane Granger, the daughter of the Granger family. By the way, Halloween is coming soon, and the Granger family has become a little lively because of the holiday. When cleaning the house, Hermione took out Chinu's clothes to dry again, and then tidied his room again. The next activity is to go to the supermarket with my parents to buy some Halloween decorations and cooking ingredients for dinner. Of course, the most important thing is pumpkins. After coming downstairs, Hermione changed her shoes and put on a thick coat, went out with her parents, and took Mr. Granger's car to the nearest large shopping mall in their community. This shopping mall has a full range of goods and has always been the hottest commercial place in the surrounding area. Now that Halloween is approaching, there are even more people. Many people are like the Granger family and come to buy things for Halloween. The Grangers made their way through the somewhat bustling crowd. Looking at the adults and children around who were smiling because of the holiday, Mrs. Granger couldn't help but sigh and said, "Oh, it would be great if Jean was here, so that we can spend Halloween together." She missed that little boy a little. What a cute and good child. Upon hearing this, Mr. Granger immediately held the back of his wife's hand and motioned her to speak more cautiously with a reproachful look. Mrs. Granger immediately understood what her husband meant and looked at her daughter next to her with some apprehension. However, the daughter did not look sad as expected, but smiled and said, "It's okay," Jean said, "he will be back for Christmas, and we can spend Christmas together then." "Well, let's spend Christmas together." Mrs. Granger also smiled after hearing this. Then, she subconsciously looked at her husband, and Mr. Granger happened to look at her at this time. Their eyes met, and they both saw the unexpected look in each other's eyes. Yes, their daughter seems to have grown up. She is no longer as fragile and sensitive as before, and has become much stronger and more confident. The two of them had this thought in their minds at the same time. Next, the family of 3 entered the supermarket in the mall and put the things they wanted to buy into the shopping cart according to the item list. These include apples, toffee, lamb chops, beef, potatoes, carrots, and so on. Then, when she arrived at the shelf where the pile of pumpkins were, Hermione carefully selected 2 pumpkins of similar sizes, and said that she would make pumpkin lanterns by herself when she went back, and named one of them Chin Lantern. Well, the other one was naturally Hermione Lights Up. This caused the Grangers to smile. After shopping around the supermarket and buying some good things, the Granger family drove back. It was getting late at this time, and street lights were already on both sides of the street, as well as Halloween-specific lighting decorations at the entrances of businesses. Some of the pedestrians walking on the street had already put on weird Halloween clothes in advance. The festive atmosphere is getting stronger and stronger. When they drove back home, they unexpectedly saw the owl Trig squatting on the lamppost at the door. When Hermione saw it, she immediately opened the car door and ran out of the car quickly. She quickly called Trig home and received a letter from him. Then, as usual, she went back to her room to read the letter. Entering the room and sitting on the chair next to the desk, Hermione couldn't help but put it to her nose and sniff it deeply before opening the envelope. With the smell of the special brown paper on the envelope, Hermione found that something was overflowing in her heart. What she thought was a plain longing suddenly spread at this moment and became hot and intense. Dimensional wall. Note: Nian Zize is an idiom, I did not coin it. Chapter 44. Winter is approaching and the Black Lake freezes. On the eve of Halloween, Chin Yu came to the auditorium early in the morning smelling the scent of roasted pumpkins. Not long after I sat down, a group of owls flew in like a swarm and dropped letters or packages to the recipients. The whole auditorium suddenly became noisy. Obviously, the postman is particularly busy today. And Chin Yu also received a tightly wrapped package the size of a school bag. As expected, he saw Hermione's handwriting on the package. Then, after opening the package, he saw a red sweater and a pair of brown woolen gloves. After reading Hermione's attached letter, he learned that Mrs. Granger had bought the sweater and that Hermione had knitted the gloves herself. Because he said that the representative color of Gryffindor House is red, and Hermione's hair is brown, so he chose these 2 colors. Tisk, red sweater. Chin Yu didn't know what to say for a while. It was such an eye-catching color, but fortunately he was still a child. If it had been in his previous life, he would not have dared to wear it. As for the gloves, even though they are a little ugly, they are still very warm on your hands. You can wear them in winter. Hermione also mentioned in her letter their preparations for Halloween and that she was making 2 beautiful pumpkin lanterns, which made Chin Yu feel the festive atmosphere. Because of the festival, the students were a little absent-minded in class throughout the day, thinking about the banquet in the evening. As a result, in the potions class, someone got the wrong amount of milk thistle powder and added a tablespoon, which caused a very strange smell to permeate the entire basement. Professor Snape scolded him for this. The careless student then cast a magic spell with great experience to remove the smell from the entire space. After a short period of stuffiness, everyone felt that they could breathe fresh air again. Finally, when the last class in the afternoon ended, everyone immediately walked onto the ground excitedly and headed to the auditorium to attend the Halloween dinner. At this time, the auditorium was decorated with a dazzling array of Halloween decorations. On the ceiling above the auditorium was a magical starry sky with thousands of bats flying in the air, adding to the Halloween atmosphere. As for the food, it was of course very rich, with delicacies exuding tempting aromas, filling the 4 long tables and the teachers' dining tables. After watching this grand and lively scene, Chin Yu suddenly sighed after a while. "What's wrong, Chin?" Elvis noticed Chin Yu's sigh quite keenly. "I was thinking it would be nice if I could take a photo and post it on Moments," Chin Yu said with a shrug. "Imagine that after you post a message on Moments, the background prompts you have received a comment from your friend Hermione and a like from Professor Dumbledore. Well, this is quite interesting. Circle of friends? What kind of circle is that? The person who asked this question was George, sitting next to him, and Fred also cast a curious look. It's just, well, how should I put it? Qin Yu paused, thinking about how to describe it. After all, these little wizards have limited understanding of things in the Muggle world, not to mention it's still a future thing. Then, he saw a copy of the Daily Prophet that Percy was looking through, and his eyes lit up. And he explained to the group of curious children, the circle of friends is equivalent to making your own copy of the Daily Prophet, and then post pictures and text on it, such as today's Halloween dinner, and your friends can see this newspaper through a Flow network, and they can also leave you comments and messages. The Flow network is one of the most important transmission channels in the wizarding world. The fireplaces in many wizard homes are connected to the Flow network. When using it, sprinkle a spoonful of Flow powder worth 2 sickles and call out where you want to go. After a puff of green smoke passes, it can be transported to the destination. Moreover, Flow network can also realize local transmission of the body. For example, you can transmit a face to another fireplace, so that you can talk to the person opposite. Of course, this operation has certain risks, and it is also easy. Scaring others is something that very few people do. Qin Yu used an analogy to explain the Daily Prophet and the Flow network, two things that George and Fred were familiar with, which gave them a rough idea, although they still had some difficulty understanding. Moreover, George and Fred were keenly aware that there was something going on here. So, they pestered Qin Yu and asked him to elaborate. Qin Yu couldn't resist the twins who were thirsty for knowledge, so he had to explain what he knew about the circle of friends in his previous life, combined with the situation in the magical world. This made the Weasley brothers' eyes brighter and brighter. In fact, Qin Yu had occasionally mentioned similar topics before, but didn't go into much detail. Now that Qin Yu introduced them, the two brothers seemed to have opened a new door. The magical world will change because of this, George said excitedly. And we will be the ones to change the entire magical world. Fred's voice was trembling. Ahem, I appreciate your enthusiasm, Qin Yu said with a slight cough. What else could he say besides encouragement? When the two brothers heard this, they immediately felt full of energy and started discussing together. One result of this incident is that Percy Weasley, the third brother of George and Fred, who originally aspired to enter the powerful department of the Ministry of Magic, was persuaded, by his two younger brothers to go to the magic department. Of course, this will have to wait until Percy graduates, and he is only a fourth-year student at this time, and has not even become a prefect. After Halloween, the weather became very cold. The distant mountains around Hogwarts were covered with a layer of ice and snow, and the Black Lake was also covered with cold and hard ice. Qin Yu finally mastered the use of the incantations in the pyramid under the patient guidance of the two professors. He knew that these incantations were similar to a language and could achieve various effects through different arrangements and combinations. In order to reward Qin Yu for his learning achievements, Professor Swinton gave him a piece of alchemy material. This is what's left over from the large pyramid they made. It's about 1/3 of the original size, which is quite a lot, because the materials used to make the pyramid are pressed very thin, so it's saved. When Qin Yu received this piece of alchemy material, he was really overjoyed. This thing is worth a lot of money. And you may not be able to buy it with money on the market, because according to Professor Swinton, this quality of alchemy even he can only refine a little more of the materials, because there are not many catalysts sent by His Excellency Nico Flamel. With the alchemy materials and spells, Qin Yu naturally wanted to tinker with something, but it was definitely not a refrigerator. So, he set his sights on the flying sword he had always wanted. Of course, this was difficult. Apart from beating the alchemy materials into a 1-meter-long sword, he didn't have much breakthrough. This sword could neither fly nor have much power. It was not even as good as Quidditch. The golfer's bat works well. And he doesn't have much energy to study this recently, because the first official Quidditch match in his life is about to begin. Chapter 45 Quidditch Game, Part 1. November 9th, Saturday. Early in the morning, Professor Dumbledore received a letter from the Ministry of Magic, or from the Wizengamot to be precise, informing him to go to London to attend an emergency meeting. In fact, many wizards are confused about the status of Wizengamot to the Ministry of Magic. It is nominally the Department of Magical Law Enforcement under the Ministry of Magic, and under this department there are famous agencies such as the Auror Office and the Office for the Prohibition of the Misuse of Muggle Items. George and Fred's father, Arthur Weasley, is the director of the Office for the Prohibition of the Misuse of Muggle Articles. However, seemingly on the same level as several other organizations, the Wizengamot is very special because its members all have well-established backgrounds. The chief magician is Dumbledore, the number one person in the wizarding world, and the other members are also different. Simple, including the Minister of Magic, deputy ministers and senior officials of various departments, as well as some famous wizards in the magic world. It can be said to be a strong lineup, and its function is to conduct trials, discussions, and votes on major events from time to time. The most important thing is that the Wizengamot was established long before the Ministry of Magic and was the authority of the wizarding world long ago. Therefore, the Wizengamot is a very transcendent and special existence in the entire Ministry of Magic. Now, the sudden receipt of a letter from here proves that something important must have happened at the Ministry of Magic, and Professor Dumbledore certainly does not dare to neglect it. So, he gave the task of giving the opening speech of the Quidditch match to Professor McGonagall, the Vice Principal and head of Gryffindor College, and he rushed to the Whitehall Underground in central London as quickly as possible, that is, where the British Ministry of Magic is located. As for whether he entered through the toilet like ordinary employees of the Ministry of Magic, it was unknown to outsiders. Good morning, gentlemen and ladies. I declare that the first Quidditch house match of this academic year at Hogwarts has officially begun. Professor McGonagall put the wand gently against her throat and cast the loud voice charm to let his voice spread throughout the Quidditch pitch. As Professor McGonagall's brief opening remarks came to light, the stadium erupted in enthusiastic cheers. Now, please invite the players from both sides of the Gryffindor and Slytherin match, as well as the referee Ms. Hooch. Professor McGonagall said again. Then, a total of 15 players, including players from both sides and the referee, entered the center of the court one after another with broomsticks in hand. Professor McGonagall, on the other hand, also returned to his seat. 2. Mrs. Hooch blew the silver whistle and the game officially began. 14 players from Gryffindor and Slytherin quickly rose into the sky on broomsticks, a huge quaffle, 2 smaller black bludgers and a golden ball with wings. Released by Mrs. Hooch. Come on, Gryffindor. We must win, Slytherin. Students from both colleges cheer for their teams. Hello, everyone, I am Linda Zhu from the 5th grade of Hufflepuff, and I will be today's number 1 commentator. I hope everyone likes me. A beautiful girl with long burgundy hair was on the commentator's desk. Said with a smile. Hello, everyone, I am Mani Wanda from the 3rd grade of Ravenclaw, and I will be today's number 2 commentator. Another cool-looking girl with short chestnut hair said cheerfully. The venue for Quidditch matches is too big, and players are flying around. No matter how high they sit, it is difficult for the audience to see all the details of the game. Therefore, commentators are very necessary, because the commentator's desk has the best field of vision, and with the assistance of magic props, you can see clearly many places that are difficult for others to see. Now, the game has just started. We see that the players on both sides are not competing too fiercely. Currently, the quaffle is in the hands of Slytherin's chaser Adrian Poos. Adrian Poos already has several games of experience, and he joined Slytherin's Quidditch team last year. Linda Zhu said. That's right, in the last game against our Ravenclaws, Pusey scored a very beautiful goal, and our team's goalkeeper seemed to be asleep. Money Wanda said with a bit of resentment. After hearing her words, many people on the court couldn't help laughing, while the Ravenclaw students looked at the short-haired girl on the commentary desk with some annoyance. However, this is indeed a fact. Ravenclaw's Quidditch team has been in decline in the past 2 years. The level of the players cannot be compared with Gryffindor and Slytherin. They can only be abused on the court. However, this guy named Monty Wanda is too hateful. How can he talk about his college team like that? Money, you can't say that. Ravenclaw's performance in the last game was remarkable. Linda Zhu smoothed things over, and then changed the subject with considerable experience. So, let's turn our attention back to the court again. Now Pusey has taken the ball and flew to Gryffindor's goal post. Monty, do you think he can score? When Money heard this, she immediately shook her head and said, it's difficult. Oliver Wood, the vice-captain of Gryffindor, is a very experienced goalkeeper. He is doing the classic double figure 8 fly at this time. Against 3 the goalposts were guarded tightly. You can see that Pusey was already hesitating about which goalpost to throw the ball to. Wait, that's Angelina Johnson of Gryffindor? What is she going to do? Angelina rushed. Go over. She grabbed the quaffle. Oh my god, this little girl who has just passed the team selection for more than a month actually snatched the quaffle from Puss's hand. Just when Puss was hesitating, Angelina rushed over and snatched away the quaffle. Seeing this scene, Monty Wanda, who was originally giving a serious explanation, instantly became excited. The Gryffindor stands also cheered. She's great. Linda said. No, she is brave. A little girl who just joined the team dares to steal the ball from an old player. How much courage does it take? Monty said with some admiration. Yes, yes. Quidditch is a sport that requires courage. Linda nodded and continued. Compared to Angelina's courage, the male players on the field don't seem to be very active. Look at our captain Charlie Weasley, he is still slowly looking for traces of the golden snitch in the sky. Well, Money, it's not good for you to say that about Captain Weasley. After all, the golden snitch is not easy to find. Hey! It doesn't matter. Charlie and I are distant cousins. As far as I know, he has a very good temper. He doesn't have a girlfriend yet. If I have a chance, I can help you arrange a date. Money. Professor McGonagall, who was sitting not far away, couldn't help but said in a deep voice when he heard that the child's topic had gone off topic. I'm sorry, Professor McGonagall. Monty stuck out her tongue and said. After Angelina grabbed the ball, she flew towards Slytherin's goal post. However, Slytherin's 3 chasers followed closely and rushed over. Ah, Angelina is in danger. Linda said worriedly. Angelina needs help. It's hard for her to break through Slytherin's 3-man attack. No, Slytherin's batter is getting closer. Before Monty finished her words, a sturdy batsman from Slytherin had already approached and swung his bat, hitting a nearby bludger hard. The bludger screamed and rushed towards Angelina Johnson, who was being chased and blocked. At this moment, a figure stabbed over, blocking Angelina's side, and swung the bat, knocking the bludger away with a bang. When Monty saw it, she immediately shouted, "It's Gryffindor's batter, George Weasley." He saved Angelina, who was almost hit by a bludger at the critical moment. That's great. But, Monty, how did you recognize that he is George Weasley? He looks very much like his twin brother, and they are both Gryffindor's beaters. It's very simple. George's nose is slightly higher than Fred's, and his eyes are larger and smaller. It's easy to tell. This is a secret I discovered when I stayed at the Weasleys for a summer last year. You may wonder, but I must say, my eyes are like microscopes, and I can tell at a glance that he is George. Money said quite proudly there. Professor McGonagall sighed, not knowing whether to stop the conversation between the two of them. George, who was flying in the sky, looked at the commentary table with a headache. He couldn't help it, he really couldn't afford to offend this distant cousin. Last summer, he had caused a lot of trouble to their family, including him and Fred, and Ron had even cast a shadow on this cousin. Angelina's side went straight with the ball. However, after throwing the ball, the quaffle was blocked by Slytherin's goalkeeper. The Slytherin students in the stands cheered, while the Gryffindor students made sounds of regret. "It's okay, pay attention to defense, George." Chin Yu flew past George and comforted him. George nodded, and then whispered, "Chin, let's use that one." At this time, the person who got the quaffle was Slytherin's Marcus Flint. This guy was tall and fierce. "Okay, I'll stay over there first, and you wait for my signal." After Chin Yu finished speaking, he quickly flew somewhere ahead. Under the protection of two other chasers, Marcus attacked Gryffindor's goalpost in the shape of an arrow. After the explanation of Mani Wanda, a senior Quidditch fan and number 2 commentator, many students who don't know the rules know that this is the very troublesome eagle head offensive formation. Over there in the Gryffindor stands. I borrowed it, please let me come over." Hagrid's huge body squeezed through the crowd. "Hagrid! We're here." Elvis saw Hagrid and called him over. After the candy party that day, several roommates in Chin Yu's dormitory had already gotten to know Hagrid, so they were very enthusiastic to see him come over. "Hagrid! Why did you come now?" Jimmy asked curiously. "There was some delay in the Forbidden Forest this morning," Hagrid answered. "Did something happen to the unicorn?" Wilson asked worriedly. "Oh, no, it's the centaurs. Something happened. I went over to inquire, but they drove me back," Hagrid said helplessly. After saying this, Hagrid muttered, "I actually don't want to interfere with their affairs. Their tempers are not generally bad." "Then ignore them, let's watch the game. Hagrid, please help us hold the banner," Elvis said. "Okay." Hagrid nodded happily. Then, he took a banner from Elvis and held it high above his head. Chapter 46 Quidditch Match, Part 2. Chin Yu held the wooden handle of the broomstick with both hands and controlled the broom to fly to his predetermined position. It was located diagonally in front of the Gryffindor goalpost, not far from goalkeeper Oliver Wood. Chin Yu could even clearly see the frown on Wood's solemn face. There is no way, the situation on the court is very unfavorable for Gryffindor, because the one who has the ball now is Slytherin's Marcus Flint, and this kid is not a good guy. Marcus, with the cooperation of the two Slytherin chasers, rushed towards Gryffindor, and let's look at Gryffindor's response. The two chasers attacked from both sides, intending to interfere with Marcus' side. Angelina came over, she swooped down from the sky and went straight to Marcus. Gryffindor used the park and clamp tactics was used to force an attack. Oops! What a pity, Angelina Johnson was severely knocked away by Marcus, and the attack tactic failed. Mani Wanda was on stage. Explained. "Money, is this a foul?" Linda Zhu asked curiously. "It can be seen from the fact that Mrs. Hooch did not determine that he violated the rules, and his behavior should be regarded as a normal defensive collision," Moni explained. "I see, the current situation is not good for Gryffindor," Linda said worriedly. At this time, Angelina, who was hit by Marcus, struggled to control the broomstick. However, she still staggered and fell down. Fortunately, Captain Charlie Weasley, who still hadn't found the golden snitch, swooped over in time and helped her stabilize her fall. Chin Yu, looking at the situation on the field, had no intention of going over to help, even though the short-haired girl on the commentary desk had already started to say in a sarcastic tone, "The two Gryffindor batters seem to be watching from the sky." Landscape, he remained unmoved, suspended there. And Gryffindor's other batter, George Weasley, although moving, did not fly in the direction of Marcus, but flew diagonally to the latter's side. George's move made the two Slytherin batters who were a little wary of him feel confused. However, they immediately showed contemptuous smiles, probably thinking that this kid had given up resistance, because Gryffindor was so worried. At that time, no one could stop Marcus Flint from charging wildly. The fact was just as they expected. Marcus once again knocked away a Gryffindor chaser who was trying to intercept him, approaching the Gryffindor goal post. Why didn't goalkeeper Oliver Wood continue with the previous double figure 8 fly? Linda Zhu asked doubtfully. Because Marcus is not the former Darian Pusey. He is too strong. The double figure 8 flying will not only fail to achieve the purpose of comprehensive defense, but will consume the goalkeeper's energy and easily allow Marcus to take advantage of the loophole. Therefore, Gryffindor's goalkeeper, Senior Wood, chose to only guard the middle goal and be ready to pounce at any time. Monty explained clearly. Then Gryffindor is really in danger now. Linda said with a sigh. Well, I'm afraid Senior Wood won't be able to hold on. Monty also said. Listening to the explanations of the two wizard ladies on the commentary stage, the audience in the stands also deeply felt the crisis and subtlety of the situation on the field. Seeing Marcus dribbling the ball quickly toward the goal post. The Gryffindor students were naturally nervous for goalkeeper Wood, while everyone on the Slytherin side was excited. First-year students like Jerome the freshman all started cheering loudly. Marcus dribbled the ball forward, but Gryffindor's chaser was blocked behind. Captain Charlie Weasley couldn't catch up with Marcus after rescuing Angelina, and he had to be wary of Slater at all times. Lynn Seeker. Oh, I'm afraid this ball is going to be lost. Professor Swinton's voice rang in Snape's ears. Snape frowned and looked at this guy who appeared out of nowhere. Ha, I just tested a new alchemy formula and lost track of time. As you know, those spells have very strict requirements on the carrier. Swinton shrugged and explained casually, and then, he turned his gaze to the sky above the court and asked, how did Chin perform in his first official game? Did I miss anything? No, he has been looking at the scenery in the sky. Professor Snape quoted the short-haired girl in a cold tone. Of course, he definitely didn't think that Chin was really just looking at the scenery, and he was even vaguely looking forward to the boys' next performance. After all, they had known each other for a long time. How could Snape not know that this boy was full of evil? Hey, look at the scenery. Swinton repeated the phrase with a playful tone. To make him believe that Chin is really so honest, it would be better to make him believe that Snape would put on women's clothes. Well, put makeup and powder on your face, and hold a folding fan in your hand to hide your shame. Thinking of this, Professor Swinton subconsciously looked at Snape next to him. As if he felt his gaze, the latter turned his head slightly and looked at him with narrowed eyes. His face was as dark as water, and his eyes showed murderous intent. Professor Swinton immediately put away his nonsensical thoughts and his expression became serious. Well, after all, there is a spell in the magic world called Legilimency, and another called Avada Kedavra. While the two professors were chatting, the situation on the field was also changing. Marcus is approaching the goal post, ready to go. There is a high probability that this ball will go in. What is George doing? Why is he flying out? Go and stop Marcus. Ah. You are a coward, sorry, Professor McGonagall, I will pay attention. Monty said a little excitedly, and finally was intimidated by Professor McGonagall's majesty and did not say any curse words. Money, I think George may have some ideas of his own. Linda Zhu had a different opinion. How is that possible? What else can he do besides causing trouble? Money said in a tone of I know him too well. After Marcus approached the goal post, he slowed down and stabilized his body. No one could stop him at this time. He even had time to look back at the weaklings of Gryffindor, and his face Kamaya showed a contemptuous and arrogant smile. Note, it is illegal to hold the ball into the ring, which means that the chaser cannot carry the ball through the hoop on the goal post, so Marcus has to stop outside the goal post to throw the ball. Goalkeeper Wood looked solemn, as if facing a formidable enemy. and Marcus started to wander around to interfere with the flight, which made it difficult for Wood to determine which of the 3 goalpost hoops he was going to shoot. But Wood didn't wait too long. After lingering for a while, Marcus suddenly rushed to the left, and then stopped suddenly, getting ready to throw. Wood quickly leaned over and rushed to the goal post to protect it, but the response was obviously a bit hasty and there was no time to block the quaffle that Marcus was about to throw. George! At this moment, a loud roar sounded in the air. Immediately afterwards, with a bang sound, a black bludger was hit hard by George and flew straight in a certain direction. And that direction was not Marcus, who was being protected by the Slytherin players, but Chinyu, who was parked diagonally in front of the goal post. How did he? Linda couldn't help but exclaimed in confusion. Many people at the scene were similar to her, and they all didn't understand what the red-haired Gryffindor batter was doing. Could it be that he felt that he was about to lose points and there was internal strife? After all, the batsman named Chin was watching slowly the whole time, making no effort at all, which made people angry. However, some people who knew about the Quidditch game or had watched Chinyu's selection showed some doubts, and Professor McGonagall couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Professor Snape also hummed softly, but it was hard to tell what the emotion was. Everyone had various reactions, but it only happened in a moment, because the bludger became very fast after George's hard hit, and the ear-piercing whistle spread across the stadium, dozens of meters away, and suddenly too, "We will hit the target soon." But the batter named Chin, who was the target of the bludger, stayed there without leaving or dodging. He looked calmly at the rapidly approaching bludger. Immediately, everyone saw him raise the bat in his hand high, and then swung it out suddenly, hitting the roaring bludger with great force. Bang! The dull and loud hitting sound reached everyone's ears after a moment of delay after the bat hit the bludger. It can be seen that the speed of the blow just now has reached a very fast level. In the shock and emotion of many people, the speeding bludger suddenly changed its direction after encountering a heavy hit from the batter Chin, and formed an obtuse angle of nearly 135 degrees with its previous flight path. Continue to push forward decisively. After the second heavy blow, the speed of the bludger nearly doubled again, and this time the direction of its impact was pointed directly at Marcus Flint. Gryffindor's purpose is finally revealed and clearly revealed. However, the Slytherin players, who had been wary of others and ignored Chinyu, the batter, had no time to stop them and could only watch the extremely fast bludger flying towards Marcus. Marcus, on his side, had already adjusted his body shape, holding the quaffle in one hand and raising it high, as if to throw it. Unexpectedly, at this moment, there was a scream of wind in his ears, and then, he felt as if his waist was hit hard by a powerful cannonball, and his bones were about to be broken. Ah! Marcus cried out in pain and turned his body sideways. The quaffle also got rid of it. Slytherin chaser Marcus was hit by a bludger and crashed into the goal post. Wow! The whole place made a noise. Merlin's beard. Double combo. What on earth did I just see? Chin, with the cooperation of George, actually hit a twisting double combo. He is really amazing. I can see such excitement in the Quidditch game at Hogwarts. It's so exciting. It's incredible. Senior Wood was also good. He caught the quaffle dropped by Marcus and held it tightly. After he grabbed the ball, he showed Chin a bright smile, which contained 3 points of doting and 7 points of appreciation. It is really so loving. Fan and number 2 commentator Moni Wanda was so excited that she was a little incoherent. Moni. Watch your words. Professor McGonagall warned again. Originally, the tacit understanding between them must have been cultivated through long-term training. This kind of relationship is really enviable. Meng Ni changed her way of expression, although it's still a little weird. However, the audience at the scene had already been moved by her previous words. Chin. 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 Wood. 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 Of course, there are also many voices shouting Weasley. The three of them are the heroes of this blockade and deserve such cheers and praise. Qin Yu and George's tactics were successful and they flew back and forth in the sky excitedly. I just intercepted a goal. I'm too complacent now, Professor Snape said coldly. As the Dean of Slytherin House, Professor Snape naturally has no shame. Oh, really? Do you really think this is just a simple interception? Professor Swinton sitting aside said with a half-smile. You can shut up, Professor Snape said slightly irritably. Yes, of course he knew that this was more than just a simple interception. Gryffindor's long-planned sniper not only prevented Marcus from scoring a goal, but also caused him to suffer a certain amount of damage. The injury will definitely affect today's game. The most important thing is that Qin Yu's attack just now, the attack directly destroyed the confidence and courage of the Slytherin Quidditch team. The general is frustrated and the morale of the army is greatly lost. How can we still win this game? In fact, in the next game, as Professor Snape and many others expected, the Slytherin Quidditch team played without any impetus and tended to be conservative, even if they forced Marcus to stay on the field. Flint kept yelling, but it still couldn't boost their team's confidence. Moreover, the batsman named Qin seemed to be a different person from the beginning, waving his bat on the court and killing everyone, which has simply become a psychological shadow for the Slytherin players. Even the Seeker, who had little offensive power, was beaten several times by him. Just because the Seeker used the poke-off lure technique, Charlie almost fell to the ground and chewed the mud. Qin Yu was very unhappy with him, chasing him in the sky for half the stadium. Qin hit Marcus again. We see that Marcus is a little embarrassed now, ahem, but Marcus is still tenacious. Qin's mobility and accuracy are fully demonstrated again. Come, let us listen to the cheers on the field. What are they shouting? After Mani Wanda said this, she put her hands to her ears as if listening. Qin is the king. Qin is the king. Qin is the king. The sound first rang from the Gryffindor stands, and then spread to almost the entire Quidditch pitch, except of course the Slytherin students. These are the words on the banner held by Hagrid. They were words written by Elvis when Qin Yu participated in the selection. Now, more people have finally shouted it out. They are shouting, Qin is the king. Linda Zhu was also infected by the atmosphere at the scene and said excitedly. Yes. Qin is the king on the Quidditch field at this moment. Qin is our king. Money's last words came out from her chest. Qin is our king. Qin is our king. Such cheers also sounded in the stands. Feeling the sound like the roaring mountains and tsunami below, Qin Yu was somewhat excited in his heart. He didn't want to falsely say that he didn't care about this. On the contrary, he felt that living freely and freely was one of the purposes of his new life. He enjoyed the hustle and bustle of the moment. My king. George flew over at some point, put his right hand on his left chest, and saluted in a serious manner. Qin Yu couldn't help but rolled his eyes, and then said angrily, Okay, let's work harder and try to widen the score gap, so that Charlie doesn't have to work. Well, as long as the score gap is increased to more than 150 points, does the Seeker still need the 150 points for catching the golden snitch? Hey, if Charlie heard what you said, he would be so angry. George felt that Qin Yu's words were too damaging. I think he should be happy. After Qin Yu said this, he lowered his body and rushed out suddenly. George also roared and flew after him. Dimensional wall. I have been stuck on this plot for 2 days. I checked the original work and some information, thought about tactics and so on, and wanted to write it as closely as possible. However, due to my limited ability, I could only write it as it is now. I know that writing about Quidditch is a bit thankless, but this is Quidditch. How could there be no Quidditch in the Harry Potter world? Finally, thank you again for your continued support. Take a bow. Chapter 47 Noise and Silence, Cunning and Innocence. Deep in the Forbidden Forest, there is a mysterious and simple settlement. The noise of the Quidditch stadium in the distance reached here, and the sound had become a little faint. Of course, the slogans shouted by those people could still be faintly heard. However, the slogan made people a little confused and didn't know what it meant. At the edge of this settlement, a man with a human body from the waist up and a horse body from the waist down, or a creature, was standing there looking at the direction from which the noise was coming. He has long golden white hair, sapphire-like eyes, a very handsome face, and the horse body underneath him has a soft silver-white mane. Whether it's a human body or a horse body, he has tight muscles, and his lines are rough and full of wild beauty. This is a horseman, a very handsome horseman. Ta, day, day. The gentle sound of horse hooves came from far to near. An older centaur with long red hair and beard, and a brown-red horse body, slowly approached. Fierans, human excitement does not belong to us. You have also seen how dangerous that person is today. If we have too much contact with humans, it may bring us disaster. The older red-haired centaur said slowly in a low tone. Yes, this morning, probably before the start of the Quidditch match at Hogwarts, a man in a black cloak suddenly appeared in their settlement of centaurs deep in the Forbidden Forest. After the man arrived, he directly asked them about something that happened many years ago. After being refused by a centaur, the man angrily cast a spell and knocked him to the ground. Then, the centaurs raised their bows and arrows and attacked him collectively, but the man easily defused them all, and finally pressed the tip of the wand hard against Firenze's neck. Their companions were threatened, so they could only tell the man what happened back then, of course, only the part they knew. Ronan, is what happened about my father true? Why did he leave with those people back then? The young centaur named Firenze turned his head and asked with a frown. His sapphire eyes were full of confusion. When he turned his head, he saw a bruise on his neck, which was left by the man before with his wand. Even though the centaurs were good at magical treatment, the bruise was still difficult to remove in a short time. I don't know why your father Asta left. I was still young and ignorant. I only know that Asta is the most talented fortune teller in our tribe. He can see destiny through the stars. The trajectory. Later, a group of people from the tribe came to take him away. When he left, he said that fate had arranged for him to do a great thing and he must do it. However, what happened later you also know that he failed to come back. The older centaur, Ronan, continued to say in a low tone. So, did he change his destiny or become a part of his destiny? Firenze continued to ask. No one can know this, we can only know that the horse people need to stand outside the destiny, rather than participate in it. Ronan said earnestly. Ronan, you can't explain to this kid. He will only understand these truths after suffering. Obviously, he didn't suffer enough today. An angry voice sounded. Then came the intensive sound of horse hooves. Soon, the owner of the voice appeared in front of two centaurs. A centaur with black hair and a black mane. The black centaur was a little embarrassed at this time. After magic treatment, there were still obvious injuries on his face and body. Bane, I will find out what happened back then, instead of sitting here waiting for fate to come. Firenze looked at this grumpy guy not to be outdone. I think you just want to leave. You probably want to be a mule for those people to ride on. Bane said angrily. You are the mule. Firenze glared. Okay, Bane, Firenze, you are not enemies. Ronan stepped between the two of them and tried to persuade them. Then, the two tit-for-tat centaurs snorted and turned their heads. The black centaur left angrily, but the young centaur still cast his gaze on the noisy Quidditch stadium, not knowing whether he was imagining the scene of the game or the human world. The first inter-house Quidditch match at Hogwarts this school year finally came to an end the moment Charlie grabbed the golden snitch. Before he grabbed the golden ball, Gryffindor was already 90 points ahead of Slytherin. Although it did not reach the 150 points expected by the two batters Chinyu and George, it was enough to crush Slytherin. Litlin. The winner is elated, the loser is disgraced. Professor McGonagall once again stood in front of the stage and announced the successful conclusion of the competition with a loud voice and said that this was a game full of competitive spirit. After that, the teachers and students began to leave one after another. Of course, they were still discussing the game just now, talking about which scene was the most unforgettable, Chin's twisting double combo or his pursuit of Slytherin. Players were running all over the court, so much so that when the golden snitch finally appeared, the seeker didn't dare to try too hard to grab it. In short, this game has spread Chin's name to the ears of everyone present, and this game will eventually remain deeply in the memories of many people. Money, well, cousin, thank you so much today. At a certain exit of the stands, Fred waited for Money Wanda, who had just come out. Money Wanda smiled and said, "Hey, it's a trivial matter. However, I am very curious. Chin and the Gryffindor Quidditch team are so powerful, is it necessary for me to cooperate?" The two of them walked aside as they talked, avoiding the crowd. Of course it is necessary. Chin often said that even if a lion hunts a little white rabbit, it will use all its strength. What's more, the Slytherin Quidditch team is not a well-behaved rabbit. Fred said to Money said, and quoted what Chin Yu said. "Ah? Why do you want to kill the little white rabbit? You are so cruel." Meng and I frowned and looked distressed. "Cousin, please stop pretending to be a lady in front of me." Fred heard this and a black line appeared on his forehead. This master who dared to throw Ron's pet Scabbers into the fish tank, how could he be a delicate little girl? Of course, Fred also knew that Money was not a person who liked to cruelly torture animals. As for her attitude towards Scabbers, according to her, she felt disgusted as soon as she saw the mouse and wanted to teach her a lesson. It made the Weasley family confused. Haha, although what Chin said is a bit weird, I agree with the truth. So, I also played a role in Gryffindor winning this game, and I am also a part of your plan, right? Menny said with a smile, a bit cunning in her smile. Of course. You are our best friend on the Gryffindor Quidditch team. Fred also said with a smile. Yes, Money deliberately ridiculed, sarcastically and even ridiculed the Gryffindor Quidditch team before. Chin Yu asked her to do it in advance. The purpose was very simple, which was to make the Slytherin team feel like underestimating the enemy. In this case, it would be equal. When Landfinder finds an opportunity, he can give them a hard blow. Facts have proved that this strategy is very effective, even far beyond expectations. Of course, this is also inseparable from the hard training of Chin Yu, George, and Fred. Don't look at the folding double combo, which only makes the bludger bend at an obtuse angle, but this requires the second hitter to be very strong. In order to practice this move, Chin Yu was smashed into a pig's head by the bludger for several days. Fortunately, hard work always pays off, which made him and the Gryffindor Quidditch team pretend to be X. What, do you regret letting George go to play but you didn't? Money asked in a leisurely tone. No way, I admit defeat, I didn't let him go on purpose. Fred said with a raised eyebrow. By the way, the cooperation between Fred and Chin Yu is not inferior to George at all. After all he has to do is hit the bludger hard in the direction of Chin Yu, and Chin Yu will automatically take the initiative to hit it a second time. However, a Quidditch team can only have 2 batters on the field, and the Weasley twins face the decision to separate for the first time. So, the two of them came up with a good idea to determine the outcome through competition. The content of the competition is to eat BB multi-flavor beans. This is a candy with random flavors, including bitter, spicy, sour and sweet. At that time, in the open space in front of Hagrid's hut, 100 BB multi-flavor beans were placed in front of each of them to see who could eat more without vomiting. Then, when Fred got to the 56th pill and tasted the legendary Houtunia cordata, he immediately lost his defense, painfully announced that he would give up the game, and vomited the thing out. George didn't know what the food tasted like at the time, but after Fred announced his abstention, he also started vomiting. In short, only the two of them could imagine such a ridiculous competition. Afterwards, Fred happily gave up the batter's position and let George play. "Money, we will have a celebration party later, at the Hagrid cabin, you must come," Fred invited. "Okay, Fred, I'll go back and change clothes, and then go over there," Money replied. Then, the two parted ways, with Money returning to Ravenclaw's dormitory area, while Fred went to join Chinyu and the others. The originally bustling Quidditch pitch returned to silence after the teachers and students left one after another. Only a few resident birds that had not flown far away for the winter landed on the grass below the pitch, rummaging for grass seeds. Yes, both noise and silence can be accommodated here. Dimensional wall. Note: centaurs do not use magic wands, but are good at magic healing, divination and astronomy, stargazing. The main weapons they use are bows and arrows. Then, resident birds are birds that do not migrate with the seasons, which is the opposite of migratory birds. Explain it carefully, it's definitely not the word count. Chapter 48: A Troublesome Undercurrent. Hagrid's hut has become a frequent gathering place for Chinyu and his friends. It is close to the Forbidden Forest, overlooking the mountains, with fresh air and a wide view. You can occasionally see the magical animals fed by Hagrid, but they rarely appear, of course, except for the unicorn mother and daughter, who will come here to eat from time to time. Clean the carrots and leave gracefully after eating. If you are really bored, you can go to the whomping willow next to it and compete with the willow tree. According to George and Fred, the whomping willow has a very bad temper. When he hits people, he really hits them and it really hurts. Of course, no one has taken the initiative to try it except the two of them. In short, everyone still likes it here very much, as long as Hagrid doesn't bring out the cookies he baked or the dark sour soup porridge. Today, the Quidditch match was won, and the entire team came over, including Wanda, who changed into casual clothes. Hogwarts students are allowed to dress casually when they are not in class or on non-important occasions. However, many people are too lazy to change and just keep wearing wizard robes. As for the food, Hagrid bought it in Hogsmeade Village with the gold galleons given by Chinyu. Since the Acromantula Venom opened the market, they have made a small profit. Chinyu is confident enough to leave enough money to buy books, school supplies, and a broomstick for Hermione. The rest can be used as he likes. Splurge, of course. So far, there is not much to spend money on. The biggest expense is to go to Hogsmeade Village to buy some food and drinks. While Chinyu and his friends were eating and drinking in the Hagrid cabin, the principal of Hogwarts, Dumbledore, who had left for most of the day, returned to the school. Professor McGonagall, who was wearing an emerald green robe, also walked into the circular principal's office not long after. After arriving, Professor McGonagall briefly explained the results of today's Quidditch match to Dumbledore. Then, she couldn't help but ask, "Albus, what happened this time that they were so anxious to let you go?" After hearing this, Dumbledore was silent for a moment, and then said slowly, "A messenger came from Brazil. He claimed that the Aurors of the Brazilian Ministry of Magic had discovered some people, and those people have now become a serious problem there and are spreading trend, and what they're promoting is a bit like an old friend of mine." "An old friend of yours? Who?" Professor McGonagall frowned. There were many powerful people among Dumbledore's old friends, and quite a few of them had caused a lot of trouble. Fortunately, with Dumbledore here, his friends naturally did not end well. So, if you are friends with Dumbledore, you still have to be more cautious in your behavior. If one day you go astray, Old Deng will take action personally, regardless of whether you are close or distant. Gellert Grindelwald. Professor Dumbledore said this name that he had not mentioned for more than 40 years. Grindelwald. A look of surprise appeared on Professor McGonagall's usually calm face. She continued in a daze, "Hasn't he been captured and imprisoned in Nurmengard?" Nermengard is a prison as famous as Azkaban in the wizarding world, where wizards who have committed serious crimes are imprisoned. In the legendary Wizard Showdown in 1945, Grindelwald, considered one of the most powerful dark wizards in the history of the wizarding world, was defeated by Dumbledore, and he was imprisoned in Nermengar, in Germany's cell. This has been a long time ago. If Dumbledore hadn't mentioned it, Professor McGonagall would have almost forgotten about this person. After all, monsters have appeared throughout the ages, and after Grindelwald, another Dark Lord appeared who was even worse than him, turning the wizarding world upside down and becoming a new taboo in the wizarding world, and the story of Grindelwald also covered by him. Of course, people who have experienced Grindelwald's rampant and active years will definitely not really forget him, because Grindelwald once brought a crazy dark moment to the wizarding world. Grindelwald is indeed still being imprisoned, and Nermengard is heavily guarded. It is unlikely that he will escape. I just came back from him, and he told me personally that people outside it was not his arrangement, but he expected someone to inherit his will. Although he regretted his past crimes, he still felt that some of his ideas were right. Dumbledore, after saying that, he sighed softly. The so-called Grindelwald's will means that wizards are supreme. Wizards should be the masters of the world, rather than sneaking around in corners. The way to realize his idea is to unify the magical world and then trample muggles hard underfoot. You mean, someone is using his name to develop power? Professor McGonagall said solemnly. I'm afraid that's the case. You also know that his ideas are very popular among many wizards, even far more than Voldemort. Alas, after so many years, everyone still uses that person, you know who, called Voldemort, Dumbledore said worriedly. That person is Voldemort's nickname. People have always felt that calling him by his first name is a taboo. The 10-year period is coming soon, and Dumbledore has a premonition that this guy may return again. One Voldemort was enough to cause a headache, and now there was a group of fanatics who advocated the supremacy of wizards. Dumbledore found that he seemed to be a little powerless. Thinking of this, he glanced at the quiet phoenix fox in the room, and a trace of loneliness flashed in his eyes. No matter how powerful a person is, he cannot withstand the erosion of time. Although this emotion passed by in a flash, it was still keenly captured by Professor McGonagall. She said in a calm tone, Albus, you don't have to be too pessimistic. I believe that the future of the wizarding world is bright, because there are many outstanding and lovely young people who uphold the concept of justice. Even if we cannot do things, they will eventually be done. Young people. As Professor Dumbledore murmured these words, complex emotions appeared in his eyes. These emotions included sadness, anger, self-blame, regret, and anxiety. However, these emotions did not last long. They just appeared. It was deeply hidden by him and replaced by determination, calmness, and perseverance. Minerva, you are right, the future of the wizarding world must be bright. I will do what I can for those young people. After Dumbledore said this, he seemed to be addressing Professor McGonagall, and as if muttering to himself, it seems that some adjustments need to be made to those previous expectations. Your Excellency Dumbledore, I am willing to obey your orders. Professor McGonagall said with a smile. Thank you, Minerva, Dumbledore replied. Dimensional Wall. Regarding Grindelwald's changes in his later years, let's just follow this book. Don't get too entangled. After all, movies and novels are both shot in two ways. Then, I know everyone is anxious, and I am anxious too. Chapter 49. Miss you, a little bit. Chin, you really should experience Christmas at Hogwarts. At the banquet that day, there will be 100 plump roast turkeys, mountains of roasted meats and boiled potatoes, and delicious food. Small sausages, fragrant meat stew and various fruits. Hagrid tried to impress Chin with delicious food so that he could stay for Christmas. Mainly, after spending half a year together, Chin suddenly had to leave for more than 10 days, and Hagrid was somewhat uncomfortable with it. It was already approaching Christmas, and Hogwarts would be on vacation soon, and they were also preparing for holiday celebrations. After all, many children chose to stay in school and registered with Professor McGonagall. Hagrid and Chin-Yu are currently selecting suitable furs to make Christmas trees at the edge of the Forbidden Forest. Just this one, go straight. Chin-Yu pointed to a straight and big fir tree and said, then turned to answer Hagrid's words, I am also looking forward to spending Christmas at Hogwarts, but I promised Hermione that I would go home and spend Christmas with her, and I do miss her a little, and Uncle David and Aunt Jenny. Well, I don't mean to stop you, I just want to tell you what Christmas at Hogwarts is like. You know, children like those very much. Hagrid shrugged and explained casually. Haha, wait until next year or the year after that, I will experience the school Christmas again. After all, I will stay here for 7 years, there will always be a chance. Chin-Yu said with a smile. Yeah, you're right, it's still a long time. After hearing this, Hagrid felt that what Chin-Yu said made sense, and he felt much better. Then, he carried his huge axe and came to the fir tree Chin-Yu chose. After choosing a suitable angle, he swung the axe and chopped it down hard. He skillfully chopped in a circle around the trunk. When the last axe struck, there was a crunching sound from the bottom of the fir tree, and the straight tree gradually tilted and finally fell to the ground. After the fir tree was cut down, Hagrid put one end of the trunk on his shoulders and dragged it outward with all his strength. Chin-Yu followed him and helped him pick up the axe. This is already the 12th tree cut down today. It is enough, so they will not come back again and there is no need to leave their tools here. Hagrid dragged the fir tree, leaving a winding trail on the snow. Chin-Yu followed this trail and followed him back to Hogwarts Castle. When Chin-Yu and the others walked into the auditorium, George and Fred were helping the professors to move things with a grimace. The reason was that these two guys cast magic on Snowball, and the snowball lost control and was next to Professor Snape. After it exploded, they were lifted up and slipped over to help. Chin-Yu's arrival cheered up the two of them, and they clamored to hang various decorations on the newly moved tree together. Soon, with the help of Professor McGonagall, Professor Flitwick, Hagrid and several students, the auditorium was decorated lively and full of festive atmosphere. Looking at the hanging flower ribbons all over the wall, all kinds of beautiful Christmas decorations, and the Christmas tree hanging with shiny icicles, hundreds of candles or golden bubbles, Chin-Yu suddenly thought for some reason. The little girl with brown hair and beautiful eyes. Probably. The holidays are meant to be spent with the people you think are important. And when I first came to this world, the first person I saw was the most special existence after all. Returning to the Gryffindor dormitory from the auditorium, Chin-Yu began to pack his luggage, bringing a few pieces of clothes for winter. Then, the rest of the suitcase was a gift for the Granger family, including Hermione. A large part of them were bought by Chin-Yu occasionally or obtained through various channels. Over time, he accumulated a considerable amount. Looking at the packed suitcase, Chin-Yu suddenly remembered Professor Swinton's bag that contained many owl models. If he had that thing, would he still have to worry about how to pack his luggage? Well, I will have to convince Professor Swinton to give it to me next year. Chin-Yu thought firmly in his heart. 2 days before Christmas, Hogwarts officially goes on holiday. Students who stay in school can move freely around the school, play or study in various places such as dormitories, public rest areas, and campuses. Students leaving will take the Hogwarts Express at Hogsmeade Station to their destination. Chin-Yu, on this very day, boarded the train with his suitcase. There were obviously far fewer people going home for Christmas than those returning to school when school started, and many compartments on the train were empty. Chin-Yu picked an unoccupied box and walked in. However, even though there were not many people, he did not immediately enjoy the quiet treatment, because from time to time, students passing by saw him, and were surprised to find that he was the Gryffindor in the last Quidditch match. Invincible batsman Sheen couldn't help but come over to say hello. Even Cedric Diggory came over and asked if he could sit here for a while. After getting Chin Yu's permission, he sat down excitedly and expressed his admiration for Chin Yu, and asked Chin Yu for advice on how to do it. A qualified Quidditch player. Chin Yu thought to himself, "You are a seeker, please tell me, the batter, am I a little off track?" However, in the face of enthusiastic questions from fans, Chin Yu still chose to explain patiently. After all, he had been a little jealous of Cedric's popularity before, but he did not expect that he would become the object of his admiration. This somewhat made him he was a little emotional. So, Chin Yu explained to Cedric a little bit about his experience of torturing Slytherin's seeker last time, and Cedric was able to draw inferences and try to tell some tips on how to avoid strong attacks on the court. The player's strategy made Chin Yu admire this child's talent in Quidditch. In this way, the two of them became more and more interested in talking, and they actually talked for 2 or 3 hours. "Chin, I'm really happy to talk to you so much today. Did I disturb you?" Cedric said awkwardly, looking at the westward sun. No, I'm very happy to chat with you. None of my friends have gone home for Christmas, and I'm bored. Besides, some of your ideas are very inspiring to me, but I have to tell you, I will definitely use these things in games in the future. If we meet on the court, you have to be careful." Chin Yu said to Cedric with a smile. "No problem. I will also use what I learned today in the competition. When the time comes, we will decide the outcome based on our strength," Cedric said with great fighting spirit. This is a very decent kid. Chin Yu made an evaluation in his heart. However, thinking about his ending, Chin Yu felt somewhat sad. Of course, this was Cedric's original ending, but it doesn't mean it's his this time. Chin Yu raised his eyebrows and added in his mind. During the rest of the trip, Chin Yu did not chase anyone away, nor did Cedric leave, because the latter felt that chatting with Chin Yu was really a pleasant thing. This first-year student, who was only 1 year younger than him, really has knowledge and wisdom far beyond his years, and at the same time has the liveliness and cheerfulness of his peers. In short, Cedric thinks Chin Yu is a nice person who speaks well and can talk to each other. Then, he really told Chin Yu a lot of his thoughts. For example, his father's expectations for him sometimes made him a little breathless, and he even buried many of his dreams because of this. Of course, he was not complaining about his father, but felt a little at a loss, fearing that he could not afford to revitalize himself. The burden of family glory. Chin Yu didn't know how to enlighten children from this kind of native family. He could only encourage him with gentle words, telling him that while working hard, he should also calm down and not be demanding in everything and do his best. "Chin, after talking to you today, I feel really relaxed. I really regret not taking the initiative to get to know you earlier." Before the train arrived at the station, Cedric held Chin Yu's hand and said with an emotional expression, there was even some crystal reflection in his eyes. "Well, I'm sorry to meet you too late," Chin Yu said seriously. This child seems to lack friends who can tell the truth, otherwise why would he be left alone? Chin Yu thought to himself. However, Chin Yu could feel Cedric's sincerity, and he himself felt that it was quite enjoyable to chat with the child, which at least reduced some of his fearful feelings towards home. Yes, Chin Yu felt a little uneasy as he got closer to his destination. This emotion was inexplicable. Fortunately, someone was chatting with him, which diverted his attention. The train stopped at King's Cross Station. After Cedric got off the train, he was picked up by his family. Chin Yu took the London subway and rushed to the community where he had lived for a spring and a summer. When he pulled his suitcase and appeared in front of the familiar house, a couple and a teenage girl had been waiting there for a long time. Of course they were Mr. and Mrs. Granger and little Hermione. The owl Trig, who had long been familiar with the route, flew here first and notified the Granger family of Chin Yu's return time. Chin Yu stood there, somewhat hesitant, but Mrs. Granger did not hesitate at all. She walked over and held him in her arms, touched his head and said, "Chin, you are back. Auntie really misses you." "You?" When Mrs. Granger said this, her eyes were red. Although they had only lived together for a few months, she really missed this child very much, and she really felt like she regarded him as half a son. "Aunt Jenny, I miss you too," Chin Yu said with a smile. Then, Mr. Granger also came over and hugged Chin Yu gently. Mr. Granger was not as emotional as his wife, but he was still sincerely happy for Chin Yu's return. "By the way, Hermione, haven't you been talking about Chin coming back for Christmas? Why are you silent now?" Mr. Granger said to his daughter, who was standing not far away and was extremely quiet. Hearing this, Hermione bit her lip gently and stood there timidly looking at Chin Yu. She suddenly couldn't tell between the Chin in her memory, the Chin in the letter, and the Chin in front of her eyes, which one was the real him. Chin Yu looked at this little girl who had obviously grown taller. At that moment, he seemed to feel the doubts, confusion, and timidity in her heart. Yes, the more familiar someone you think you are, the more likely it is that you will feel an indescribable feeling of strangeness after meeting again after a long absence. She was like this, and he wasn't much better. However, Chin Yu didn't want this strange feeling to exist for too long. He walked over and walked up to Hermione. The latter resisted the urge to retreat and allowed him to come closer. Then, Chin Yu gently opened his arms and looked gently at Hermione's eyes with a pair of clear eyes. Hermione's original nervousness dissipated instantly the moment she saw Chin Yu's eyes. Yes, he may have become taller, he may have become calmer, he may have experienced many wonderful things and met many interesting people, but he is still him, the same person who once encouraged her, helped her, and accompanied her. She was loved by someone she had dreamed about many times in her dreams. Thinking of this, Hermione smiled and eagerly took the step forward that she had wanted to take for a long time. Then, she threw her open arms, pressed them against Chin Yu's chest, and hugged him hard. She actually wanted to give him a hug as soon as possible more than her mother. She was even a little jealous that her mother had taken the lead. Then, she secretly decided that she would definitely be one step ahead of everyone else in the future. Any sense of strangeness, doubt, confusion, and timidity were all put aside at this moment. Of course the same was true for Chin Yu. He held the girl in his arms, rubbed her long brown hair, and said softly, "Hermione, did you miss me?" "Yet." Hermione nodded subconsciously, and then, thinking that he was somewhat resentful that he had only returned after half a year after leaving, she pouted again and added, "A little." Dimensional wall. "I actually thought about the plot of Goodbye at Christmas for a long time and wanted to write it more delicately. However, in the end I could only write it like this. I still lacked vocabulary and limited abilities." Chapter 50. Chin, good morning. I'm leaving first. Is it not too much for two friends who have reunited after a long separation to hug each other for a short while? Chin Yu thought with a guilty conscience. After all, Mr. and Mrs. Granger were still watching. However, he did hold her for a little longer just now. The main thing was that Hermione hugged her very hard, which made him feel her inner emotions very clearly, and he didn't know how to express his emotions, so he hugged her for a while greedily. This moment more or less exceeded a certain normal threshold. However, as long as no one deliberately notices this, it's actually okay. For example, the Grangers were busy helping Chin Yu carry his luggage home and didn't pay much attention to how long they hugged him. Well, Chin Yu was really a little preoccupied. Then, Hermione happily took Chin Yu's hand and walked into the house together. She had a lot to say to Chin Yu. The Grangers and their wife looked at their daughter, who had been quiet just now and now became lively, and couldn't help but sigh, this child's mood changes really quickly. Then, there was a sumptuous dinner, and Chin Yu was very full. After dinner, Hermione and Chin Yu sat in the living room chatting. However, when it was about 9 o'clock and almost 10 o'clock, Mrs. Granger came over to remind them that it was time to take a bath and go to bed. Considering that Chin-Yu needed to rest after taking the train all the way, Hermione, although a little reluctant, still let him wash up and go upstairs to sleep. Lying on the small bed in the attic, looking at the roof of the room and the surrounding layout, it was very quiet at this time, and Chin-Yu suddenly felt a sense of unreality in his heart. Yes, I woke up in this room at the beginning, and then experienced many things, and now I am back in this room again. Life is indeed very interesting, always drawing circles one after another. And when he returned to the starting point of this circle after experiencing all kinds of things, he had some doubts as to whether he had really experienced it all. Well, just like the sentence I once read in my previous life, life is an illusion. Of course, even if it is an hallucination, Chin-Yu feels that it is at least a great hallucination. Then, he had an irresistible urge to go downstairs to see if the little girl named Hermione really lived downstairs. Fortunately, his reason told him that it was better not to be stupid at this time. Amidst all these messy thoughts, ideas, impulses, and self-complaints, Chin-Yu gradually became sleepy, and fell asleep at some point. And when he had not yet entered deep sleep from light sleep, he vaguely heard the sound of slight footsteps. This is a special ability brought about by his practice of meditation. Even in his sleep state, he can be aware of the surrounding environment. Then, the footsteps approached cautiously and finally stopped beside his bed. So, Chin-Yu woke up from a light sleep, opened his eyes, and then saw the little girl he just wanted to see if she was still there. "Chin, can't you sleep too?" The little girl was a little excited when she saw Chin-Yu wake up but did not dare to say too loudly. This was not Hermione, who else could it be? After Chin-Yu was stunned for a moment, he nodded with a smile and said, "Well, I can't sleep either." Hermione was squatting next to Chin-Yu's bed, wearing a light blue pajamas. Her hair simply tied into 2 braids, looking at him with bright eyes. Chin-Yu sat up, reached out and touched her head and said, "Sit down." "Hey." After hearing this, the little girl happily climbed into Chin-Yu's bed. The two sat side by side like they had done many times before. Then, Chin-Yu pulled his quilt over and carefully covered the two of them to keep them warm. On winter nights, the room is still a little cold. Just when Chin-Yu covered himself with quilt and was about to turn on the light in the room, Hermione grabbed him and stopped him. "Chin, don't turn on the light, you will be discovered by Mother. If Mother knows that I haven't slept yet, she would scold me, and she asked me not to disturb your rest." "Well, that's right, you've done neither of the two things," Chin-Yu thought to himself. Seeing how nervous she was, Chin-Yu took his hand back. Then, he saw Hermione pointing to his head and said with some pride, "I have this." As Hermione's fingers gently pressed somewhere above her head, a soft light shone down, driving away some of the darkness in the room, making people feel much more at ease. The thing that glowed brightly was the cat hair card Chin-Yu gave her. Chin-Yu still remembered that when he bought it in Diagon Alley, it cost him 10 silver coins. "Does it look good?" Hermione asked, tilting her head. "It looks good." Chin-Yu looked into her eyes and said with a smile. This time it was Hermione's turn to be a little stunned. Because she understood instantly that what Chin said was good-looking was not the same thing as what she asked about being good-looking. Then, she just stared at him blankly, not knowing what to say for a while. Until her heartbeat began to get faster and faster, and her face began to feel a little hot, Hermione turned her head in a panic and coughed lightly. At this time, she realized that the hand she had just stretched out when she stopped Chin-Yu was held by a broad hand at some point. "Your hands are too cold, let me cover them for you." Feeling the urge to leave his little hands, Chin-Yu said. Upon hearing this, Hermione blinked a few times and felt that his hand was indeed quite warm, so she did not break away. "So, what should we talk about?" Chin-Yu spoke first, breaking the somewhat silent atmosphere at this time. I haven't thought about it either." Hermione couldn't find the topic for a while. Okay, let me think about it. Then let me tell you the story from Professor Sprout's herb garden to Professor Snape's potion house. Chin-Yu said slowly. Yeah. Hermione nodded sharply after hearing this. From the herb garden to the potion house, it sounds very interesting. Hermione thought to herself. So, Chin-Yu started from Professor Sprout's herb cultivation greenhouse and talked about his experience at Hogwarts. Of course, he must be talking about more than just Professor Sprout's herb greenhouse and Professor Snape's potion storehouse. He just said that just for fun. The herbal medicine class is actually quite fun, as long as you understand the habits of those herbs. In flying lessons, the most important thing is to find a comfortable flying position so that you can enjoy the fun of flying. Elvis once disliked flying lessons, but he slowly changed. In spells class, there are always people who want to try some weird spells, such as the spell to turn fruit juice into fruit juice. Jimmy has tried it before. But the magic he made was more like sour vinegar than fruit juice. Professor Snape, he is really an elusive man. I can't understand him. I am already very familiar with him, but he still makes me look embarrassed in class. Fortunately, I do my homework more seriously. Otherwise, Gryffindor's points wouldn't be enough for him to deduct. By the way, I'm quite unlucky, I got deducted a lot of points. Okay, you can laugh if you want. Professor Swinton in the Defense Against the Dark Arts class can hardly scare everyone anymore. Many people are used to the scary images he shows in class. Well, he has been very helpful to me. He is a very good teacher. I wonder if you have no chance to meet him. There are also transfiguration classes. Some things, Chin-Yu has already written in the letter, some things have not. However, whether she had written it or not, Hermione listened very carefully, because what she heard from Chin-Yu in person was more vivid and interesting than what he wrote in words in his letter. Moreover, she can interrupt at any time and ask for details. When she hears something exciting, Hermione's eyes will light up, wishing she was there at that time. When she hears something interesting, she can't help laughing, and then quickly silences her voice for fear of waking up her parents. I don't know how long it took. Hermione's hand was warmed, and then Chin-Yu held the other one. When both hands were warmed, the night was already very dark. Looking at Hermione, whose eyelids were beginning to tremble, Chin-Yu gradually slowed down his voice. Finally, Hermione rested her head on his shoulder and refused to raise her eyelids. Then, Chin-Yu stopped talking. The room became quiet again. But this time, the silence did not give him the same sense of unreality as before. Because, the real Hermione was sitting next to him, sleeping soundly on his shoulder. Then, at some point, Chin-Yu also fell asleep sitting there. Early the next morning, Chin-Yu opened his eyes and found himself lying on the bed. And Hermione was sleeping on his chest. It was probably after he fell asleep last night that he lay down instinctively. After all, sleeping while sitting is indeed not as comfortable as lying down. Probably because his actions startled the little girl, Hermione also opened her eyes faintly. Then, she looked at Chin-Yu's face with some confusion. Am I still dreaming? Hermione muttered this and reached out to pinch Chin-Yu's cheek. After confirming that the feeling was real, Hermione finally woke up completely, with a slightly panicked look in her eyes. Then, she quickly stood up. Chin, good morning. I'm leaving first. After saying this, the little girl went downstairs and left. During breakfast, Hermione ate the food on her plate very calmly. Then, Mr. Granger asked Chin-Yu casually, Chin, how did you sleep yesterday? It's pretty good. It's quite comfortable to sleep on this bed. Chin-Yu replied. Well, that's good, but even if it's a holiday, you have to develop the habit of going to bed early and getting up early. When Mr. Granger said this, he also looked at his daughter meaningfully. Huh? Dad, I was wrong. Hermione almost said this. Chin-Yu almost had the same idea. Thinking about it carefully, when the two of them were chatting yesterday, their voices would inevitably be heard downstairs. It was not too surprising that Mr. Granger found them up late at night. After all, Chin-yu didn't use anything to block the sound. Spell. However, it was obvious that Mr. Granger had no intention of pursuing this issue. After reminding them to take a rest, he changed the subject. This made both Hermione and Chin-yu secretly relieved. After breakfast, the Grangers took Hermione and Chin-yu out for shopping, and the place they went to was the same large shopping mall where they bought Halloween supplies. This time I bought more things than I did for Halloween. When you come back from shopping and decorate your home, the Christmas atmosphere will immediately rise.